I don't think so.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting of the 5th of April 2022. Welcome members of the public gallery to the meeting. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we meet on the lands of the Wadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. I would also just like to briefly talk about Auntie Doolan Leisha Eats, who passed away last week, a very important elder in the city of Vincent, someone who was incredibly generous with her time and her advice and her care for the city of Vincent, who formed part of our original reconciliation group formed by members of the Vincent community some 25 years ago, alongside a group of very passionate community members that established that group. Auntie Doolan Leisha was there when we launched our first reconciliation action plan, and her partner and husband and support in life, Walter, and to her family. We wish you our sincere condolences, and we will reflect on how special a role that Auntie Doolan played in the City of Vincent community. I will now go to apologies and members on leave of absence. Just noting that we are still having hybrid meetings during this time as we go through peak COVID caseload. And on this occasion tonight, CEO is attending via Zoom, not feeling terribly well, but joining us. Thank you, CEO. And also one of our council members, Councillor Dan Loden, has sent his apologies due to being unwell also, the sign of our times. So we will go to public question time and receiving of public statements. Members of the community, welcome. It's great to see you here this evening. For many of you, you know the drill, but for those who may not have been to a council meeting before, we just ask that you approach the microphone and state your name, the suburb in which you reside, and the item that you are speaking on this evening. If you spoke to the meeting last week, no need to repeat statements. Fresh material is always welcome, because please consider what has been put forward to have been received and considered by council members. So there is no set order. We just ask that whoever comes forward, it's just pretty much as you go. Hello, Mari.
Mari Slight, 89 Carr Street, West Perth. I don't have item numbers. I've only got the motion number last week, which is motion number 4. And that was about Colvin Lane danger. And so everyone, I think, knows what I said in that. I just have a little bit to add to it. And that it might help my cause, but also help council make a smart decision too. So further to my request contained in my statement on Colvin Lane, I would like to add that since there may be concerns with council that the cost of placing these important signs at the entrance to and in Colvin Lane may prohibit this happening. So as I'm becoming increasingly frightened each time I exit my garage, I would like council to consider financial contribution from me to have this matter finally resolved. Unfortunately, as I'm a pensioner, I'm unable to contribute much, but I am prepared to take money out of my savings in order to alleviate the continuing fear associated with this matter once and for all. That's that issue. And the second one was motion 5, just about the trimming of the trees, which Amir has already explained to me that action is going to be taken on that. But I'd just like to ask if it could be done in a reasonably close future, because we have a storm, we're going to be in trouble. That's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mari. Next speaker, please.
My name is Sophie Fernandez and I live in the suburb of Mount Hawthorn. I stand here today to represent the residents of Fairfield Street, Mount Hawthorn, in support of our petition against the continued use of our street for Western Pathology Diagnostics drive-through COVID testing clinic. Whilst providing a medical service to a very small proportion of the population, the location of WDP has caused a myriad of long-term and serious problems, ranging from road safety and traffic issues to public health and mental and social well-being of the residents. We feel we have been consistently ignored and there has been a failure to manage the situation in an appropriate, timely and sustainable manner by WDP, City of Vincent and the state government. It is noted in the COV bulletin received by the residents last night that the city is unable to override the state government exemption. We understand this to be the case, and we understand it gives you little authority to control and manage the situation. However, I do refer to a letter received by a resident of Fairfield Street from the Acting Coordinator of Public Health Emergency Operations Centre, Dr. Revele Banga-Jones, dated 26th of August 2021. He quotes, "The citing of facilities relating to privately run testing clinics is a matter for the local government to approve and subsequently monitor compliance with set conditions." With this said, we believe there is scope for the City of Vincent to continue with a proactive approach to find an alternative suitable location for the WDP drive-through clinic, while still adhering to the state government exemptions. Relying on WDP traffic management and signage will not rectify the problems. The problems are more far-reaching than a matter of traffic congestion and its associated issues. Allowing such business to operate with little to no parameters sets a precedent and provides an invitation for similar businesses to do the same now or in the next pandemic, should it arise. With the planning exemption not due to expire until May 2023, we are concerned for the future of our street and our well-being. We encourage City of Vincent to continue to voice this concern with state government and take whatever action necessary to protect our community and its future. Lastly, we do appreciate City of Vincent's recent efforts in engaging with the residents. However, there is a shared sentiment that had we not been persistent and vocal about our concerns, then nothing would have been done. We still feel there is a long way to go, but we hope that we can work together to help facilitate the relocation of WDP drive-through, restore the community and provide a positive future for our street and those around. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. We do need to receive petitions at item 5, so we will address that at that point. Thanks very much for your comments.
Good evening, my name's Tori Anderson. I'm at 22 Prospect Place in West Perth, and I stand to represent all of the houses that are affected in the petition, speaking to item number 5. Thank you. All houses affected along this street strongly urge the City of Vincent to give consideration to the converting our street from a 2-hour parking bay into a permit-only zone so that residents are able to park their vehicles when we come home. As you may know, the Department of Training and Workforce has recently leased out 2 additional floors, perhaps also adding to Mari's concern of the amount of traffic that come through our car parking now. And by leasing out 2 additional floors, people are coming in and out of the building, obviously needing increased car bays. In turn, this has greatly impacted on the properties that don't have any car parks along Prospect Place and made street parking impossible to find a park during the week. Many residents on House Street have young children, including myself, and often when we come home, there are no bays. We can't find a park. I'm walking from Car Street across with a baby, with groceries, and I'm not alone. There are several others in the street also who have young children. We're highly frustrated, and it's incredibly inconvenient not to be able to find a park and having to walk for quite a while to get into our own homes. We strongly urge the City of Vincent to please convert our parking on Prospect Place from a 2-hour zone where office employees move their car a little up and down to try and overcome that 2-hour time zone, to actually looking at those only 4 houses that are impacted, that we're actually able to turn it into a permit only or residential only, which will avoid all the daily anxiety on whether we can actually come home and park our cars. Any questions, feel free to let myself and all those residents know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tori. We'll also deal with that at item 5. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, councillors, mayor and ratepayers. My name's Greg Johnson. I'm the proprietor of Treadway's Shoe Store in Mount Hawthorn, the owner of the property and also the owner of a property at 143 Scarborough Beach Road, which is trading as a liquor store. I don't have a question relating to the agenda as such, but I have a question in respect of the strategy of the Imagine Vincent strategy, the sequel. And it relates to a change of use that was put through in December 2021. The council espouses diversity and sustainability, in particular in the retail precinct. Over a number of years, the retail precinct has seen a reduction in comparative shopping, and that's becoming a very narrowly focused precinct. And what is occurring there over a period of time is that the retail precinct is not diversified and some of it's unsustainable. And there's no criteria for measuring the sustainability of the retail businesses there. So the words sustainability and diversity are fine words, but there's no criteria by which they're measured. And in the recent approval of the 171, a new liquor licence stroke tavern, it illustrates that the concept diversity and sustainability, whilst it's espoused, isn't in fact followed. My concern is, and I have a particular interest in this, obviously having a tenant in the liquor store, which was Paddington Fine Ales and now is the Vintage Cellars, is that another liquor licence stroke tavern is being created 150 metres down the road. Now, this is being created in the first instance by a change in use. It was of general retail use. It's been there for probably 50 years that I'm aware of, and I've been in business here for 50 years. And so the change of use application to the council was a precondition to then going to the licensing court to obtain a licence. My concern is that there was not wide and broad consultation. It was very, very narrow. I don't know why, and I'd like the council on notice to examine that consultation process and come back to me on why it wasn't widely consulted, particularly in respect of the business retail community in the Scarborough Beach Road precinct. That's my first question. The second issue is that of need and demand. We have within 1 kilometre, we have 25 licensed premises of that site, and we have no less than 9 liquor outlets within less than 5 kilometres. So to demonstrate that there's a need or an additional demand for this type of category is very, very hard to confirm. So my concern is, again, if Vincent has this strategic approach to what will be in the future, imagining Vincent, the sequel, it's got to look at what it's doing now. Otherwise, we could end up like Northbridge. Bars, restaurants, clubs, no comparative shopping, no diversity. And this is the journey on which we're heading. And the council, by approving that application for a change of use, has commenced this process. It hasn't finished yet because the applicant has to go before the liquor licensing court to prove the need and demand, and that will be another issue, not for the council. So I would like the council to, in the context of this decision that's been made, to establish some criteria for what is retail diversity and what is sustainable. That's the question that I'm asking, and it's a question on notice. Obviously, I don't want to answer it tonight, but it's about a broader matter of where Vincent is heading in terms of the retail precinct. And I'm very concerned where it's heading. As a business that's been there for 50 years, sustaining itself through good times and bad, we understand what's needed there. Thank you very much to the council.
Greg, before you go, are you referring to the Copper and Oak development application?
That's correct.
Yes, okay.
That's correct.
What we'll give you all the information about what consultation occurred at that time. And we'll also provide some information to you on changes of use, generally what's happened in that space from a state government perspective as well, which does make some of these issues quite difficult to manage, but happy to meet with you as well and sort of to have a chat to you about how that landscape is changing. Some of that is within state government control, some of it's within the City of Vincent control. So very happy to meet with you and have a chat to you about these issues.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Next speaker, please.
Steve Burke, Emerson Street, North Perth, speaking on motion 6 regarding Beatty Park Reserve. Firstly, can I point out that admin, from what I can see, has not answered a question raised at last week's briefing, which was, is drainage only working because residents clear the drain and have to sandbag? As a resident, I can confirm that this is the only reason the drains work. Clearing the drains has enormous impact on the performance. Imagine putting a lid on the drain and watching the water flow across it. This is basically what happens when the debris blocks the drains. If the drains are not unblocked by me, resident, they will not drain. They would be covered with leaves and debris, which is carried down by the running water from the park, and flooding will happen. When the drains are completely blocked, the only passage of water is to go through our properties. This happens every time the park is waterlogged. We now have a scenario where engineering claim they have cleared the drains, but we have 10 flame trees in the park, deciduous, that are about to dump their leaves on the ground. What happens to their leaves? They block the drains. Since the demolition of the pavilion, we are now getting inundated with water from Charles Street side of the park when it rains. There is evidence of increased rain events with increased intensity. Climate change is real. This is happening more all the time. 1 in 100 stats get thrown around, but we are seeing 1 in 100 every year. We informed City of Vincent last year the park gets waterlogged, and what happens? It seems we weren't listened to. July happened, we got video footage of every rain event, waterlogged park running over the slipway into the drains, which were blocked. We didn't see one COV employee. The situation from our point of view is not being monitored. The extension of the wall, which we are asking, will slow the water down. The fence on top of the wall will filter the leaves out. This will keep the drains open, not blocked. A good organisation has the right people, asks the right questions. The real question that has to be asked is, why did the COV commission a report in 2017, pay 25K with a recommendation to build a wall, allocated the money through a meeting approved by the council, which was urgent and high risk? A design was in process of being finalised. The last email we got from the design was in process in April 2018. We got an email from a manager of engineering, director of engineering, said we are finalising the design and gave an indication that it will be going ahead shortly. Then radio silence, the trail goes dead. The pushback, and it seems the denials begin. The question remains, who decided this? On what basis was this decision made? What advice was sought? I think we deserve some answers. On another note, from what I understand with the meeting with Ron and Ashley last weekend, most of you are taking advice from Ashley, gives you feedback. If you are deciding on how to vote on this advice, I would like to know whether Ashley is providing this advice in a professional capacity. Do you have indemnity insurance? Is he the right person to override experts in the report? You spend 25K on a report and you seem to overturn it. Can I also add, why hasn't this been taken into account, and why haven't these questions been asked? What happens if the drains are not cleared during a rain event by the residents? What modelling has been taking place for this? I can tell you we'll get flooded. I have to emphasise what happens in a rain event. I've been through this before. We get a major rain event, what you call 1 in 100. the reserve gets waterlogged, we get subsequent cold fronts come through, all that rain runs off. The park cannot hold any more water. If the water runs off, it takes debris, it takes leaves that block the drain. Building the wall and the fence will filter this and slow it down. Again, can we use common sense? Where is the money? Why are you refusing to protect us? One final button point note, on your agenda tonight, you have item 5.2, where you are approving group dwellings subject to conditions clause 7. States stormwater from all roofed and paved areas should be collected and contained on site. Stormwater must not affect or be allowed to flow onto or into other property or road reserve. So if it's good for the goose, it should be good for the gander. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Ray Stevenson from 11 Emerson Street. Next door to Steve. I mean, this has been going on and on and on. It started in 2010. You know all the story. We work with Len Kosover and Rick Lopsnicker, spent many, many hours with the Emerge report, which really should be the Submerge report. And the model was made. There is a model somewhere where you can change it around for different parameters. And on that premise, we got $150,000 in the budget. $25,000 was spent on the Emerge report in 2017. The whole budgetary period went through, nothing happened. So I started making inquiries 3 months into the next budget period, and many, many emails later got a reply to say that no longer required. So I don't know what parameters changed, but the water was coming from my roof and gutters. And if anyone doesn't believe that, come and see me and I'll give me your email address and I'll send it to you. So it was after all of that time, $150,000 was taken off us and the water was coming from my roof and gutters. We were still getting flooded. In 2016, the lids were still coming off the drain pits. They were flimsy metal lids. They were changed to a little bit just industrial type plugs in there. In 2016, we've got the drawing, proper Gatic lid covers with hinges, concreted in. In 2021, we complained and we actually got them 5 years later because we produced photos that showed the pit lids blown off and next to the playground, about a 3 metre drop and kids looking down there. So that one was 5 years late. Where are we now? So we all, I think all intelligent people would know that we're getting climate change, more erratic weather conditions. We kept getting pushback to the extent that we aren't allowed, we won't get any more emails answered. Well, the reason we send emails is I think we're intelligent people down there. We don't really want to get involved with the City of Vincent. We're protecting our own property. We sent so many emails because you wouldn't answer your emails, or the emails you did answer didn't answer the question. That's why. And on top of that, the CEO has said that no more budgetary consideration will be there for the next 4 years. This is just recently, after we were given $150,000 in 2017. All ships go down at Linton Street now because that got flooded. Well, we were before Linton Street, so I don't know what's changed down at the rear of our property. You know, Steve made the point, all the deciduous trees are going to drop their leaves. This is the start of the rain season. We're exposed again. There was one of the people that worked for Vincent last week said that...
Ray, if you could make your concluding comments, please. We've reached over 3 minutes.
Right. Said that he'd never seen water cascading down the car park and overtopping. We see it all the time. On that then we sent photos last week of all the water coming down. So I don't know, what more can we do as residents? You know, a nod's as good as a wink to a blind horse.
Thank you, Ray. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Andrew Main from Alfonso Street, North Perth. I wanted to speak firstly about item 10.4, traffic calming in North Perth. I just wanted to make the point that this obviously has been a long-term issue, but I don't want it to be sort of rushed now when it hasn't really been the residents' fault. And I mean, we first brought this to the attention of Council in May 2017. We then put a petition in May 2018. 4 months later, the council first considered it. 3 months later, council again considered the issue. Then there was a gap of 7 months until the issue was discussed again, and then 18 months until it came back to council, a further 9 months, and then now we're up to 7 months since this was last considered. So we recognise this has been going on for a long time, but let's not rush it, because it's not, we want the best solution for us, and we don't want it to be because it's said that we've delayed things. Our initial petition was to ask for a workshop of interested residents with officers before any decision was made to try and nut out what the issues were and come up with a mutually agreeable solution. Council has gone down its path, which is the traditional approach of, oh, you know, we know what's best, we'll put it out, we'll seek feedback, we'll consider your feedback, we'll come up with something else, and we'll go through this iteration, which has now taken 5 years. So that's process. In terms of what's being proposed now, as I've said in emails, the current proposal to diagonally close Alma at Leake Street will cause rat running through local residential streets by people that live in the precinct. There are other options that can be considered that won't result in this rat running, and I've provided those to councillors. So in terms of closing Alma, which I fully support, and I appreciate the concerns of people on Alma, what this is going to do, particularly because View Street has been closed by council, that there are going to be people using Claverton Street, rat runners will use Claverton Street and Raglan Road. Now, what has been done for those people on those streets to minimise the impact from this additional traffic? To me, the easy solution, make it possible to turn down View Street again. View Street is the local distributor. That's where traffic should be going, not down residential streets. In terms of what's being proposed, you're looking at plateaus now, complete change of approach. As I said in an email, there was slow points proposed on Alfonso Street. Why isn't one being proposed now? Alma Street's going to have 3 plateaus in the space of 200 metres. Claverton Street, which is going to have more traffic, is only going to have 2. Raglan, none. Leake Street, 3 over a distance of 160 metres. So there's some of the issues that I think that they've proposed by the officers has got flaws. I also wanted to talk about the other motions that I raised at the AGM.
Andrew, you have already taken up 3 minutes, so you're going to have to be extremely brief.
Okay, thank you. Council's got a great record when it comes to environmental sustainability. I just can't get my head around why you aren't concerned about the species of trees that you use for street trees. On Saturday, you had a native plant sale where you're encouraging people to buy native plants, put them in their garden. You've got a native garden verge replacement program where you take out grass and you plant native plants and you put in mulch. Yet the council, by my estimation in North Perth, uses exotic tree species for 75% of trees that are planted. On the day of the native plant sale,
Andrew, you're going to have to be really brief.
100 metres away on Persimmon Street, a new jacaranda tree went in. Now, the officer's saying if there's a mix of exotic and native species on a street, that a native plant tree will be put in, but that's not happening. So, yeah, anyway, thank you for the extra time, and I hope you can show some leadership, council, with regard to planting native trees. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. And we have also received your emails on this topic, so we've read those as well. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors, Executive. My name is Ian Merker. I spoke briefly last week at the briefing meeting. This is in regard to 4 Ethel Street development.
And Ian, if you could just state your suburb, please.
Sorry?
Your suburb. Sorry. Could you just state?
Highgate. I've
Thank
owned a
you,
property in
Highgate.
Highgate for
Thank you very
nearly
much.
40 years. Councillors, tonight you've got to decide which button to press, whether to press yes or no to this development. I have put a huge amount of work into looking at what this development will do for at least 4 adjoining properties. I'm not one of the affected ones, so I'm doing this purely off my own back because I think I've got a social awareness and I've so much supported what Vincent have done over the decades. I was actually there before Vincent was born. I was a taxpayer, a ratepayer back in the days of Perth City Council. So what I'd like you all to look at, and I don't know whether you are mainly pro-development, pro-community, before you press that button, please look at what this effect will be, what negative effect this development would have on the 4 at least adjoining properties. I won't go into the details of those which I put towards the council before, like overshadowing, lack of privacy, summer problems. You would not be the first council ever to go against what your executive have said. I just simply, it's only fair to look at maybe giving it another review and possibly going for something like a 2-storey at the front and a 1-storey at the back, rather than the dreadful negative impact that this development would have if it's 2-storey both sides. It already goes over some of the guidelines and the council seem to have overruled those. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Ian. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Lawrence Game from 128 Harold Street in Mount Lawley. Apologies, I'm probably a little bit underprepared. I wasn't aware that there was a council meeting, and from my understanding, there was an on-site meeting at 128A Harold Street to discuss or determine if they were going to allow some planning extension for my property. I just wanted to speak to you and say to you that I've been in the property approximately 12 months. It's a recently new development. It's a quite a small parcel of land as it is in Mount Lawley, 238 square meters. I live there with my daughter. We have a little side courtyard, which is very modest. And look, I'm more than mindful about privacy. And my courtyard adjoins or alongside is the neighbours, and they have a very small family, lovely family. And they can hear everything I say and I can hear everything they say. So I'm mindful of not to use that space and being careful. So there's an opportunity, I believe, to reclaim the area that's on the garage at the rear, which is along, with access with the laneway. It allows me to get that noise away from there. It gives me a little bit more space. And I think it'd be a win-win situation for the people next door and for ourselves, so that, our privacy is both protected. Now, Jeremy and Andrea are lovely people, and they've even mentioned to me that, the way the courtyard is with the lights right up at the roof, when I have those lights on, they shine into their windows and into their daughter's window and, pretty much bleaches and keeps them awake. So I'm not, during this whole process, I've tried to be very consultative. I've spoken to to Jeremy, and I've said to them, look, if there's anything that you wish to discuss and what have you, I'm more than willing to work with you to make this happen. And I'm just not sure as to why on the last day they've had an on-site meeting. This planning request was 12 months ago, and we've got to the very end, and all of a sudden there's an on-site meeting and I've not known anything about it. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Lawrence. Appreciate you coming in this evening and sharing your views. Next speaker, please.
councillors, Chair Lady. Anthony Rikiki, architect from Chewett Hill, and Lawrence Game is my client, and I'm here to address some of the concerns that were raised during the development application process and how we've overcome those problems. There were two main issues all along. The first is the bulk and scale, and the second is the overlooking. The bulk and scale issues were a result of the first application that we put in, where I'll call it a crazy swimming pool on top of a garage idea, was put forward, which caused us to reconsider the way in which it was developed. We were right on the neighbour's boundary, that's the southeastern neighbour's boundary, and we pulled the decorative screens that act as privacy screens away from that boundary so that they align with the external walls. And we shortened the pool, and that made the bulk and scale of the appearance of that idea much less intrusive and much lower in impact. The overshadowing, overlooking issues are all stem from the fact that you're one floor above, looking down into the neighbour's backyard, which they use as their sole place of open space. So we've recognised that, and we've made those screens 75% obscure. So there's only 25% visibility through those screens. They're at 1.6 metres high. You cannot see over them. You can barely see through them. Now, when you step up to the pool, there is a little step ladder that takes you up to the pool so you can get back down into it. For that one momentary moment in time, for want of a better experience, you get a glimpse, but that's only to get yourself into the pool. Now, last briefing session, I tuned in and I noticed that there were no comments or concerns that were raised by council. So I'm assuming that the recommendation that was put forward would at the face appear to have been acceptable. And since then, up until today, obviously some other concerns have raised, and I would ask the question, what other concerns outside of what has already been raised and addressed were brought forward? There was a proposal to perhaps rotate the swimming pool and pull it away from the boundary.
Anthony, you have reached your 3 minutes, but I would like to hear what you're about to say, because that was something that was raised today. So if you could just sort of address that and then conclude, that would be much appreciated.
Will do, thank you. So yes, rotating the swimming pool, that is not going to be a functional, acceptable scenario, because it makes our deck level only 2 metres wide, and we won't be able to walk out onto the deck from the upper floor room. Also, I managed to have a quick chat to my engineer this afternoon, and he mentioned that to make it work, we'll need to put a beam in the garage. That beam may need a column at the roller door, and that means that the garage door would effectively be unable to be gotten into. So that has major impact on the structure of the project. So that's really it.
Thank you. That's very useful information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff. My name is Vern Gardam. I have lived at 20 Hutt Street, Mount Lawley since 1982. I'm here to complain that Vincent has not dealt with an issue in the way it ordinarily deals with similar matters brought to it for consideration. The matter is the Grosvenor Road Vincent Pedestrian Streets Trial, which I will refer to as the Streets trial. This matter came before Council at the ordinary meeting of 8 March 2022 as part of item 9.8, City of Vincent Rebound Plan, quarterly update. The overarching thrust of the Streets trial is to enable businesses to better utilise public spaces, opportunities to further enable pop-up outdoor dining areas, and better facilitate street closures are being explored through the Grosvenor Road Vincent Pedestrian Streets trial and the draft Vibrant Public Places policy. In the same paper, it stated, our community is aware of what we're doing and how we are meeting our goals, and we are open and accountable to an engaged community. There is not enough information in the quarterly update to know what Vincent is proposing to do, and it appears it does not know itself. And in these circumstances, the community cannot engage. The draft Vibrant Public Spaces policy is out for consultation via survey. I hope they get the survey right. I live on the Loop, which is comprised of 3 connected streets. Grosvenor Road from Beaufort Street down to Hutt Street, Hutt Street to Raglan Road, and Raglan Road to Walcott Street. Grosvenor Road, Hutt Street and Raglan Road are all of different widths. I am concerned that changes brought about this trial will result in increased times to exit the loop safely and proceed in the direction I want to travel on the road network. Further changes are likely to result in increased difficulties and dangers to and from trucks making deliveries and removing garbage, especially trucks entering Raglan Road from Walcott Street and trucks entering the car park laneway from Raglan Road. Put simply, there's not enough room for a 7-ton truck to turn safely. I have to add, I'm wary of 12 months.
Vern, you have reached your 3 minutes, so if you could please make your concluding statements. Thank you.
I will do my best to get through it quickly. I am wary of 12-month trial road closures. The last one resulted in the creation of the loop. I would like to have more details about who, by what authority, the date and terms of the agreement that Vincent has committed to with the RAC. In particular, why Grosvenor Road was chosen ahead of Barley Street, which appears to have superior claims for being the town centre. I draw attention to table 4.5. Seek external funding to deliver shovel-ready projects and rebound initiatives. The table advises the city was successful in securing $37,000 of RAC Reconnect WA funding to deliver the trial pedestrianisation of Grosvenor Road in Beaufort Street town centre to demonstrate the benefits of putting people first and creating places for people. The trial is anticipated to commence in the first quarter of 2022 and will be further scoped with adjacent businesses and the Beaufort Street network. While the language is colourful to me, a shovel-ready project means that tenders can be called now.
Vern, I do really have to be fair to everyone this evening. I'm happy to meet you offline to have a chat about this. What I would say in response is that we're not looking at doing a major trial of a significant closure. This is my understanding. And if I'm not sure if Tara's available to correct me if this is not absolutely correct, because it hasn't been fleshed out much. But my understanding is that this is just a short thing to hold a couple of events. And it's not about...
I seek your indulgence to read 10 more sentences.
Vern, if I do this for you, I have to do it for everyone. And I guess what I'm saying to you is I think that you may be seeing this as something way more in depth than it is. We've received a small grant to do some events in this space from the RAC. We're not looking at doing any works, any infrastructure works. It would be about having a closing off the area, having people like RTRFM, local people coming down the city, having similar to what we just did in the Electric Lane weekend before last, where we had an event. So it's not about having some major capital works and significant closure period. So perhaps if you could just say 2 final sentences, and then I'm happy to talk with you about this more and ask a staff member to provide you with more information about what this actually is.
I need to go more than 4 sentences, but I will go as fast as I can. Some reflections. The word residence does not appear in the City of Vincent Rebound Plan quarterly update, not in any of the 19 pages, including the tables. It almost appears that Vincent wanted the RAC Reconnect WA deal for $37,000, if not kept secret, at least hidden away. This view is supported by the fact that this information did not rate a mention in Vincent News on the city website. This matter deserves a staff paper devoted to this issue only to adequately inform Vincent residents and ratepayers what is proposed and to survey what residents and ratepayers want.
Vern, that is absolutely the intention. So if I can just ask you to conclude your comments, and I will just go to the manager of policy in place just to provide a little bit further information.
Right.
But Vern,
I can only work
please,
on what?
Vern, I really respectfully,
Yes, I understand that.
I think you're a regular at our council meetings and you understand that I'm operating under the meeting procedures local law, and I'm trying to be fair and equitable to all people who come to the public gallery. And I'm offering to meet with you and to provide you with additional information. So I do have to ask that you please conclude. And I'm going to the manager of policy in place to provide you with some additional information tonight. But please, Vern, please. Manager of policy in place.
To you, Mayor Cole, yes, this action is captured within the Beaufort Street Place plan to trial pedestrian spaces at Grosvenor Road or Barley Street. In regards to the initial analysis that has been done on those 2 spaces, a traffic counts were completed in the space and Grosvenor Road was deemed as less disruptive to the traffic and the drop-off zones. To confirm the timing of the trial, this has not been confirmed, but at this point, we are looking for it to go for a 6-week period, but that would be workshopped with council to get that feedback, but that has not been confirmed as yet, but that is the kind of rough timeframe that we're looking at the moment.
And manager, in terms of community advertising and awareness, please.
Do you, Mayor Cole? Absolutely. We received comments through the development of the Beaufort Street Place plan in order for this action to be implemented within the plan. We have done significant engagement with the Beaufort Street community in order to understand what they would like to see from this trial, including the best timing for this. Once the timing is confirmed, we will be doing further community consultation with the wider community and the residents on those streets.
Thank you, Manager. Vern, we've now spent 7 minutes on this item, so I really do have to move on. I'm going to ask you to please sit down.
Thank you for the opportunity or the offer to speak to you, but public is caught by your public documents about what is to happen and what the scope of this particular item is.
Vern,
Yep,
please, Vern.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
And not all of our documents are detailed. This is about forecasting what's happening in the future. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the communication plan is in place, that the dates are in place. All of that will follow. So I do want to assure you there will be consultation on this. And again, I'm very happy to meet with you and discuss it in more detail with Tara, who can give you a bit more of an indication of what the process, what the project would look like and what activities are intended to happen in that space.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vern.
And thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, governance, councillors. My name is Islam Bouyaya. I currently live on the 132 Brisbane Street, and I am also the owner and the operator of What the Flip food truck. I'd like to speak on item of the kiosk and the tender. Before I do that, I just would like to know if I can submit 200 more petitions, which is bringing probably a total now of 1,600 people who signed the petition, pretty much everyone that can exist and works through Hyde Park and within the area, all the regular laws. I don't think we can do any more than that. I've sent you an email today. I don't know if you received all my email. Any of you have read it? I've asked for a few motions to slow down this kiosk and to try to discuss it with the public community, because this is really my life and it's something that is really important. I see you tonight offering to multiple people a time to speak, a time to have a sit down and to share some ideas and some improvement, accepting others people's petition. For 1 year, I've been coming to every single council meeting, asking for some help, trying to explain how to make a better mobile food vendor, but I never had this offer. Once I even stayed here for 3 hours and I tried to catch the CEO on the hallway, and never I was being offered a chance to actually explain and how to make things better. All what is happening this last 4 years is having you and a bunch of people who were very, very upset about me creating and activating an area that is extremely beautiful, and that was the mirror of what I was trying to have inside. And now I am close to, I've been like this, breaking down pretty much every day because you've really taken my life away from me. Those are little amendments for you. They're little policies. They probably are a minor thing, but it's really is my life in many ways. And all the letters of support you have received cannot not show that. That's the voice of the people. 1,600 signatures of a petition. 77% of the people who said wanted the kiosk and the food van, not just the kiosk. And what you are doing here is really unfair. An Australian, to me, absolutely not right at all, because we are not listening to what we voted on the online consultation, which you said on the 18th of May meeting here. You said you never seen so many people answering a public consultation. Did Joanna Fotokakis even told you that I promoted your public consultation on my 10,000 followers on all my Facebook pages? I have done all this work for you that is actually going back against me. I've created a beautiful activity in Hyde Park that now is taken away from what I'm trying to do. That tender was not right. That's why I didn't apply for it. I'm not a stupid person or a stupid businessman. When I saw those numbers, I tried to tell you through the different medium here at the council meeting over 4 times and on the radio every single time. I was not attacking you. I'm not insulting you. I'm trying to have a little step up in my life, because I've really started from lower than you can imagine. So please, councillor, just try to have a little bit of humanity tonight. And whatever, I don't even know if this is working or not. I'm trying to do an electors meeting now, because that seems like the democratic steps we have to do those things. I don't want to be involved in your politics. All I wanted is to create a beautiful place. I succeeded, and you just snatching in a way without really offering any conversation or mediation on how to make that Hyde Park and how to have mobile food vendors and little people like me have a chance in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Islam. I'm sorry that you're feeling that way. It's not very, it is distressing to see you so distressed, Islam, and I did read your email, and I just want you to know that however you're feeling, this decision is not personal. The commentary in your email concerns me because it's not personal. We don't have any ill feeling towards you. We appreciate your business and what you have achieved there. And that has been something that we've been very clear about all along. And it's very difficult to see you so distressed. And I'm sorry that this is having an impact on you like this. But the decision is not personal and it never has been. There's no ill will from any of us on a personal level towards you. Please take that in good faith. Next speaker, please.
I thought I was going to be the one to speak on this. My name's Thomas Young, 495 William Street, Highgate. I wish to speak on 10.3, your tender. Now, I won't go into how the community feels. I think Izzy's already done that one, because we don't understand why this is still going. What I'd like to know, first of all, is that from the minutes of the meeting in July 2014, under corporate services 3.931, question was proposed about the food vans in Hyde Park and about the kiosk. The question that came up was that the kiosk was described as being commercially unviable and had questions about long-term sustainability. What I'd like to know from the council is, why has that opinion changed? What has occurred that you can now decide that the kiosk is viable? Devco Group has given you a quote of $14,841 for the fit out of the kiosk. Did the council get a potential quote for a fit out, for the possibility of it when it was going to come up in 2014? And if you did, why did not anyone tell anybody? I ask this because the council was given a budget of $50,000, which apparently now is $55,000. Now, any potential person who was looking at that as a possibility would have looked at 50,000 and would have almost certainly said no. You produced a figure that would have ruled out a vast number of people. Had people known that there was that fit out is going to cost under $15,000, you would have got a lot more people wanting it. But what the flip would have certainly put his hand up. Now, as I say, you're now saved $40,000. My next question is basically, what are you going to do with 40,000? Is that going to go off the council's debt? Is it there so that if Devco overshoots their budget, you've got an extra bit of money there to cover it? My point being is simple as this. The ratepayers are going to be paying for this. The tender is not. I've never known a deal where a tender gets something for free and the ratepayers pay for it. It's utterly outrageous. Thank you.
Thomas, just on the issue of the fit out, this is really the basic works to the storage shed. So this includes tiling the floor, providing a sink and putting in a ceiling. The lessee will still need to do a fit out. So they have actually contracted an architect to do a fit out, which will actually be the sort of the fine grain and what would normally be required in terms of fit out. So I think perhaps our use of the language fit out has been not the best descriptor for these works, but it does, this cost was really just about providing that very basic flooring, ceiling, sink, and that the successful lessee always did still need to do their own fit out at their own cost. So just thought I wasn't entirely sure if that was clear, and I think perhaps our language around that has not helped. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Ray Stevenson from...
Ray, you're only allowed to speak one time during public question time, so it's not able to come back and speak on various items. Next speaker, please. Okay, thank you everyone for your comments. Also just noting this evening that we have received written comments and questions from Steve Irvin of Subiaco, Dudley Meyer of Highgate, Suzanne Burke of North Perth, Samantha Torrens and Mark Mellabone of Mount Lawley, Bob and Jan Gadsden of Mount Lawley, W. Tolhurst and A. Vosper of Mount Lawley, Andy Fawcett of Mount Lawley, Kim and Justin Miller of Mount Lawley. Yoshimi Hashimoto Politis of Mount Lawley and Celia Grady of Mount Lawley, Leslie Thomas of Mount Lawley, Wendy Campbell of Perth, Spiro Politis of unnamed suburb, and Frank Breheny. Many of those people, the last residents they were from Mount Lawley and forward, have commented on underground power, which we will go to what has happened to that item because we're not able to deal with that this evening, unfortunately, which might be disappointing for those residents, but we will try to deal with that as soon as we possibly can. Our minutes also contain responses to previous public questions taken on notice. Item 4, applications for leave of absence. There is a request from myself for a leave of absence from the 11th to the 14th of April 2022. Is there a mover and seconder for this request? Moved by Councillor Warner, seconded by Councillor Wallace. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you, everyone. The receiving of petitions, deputations and presentations. We have received 2 petitions this evening. The first was received from Victoria Anderson of West Perth requesting that the council rezone parking on Prospect Place in West Perth. This is something that has just come to my attention this evening, so I'm very happy to request that this be considered by administration. My recommendation to council is that we receive the petition and a report be prepared. Is there any objection to proceeding on that basis? Okay, I'll put the motion that the petition be received and a report be prepared. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you. We've also received a petition with 36 signatures from Sophie Fernandez of Mount Hawthorn requesting that council prohibit Western Diagnostic Pathology from operating a COVID testing drive-through clinic at 391 Oxford Street, Mount Hawthorn. Also, just on this, I would recommend to council that we do the same, but just wanted to update you on some of the things that have been happening since we have been interacting with residents on this issue. Fairfield Street is in Mount Hawthorn and is a residential road. They are feeling the impact strongly of the Western Diagnostic Pathology, where they are conducting PCR tests during COVID-19. This is something that has been granted planning approval by the state government's exemption for COVID-related health under state emergency management orders. And this high caseload environment has really started to have an impact on the residents in that where the residents are experiencing queuing traffic with engine noise, talking on mobile phones, shouting, car horns, driveways being blocked, residents unable to leave their homes, and concerns over air pollution due to car fumes, etc. So we have met with residents and we do acknowledge that this is having an impact. We have explored numerous options and we've made sure that we get all advice we can. This has included approaching the Honourable John Carey, MLA, as member for Perth, and he has gone to the Health Minister's office and has provided confirmation that this is an exempt planning development, that we do not have the power to either cease or to amend. We have, the CEO, David McLennan, has written to Andy Robertson, the Chief Health Officer, to raise concerns directly with the Health Department to ask them to consider the impact this is having, noting that other testing locations do tend to be in industrial areas. This is actually in the town centre, but the queuing traffic is happening in a residential area. We have, the Rangers have sought to meet with the traffic management company of Western Diagnostic and have had that meeting, and we have seen a better presence from Western Diagnostics traffic management team in response to that, where we're seeing more activity of them actually going in and directing traffic and talking to each driver as they queue. Our rangers are doing daily patrols. We are using our digital messaging board on the street to advise people not to queue in front of driveways and to be as quiet as they possibly can. And hopefully with the weather becoming cooler, there will be less reliance on fans with air conditioning, etc. So we are continuing to advocate on behalf of the residents, but it is really important to note that it is not within the city's power to do as the residents have requested through the petition. We are unable to cease the operation. Sophie did mention that there's an email, and please, Sophie, you could send that to me. I'd be happy to review that again and to see in what context that was speaking, because that is very different from advice that we have had through the Health Minister's office and through our own planning team's investigations. We have also asked to meet with Western Diagnostic to see whether we can work with them to change the operating hours and to also work with them to help identify an alternate location. So sincerely appreciate the impact this is having on residents. It's something that's close to where I live, and I have been walking the street and understand why this is really reaching the point of frustration. And we are working with you, and we're doing what we can within the power of our control. So I will put that the petition be received and that a report be provided just to outline that. And hopefully by next month, we will also have a response from the Chief Health Officer. And of course, we'll continue to update residents as any of our advocacy work hopefully has some success. So can I just put that to council members that sorry, CEO, did you wish to add anything? I should just check in with you before I do that. Okay, thank you. So I will put this to council members that we receive the petition and a report be prepared. All those in favour? Declare that carried. And thank you, Sophie, for coming in and expressing your concerns on behalf of your neighbours. We'll move on to item 6, confirmation of minutes, and the recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 8th of March be confirmed. Could I please have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Wallace, second by Councillor Gontaszewski. All those in favour? Declare the minutes carried. Announcements by the presiding member. Just to be brief, because I know we've had got some work ahead of us. I did just want to update council and the community that we are going through the revision of our strategic community plan, and we're currently engaging with residents through our engagement Imagine Vincent the sequel. This is about looking at the past 4 years in Vincent under our strategic community plan and how our priorities stack up and what people in our community think about that, what their feedback is for our priorities for the future. So we have been having, it is COVID, but I think we've been having a pretty good go at it. We've had 8 pop-ups at popular locations at places like Hyde Park, the Mez, North Perth Plaza, Beaufort Street, Lady Open Streets, which was an event held in Electric Lane. We have held 1 workshop. We did find that the attendance at the workshop was not great, and they were actually having much better response by catching people as they're out and about. The native plant sale was an excellent opportunity on Saturday to talk to lots of residents. That was really successful because they were happy to chat while they queued to pay for their plants and pick up their free compost. So that's been working well. We are having a workshop this Thursday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the city's function room. And we are going to be offering that online and in person, noting that not everyone feels that it's the right time to come to public meetings. So that's still open for registration. And we're also having a pop-up at Kiala Markets this Saturday. And we'll continue throughout May continuing to have those pop-ups. Those locations are all listed on the Imagine Vincent website. So to date, we've had 250 face-to-face conversations, 76 surveys completed, And that's just sort of in the first few weeks of the consultation. So hoping that we get to contact a lot more people through April and May. If you'd like to be involved at any point, we would love to hear from you. Okay, I'll move now to declarations of interest. Is that you, CEO, or will the Executive Manager be dealing with that?
The Executive Manager has the hard copy declarations. Mayor Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to note for those in the gallery that item 12.6 Vincent Underground Power Project report has been withdrawn. I'm making that statement now because some councillors have made a declaration in respect to it, but I will read those declarations out regardless. So first declaration is Councillor Ron Alexander has declared a proximity interest in respect to item 10.3, proposed lease of Hyde Park kiosk to Vegemama Proprietary Limited, and items 12.5, responses to motions carried at the annual meeting of Electors on the 2nd of February 2022, specifically motion 13, I believe it is. The extent of his interest is he lives opposite Hyde Park. He is seeking approval to participate in the debate and participate in the vote. Councillor Jonathan Hallett declared a proximity interest in item 12.6 Vincent Underground Power Project, as has Councillor Susan Warner, Councillor Ron Alexander and Councillor Ashley Wallace. The extent of their interest is that their property is within the project zones, and this is an potential interest in common with a significant number of ratepayers covering an estimated 5,336 electricity service metres to properties in the city of Vincent. And finally, Councillor Mayor Emma Cole has declared an impartiality interest in item 11.2, authorisation of expenditure from 1 February to 28th February 2022. The extent of interest is that has come to her attention that the City of Vincent has purchased artwork from Charmaine Cole, who she is related to, through the authorisation of expenditure report. And responses to question in briefing notes, she has not discussed this matter with her cousin and did not participate in any decision making. Those are the current declarations, Mayor.
Thank you, Executive Manager. Are there any further declarations, councillors? Okay.
Mayor Cole, we can explain why we withdrew the item on underground power in relation to this.
CEO, if you could please do that.
The short procedural answer through you, Mayor Cole, is that with 4 proximity interests being declared and for council to consider that as an interest in common, we'd still need a quorum. In the absence of Councillor Loden tonight, we would only have 4 council members, which means council does not have a quorum to consider that request. So our suggestion is that we wait until Councillor Loden is able to attend the meeting, and we might consider scheduling a special council meeting in the very near future in order to have council consider that item.
Thank you very much, CEO. Councillor Alexander has requested to participate and vote. Is that correct? Participate and vote? In relation to 2 items on the agenda this evening, that being 10.3, the tender of the Hyde Park West toilet refurbishment and cafe kiosk, and 12.5, responses to motions carried at the AGME on the 2nd of February 2022. So just to take you to section 2.17 of the City of Vincent Meeting Procedures Local Law, it does say that under clause 2.75, a member who discloses both the nature and extent of an interest may request permission to take part in the consideration or discussion of the matter or to vote on the matter, which has been received. If such a request is made, the member is to leave the room while the request is considered. If it is decided at the meeting that a member who has disclosed both the nature and extent of any interest in the matter be permitted to participate in the consideration and discussion of the matter or to vote in the matter or both, then the member may return to participate to the extent permitted. Where a member has disclosed an interest in a matter and has left the room in accordance with the Act and regulations, the meeting may resolve to invite the member to return to provide information in respect of the matter or in respect of the member's interest in the matter, and in such case, the member is to withdraw after providing the information. Councillor Alexander, on that basis, I will have to ask if you can leave while council considers your request. Thank you. And also to thank you for the email that you sent earlier to us this afternoon. So councillors, similar to at the briefing, I'll put a motion that council approves participation to request in items 10.3 and 12.5. There's a wording we used last week. To participate and vote on the matter on the basis of having a proximity interest that is so trivial and insignificant as not, here it is. Sorry, so many. It's so trivial or insignificant as to be unlikely to influence the disclosing member's conduct in relation to the matter. That is the grounds on which council is being asked to determine participation. No other grounds, just that one. And that's in accordance with section 5.68 of the Local Government Act. So can I have a mover and seconder for this motion, please? Moved by councillor Iapolo, seconded by councillor Wallace. Councillor Iapolo.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to talk at the end and just let other people talk first. Thank you.
Councillor Wallace.
Thanks, Mayor Cole. Look, I guess my view's changed on this since last week. I think some comments that Councillor Iapolo made in the chamber and some clarifications from Councillor Alexander and from the administration during the week has changed that. And yeah, I am satisfied that the interest as declared by Councillor Alexander is so trivial or insignificant as to be unlikely to influence his decision-making in this matter, and would be happy for him to be in the chamber for the debate and vote on the matter. Thank you.
Councillors, any further debate? Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this is at least the third time we've dealt with this issue. My position hasn't changed. I do appreciate the clarification that has been coming through from administration, from other councillors, and through my own inquiries with Walga. I did have extensive conversation with the Walga governance officer and explained the particular circumstances of this. So I'm satisfied that the advice I was given there was relevant in the circumstances. I think there has been some conversation about what it is that should be considered to be trivial or insignificant. But my position is that whether it's the interest or the matter at hand, both are not trivial or insignificant. I don't believe that owning a property in proximity to what is a fairly substantial change to the use of the park could be considered so trivial and insignificant that it would not influence the councillors' decision-making. And in saying that, it's not about a particular council member, it's about what a reasonable council member would have to take into account. So on that basis, I'm not supportive of Councillor Alexander's participating or voting on the matter.
Councillors, any further comments? Can I just speak, because I know that there was some concern about whether the relationship between the proximity interest and whether we're talking about the relationship between the proximity interest and the interest being so trivial or insignificant and what that meant. So along this journey, I do need to be clear, we've never really had to delve so deeply into proximity interests, and through this process, I think we've all sought to get the best advice we can at the time. And as we've gone, that advice has become deeper and more detailed and very informing. And I can think we all know a lot more about proximity interests in the depths of detail than we probably ever did before, having to have this as something we've considered on a regular basis or in my time previously at all. So the point is that the interest is relevant to the members' proximity interest, and is that proximity interest so trivial and insignificant as to not impact on the members' conduct in relation to the request. That for me is quite clear that this is a significant interest to people living around Hyde Park. We did allow Councillor Alexander to speak at the December meeting, and I felt that did sort of point to the fact that there were concerns and issues around things like traffic and deliveries. These are the sorts of considerations that we all have to consider as council members when dealing with proximity interests. And my desire is that these things are all treated with the highest of scrutiny and fairly. And I believe that, similar to what has been said, that this cannot be seen from my perspective as being so insignificant and trivial, given that the change in the kiosk, is a change in the park. It's about, we're talking about awarding a tender, we're talking about changing, we're talking about a motion that has surrounded council decision that was made in December. And I have given this a depth of thought and have read Councillor Alexander's email, considered his comments, and my view is that it is not so trivial and insignificant that the proximity interest should basically, I guess I look at what I would do in this situation, and my comfort level would be that I would not participate. And I respect Councillor Alexander's ability to request our consideration, and I have considered it in some detail after multiple rounds of advice, which I've taken on board and given serious consideration to. Sorry, that was a bit wordy, but I think you get the point. Councillors, any further comments? Councillor Apollo.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try and keep this brief, but I just want to reiterate some of the comments I made last week at the briefing session. I think this is really not about Councillor Alexander. It's not about Hyde Park. It's about councillors understanding the legislation in relation to something that's pretty important, and that's a declaration of interest. And what's clear in the legislation is that if there weren't situations where a councillor's interest could be trivial, and where the nature of that interest being trivial would not adversely affect the councillor's position to be impartial and make a decision in the best interests of the community and the issue at hand, then the legislation would not contain a clause, an outlet, where councillors would still be allowed to talk on a subject in the circumstances where it's considered trivial, and where that person would be capable of still making an impartial decision. So I think that it doesn't really matter about what other people would do in the circumstances. What's happened here is that Councillor Alexander has declared a proximity interest, of which he's obligated to do. And then the question beyond for this council is to determine whether the matter is trivial, and whether in so being trivial, whether Councillor Alexander is able to still form an impartial, or still be impartial and make an objective decision. And I haven't really heard any decisions, any rationale around this council that has been specific as to why this issue is not trivial. No one's really given, in my view, that opinion, but I know that this is a subjective decision, and each councillor is entitled to form its own view on that. I just wish that there was a bit more debate around the facts of the situation. But my position hasn't changed. I've read the legislation again. I do believe that this declared interest, not the issue, but the declared interest of Councillor Alexander is trivial, and that he is even reinforced by his standing and reputation and long career in public service, and being a member of the Order of Australia, that he is totally capable of making remaining impartial and not being influenced by the issue at hand. So I'm in support of him being able to participate and speak. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. That closes debate. So I'll put the motion that council allows Councillor Alexander to participate through debate and voting on items 10.3 and 12.5. All those in favour? All those against? Declare the motion lost. Councillors, we have had a number of items raised by members of the public gallery this evening, so those will be pulled forward for debate and debated in this order: 12.5, 10.4, 9.2, 9.1 and 10.3. In addition to those items, are there other items that council members wish to pull forward for debate?
Point of order, Mayor. Can I be informed of the result?
Executive Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The outcome was that your request was not to participate in items 10.3 and 12.5 was not approved by council.
Were there any significant issues that were given?
We've made a decision, Councillor Alexander.
So no significant issues. Okay.
That's not what I said. I said the decision has been made and we're moving on now to order of business. So are there any items that you wish to bring forward other than those already raised? Councillor Apollo. I'll deal with that. Yeah. So that item's already been pulled forward. So yes, we have an approach to deal with that in more detail. But in addition to that, those items listed, are there any others you wish to debate? No items to pull forward because we're about to move items en bloc. So I just need to know, are there other items that you wish to debate and not have moved en bloc? Yes. 12.5, 10.4, 9.2, 9.1, 10.3. Would you like me to come back to you?
Sorry, could I just clarify that? Because I wanted to talk on motion 6 and motion 12. So that's included?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you will be able to speak to that. Councillor Wallace?
No, thank you, Mayor Cole.
Councillor Hallett? Councillor Gontaszewski? Councillor Castle? Councillor Warner? Councillor Alexander, we have got 12.5 already, but were there any other items on the agenda? I'm just going to double check because we have a list of amendments here. So I'll just also check that there aren't any that haven't been pulled out. Yep, all covered. Okay, thank you, councillors. Also just checking for majority decisions. There are none this evening. So can I please call for a mover and seconder for the en bloc items? Moved by Councillor Wallace, seconded by Councillor Warner. All those in favour? I declare the en bloc items carried. So the first item that was raised by members of the public gallery this evening was the responses to motions at the AGM of electors held on the 2nd of February 2022. This is item 12.5. The way that I'm proposing to deal with this is that we can treat this in a similar way that we have just done with our items of business, in that we can perhaps deal with motions by exception. So if there are motions that council members wish to pull out for discussion, and then the rest we could consider moving separately as a separate motion, if in effect on block. Before doing that, I just thought I'd also ask council members whether they had any very simple questions or clarifications on any motions that they may consider moving as recommended that may help do that on block, not items that you're intending to wish to speak to at length. But are there any questions that you'd wish to ask on any of the motions before we decide which ones might be moved as recommended? Councillor Wallace.
Thanks, Nicole. I just had a quick question on motion 6. There'd been previous correspondence on the issue internally that the city was planning to liaise with main roads about curb height along Charles Street. I wondered if those conversations had progressed at all. So if there's anyone from engineering to receive that question.
Here he is. Hello, Director and Manager.
Through you, Nicole, I'm not aware of any discussions that have taken place recently, so nothing specific. I don't know whether the manager of engineering has got anything to add, but I don't think there's been any more discussions.
Through you, Mayor Cole, Main Roads are doing some concept plans for changes to Charles Street, but they haven't got to that level of detail with respect to curb heights and footpaths, etc.
Do they know our views and concerns around curb height then, and will we be able to provide input through their design phase process?
Through you, Mayor Cole, yes, we have made them aware of our concerns about the curb height and the fact that there's very minimal curb height currently. So that will be taken into consideration with any design they come up with the intersection. And we will get an opportunity to comment on the design once it's progressed to, it's currently on the 15%, Councillor Wallace, so we're hoping we'll get something from them shortly.
Thank you.
Any other questions or clarifications of a more minor nature? Okay. So if I could just ask council members then to indicate of the 15 motions, noting that motion 13 will need to be already pulled out because of interest. Are there any other motions that council members wish to debate? Councillor Apollo, which motions would you like to debate?
1 through 6, 9, 11, 12, 13.
Councillor.
No, they've been called out already. Thank you.
Councillor Hallett, Councillor Gonchaszewski.
Same. We'll take.
Sorry, 8.
No, sorry, mine was already taken. That's fine.
Yeah, 9. So was it 8 or just 9?
I was just after 2.
Yes, can you just, sorry, I didn't hear you very well. Can you just state which numbers?
Just motion 2.
2. Okay, yep, that's covered. Okay, not 8. No, okay. Councillor Gonchaszewski, Councillor Castle, Councillor Warner, Councillor Alexander.
Just for certainty, motion 6 and motion 12, I think they've already been mentioned.
Yes. Checking the amendments just to make sure.
Sorry, Mayor, just with regard to motion 15, given that the other item on the agenda related to power has been withdrawn due to a proxy, do we also need to do the same for motion 15 and defer it to next meeting?
This is, for me, I read this as separately. This is about saying that when we trim trees, we would normally trim the trees under power lines, and that this motion is requesting that that we also trim trees that aren't under power lines. I don't think it's, yeah. Do you have any different perspective on that?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I believe you've adequately explained it. I don't think an interest applies to that.
Okay, so Executive Manager, just to check with you, I had 7, 8, 10, 14 and 15. Yep, okay. So just to frame the motion appropriately. If we put the motion that council notes and endorses the responses provided by administration to the general business motions numbers 7, 8, 10, 14 and 15 carried at the annual meeting of electors held on Wednesday, the 2nd of February 2022 for the reasons outlined in the report. You want to withdraw 10? Did anyone else want 10? Just for clarity, that is the AGME promotion. Okay, well, thank you. All right, I'll go through that again. Sorry, you're saying you want to pull that out for debate. Okay, all right. Okay, so councillors, the motion is that council notes and endorses the responses provided by administration to the general business motions numbers 7, 8, 14 and 15 at the AGME on Wednesday, 2nd of February for the reasons outlined in the report. Can I have a mover and seconder for this motion? Moved by councillor Warner, seconded by councillor Castle. Assuming there's no debate, given that that's been highlighted already, so I'll put it. All those in favour? I declare that carried. So that means that we will just move through the remaining motions sequentially. So motion 1, footpaths. Can I please have a mover and seconder for the item? Do we need a form of words for each item? Okay, so this is that council notes and endorses the responses provided by administration to the general business motion number 1 carried at the AGME, etc. Can I have a mover and seconder to this item? Moved by councillor Arpolo, seconded by councillor Gontaszewski. Councillor Arpolo.
Thank you. I just have some questions to start with. I did send some questions. I guess my first question to administration is, did I actually receive a response to the questions I sent through on Friday? There were 9 in total. I'm happy to go through each of those now, but just in case I missed it somewhere in the flurry of emails that have happened since then, could I just confirm whether I actually indeed received a response somewhere in the materials?
So you may call so the item is substantially an engineering one. I believe that you did get all the answers, but I can't guarantee it. As you said, there was such a flurry of emails. I can't guarantee that every single question was answered, but I thought, and I think that it has been. So that's my answer.
Okay, I don't have anything in my possession, so I might just run through the questions. The first question, which I guess it's difficult now, but my first question was, to actually receive a copy of the last triennial qualified and independent asset management consultant's report for road and footpath condition survey that was conducted in 2020. The reason for the question is just because in the administration's response to this question, it relied heavily on this triennial survey / audit that's done on footpaths, and because a lot of the reliance was placed on this piece of work that's done every 3 years, it really cuts to the heart of the residents' question in relation to the manner in which the administration manages footpaths as an asset, and the resulting maintenance plan that is, I guess, based off that triennial survey.
Through my call. So is the question, have you received it? I mean, I can't, as I said, I can't guarantee you have received it. I can confirm that the inspections have been done. You're right, our maintenance programs, our renewal programs are based on those inspections, which are done by an external consultant. I think the manager of engineer might be able to confirm that as well. So we certainly have the documentation. But as I said, I'm not sure that you've received it.
In the absence of receiving it, should administration maybe just talk me through high level what that report is covering, the nature of the consultant's expertise, and how it is used within administration, just in the absence of actually reviewing it myself? Perhaps you could just give us a 2-minute summary of the report.
Through you, Mayor Cole. How's the best way to describe it? Basically, we engage a independent consultant who physically inspects every road and footpath and condition rates them on a known or standard scale that is set by the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australia. That is downloaded into a software package that is off-site. We don't actually have the ability to maintain it. It's called RAM. We engage them to then upload the information and then do the assessment, and essentially they then give us a report on the condition rating of all the footpaths, and takes into consideration all the components of the footpaths and then grades them accordingly. It will tell us individual locations. So if it's in a poor condition, it will actually highlight that, or if it's a whole section of footpath, it will highlight that as well. And then it's up to us to determine what's the priority given the budget constraints. So obviously we don't have an unlimited budget in respect to that. So we have to then prioritise which footpaths we're going to replace, or renew rather, to use the correct terminology. And we use the report generated out of RAM as the basis for doing that.
Okay, and so given that the report is done every 3 years, in the administration's report recommendation, it referred to the fact that the maintenance plan stems from that triennial survey. And so I guess my question is, if we don't know about the budget that we have, how is it that you link the actual survey results with the annual maintenance plan, both capital and operating, to work out exactly what the priorities are when obviously the budgets are approved annually, and you won't have that information when you're doing your 3-year plan?
Through you, Mayor Cole. The maintenance is is determined essentially on an annual basis. I mean, the actual printout will tell us what our long-term aspirations are in respect to the footpath network. But obviously things change in the course of 3 years. Builders damaging footpaths, other issues arise, tree roots pushing them up. So we tend to use the printout for the renewal program, the longer term, bigger program. And you're right, the budget, we're trying to constrain the budget and use it to do the most critical paths, the ones that are considered a condition 4 or 5, with 5 being the worst. Obviously, if we had a greater budget, which we're proposing in the current budget round, we can then do more footpaths and essentially bring the network back up to a more acceptable standard. But we obviously do have budget constraints, and we are well aware that we don't have an unlimited ability to do all the footpaths probably in the period that we would prefer.
Okay. Next question is really, all these are around the residents' questions in the motion. Is there a process by which you take that survey and then have some type of action plan and a feedback loop to actually tick off the actual works completed against that action plan based on the latest triennial survey? And this is really designed to give the residents who raised this motion some confidence that there is a process behind the nature of their concerns in relation to footpaths.
We certainly use the data to form the plan, but we don't normally consult with the residents per se. We tend to find that if we did, the residents want the majority of the capital works on renewal program concentrated in a particular area. And we're obviously felt aware that there is a requirement across the city. So there's also that balancing act as well, that we don't prioritise one area over another. But we don't consult specifically with the residents, but we certainly use the data to form the renewal plan.
Okay, I guess from a resident's perspective, would it be safe to say that administration would attend to all issues identified in the triennial survey over the next 3 years?
Through you, Mayor Cole. No, it still comes back to priority because things change over that 3 years. So we have other issues arise in that period, and we would attend, and obviously, depending on the severity of the damage or the issue, we would attend to them as the priority. So, and also the grading. I mean, there's that point where at what stage do you renew a footpath? Do you allow it to get down to a level 4 because you've still got a serviceable footpath, and so you're not expending money unnecessarily? So we have to judge that as well.
Okay, given that you're saying that it all comes down to budget, and so it's quite probable that the issues identified in a particular triennial survey won't be covered off within a 3-year period. Does administration have some idea about the total length of footpaths within the city, the local government industry averages for annual maintenance per footpath kilometre? Are we within those bounds so that residents have some reasonable idea that we are at least comparative or comparable with the asset maintenance plan that other local governments would have in relation to footpath maintenance?
Through you, Mayor Cole, we have 244 k's of footpaths. Majority of streets have one on both sides of the road. In respect of the industry average, data is published annually by Wolga, so I can certainly access that and provide you with comparison between ourselves and other local governments.
One of the other questions that the residents had outlined in their submission, of which administration's recommendation is not supported, was whether there is a register for resident reporting in of faults of certain footpaths. So I guess my question is, do we maintain something like that? So when a resident calls in with a complaint about some damaged footpath, that is indeed recorded on some type of register and presumably used as an input into the data that it's available during the triennial survey?
Through you, Mayor Cole, the answer is yes, we do. We have customer action requests. So every damaged footpath is logged. So we actually know how many there are on an annual basis. Amongst all the flurry of questions, I thought we'd actually included some information on the number of reports since January 1st of this year, including the number that have come from the public, the number of results of service authorities, and the number that were reported internally by staff for requiring action as well.
Thank you. I've only got 2 more questions. One of the resident in this motion specifically raised the issue about the accessibility of footpaths during construction, immediately adjacent to a particular building site. What's the city's policy on that in terms of preserving accessibility for residents But is there requirements during a construction phase for builders to somehow preserve the accessibility of a footpath immediately in front of a construction site?
Through you, Mayor Cole, there is, but it's rather onerous process in order to make sure that builders comply. So essentially, once we're aware of a damaged footpath, we have to give them the first right of refusal to fix it, and they've got 14 days to do so. And at the end of the 14, we have to do that in writing, by the way. At the end of that 14 days, we'll go back and re-inspect. If nothing's happened, we have to then enter in discussions with them. And we also require them, if we're holding a works bond over the site, to release the works bond for us to make good the footpath. At the very least, what we tend to do in those situations is actually rip up the damaged concrete and try and put a temporary one, whether it be crushed limestone, compacted limestone or road base, until such time as the development's finished, in which case we then put the onus on the builder to put a new footpath abutting the property that the damage is at.
Thank you. My last question relates to whether we have an indication about the number of reported incidents in the current financial year, where, and incidents I mean where residents or walkers have reported damaged footpaths that may have caused injury. Do we have an idea about the quantum of those types of events, and whether, second part of the question is whether there's any compensation claims that have been made for injury caused by damage to a footpath?
Through you, Mayor Cole, similar to the cars request, obviously someone has a fall and results in injury rather. They certainly let the city know, and that then goes through our insurers at LGIS. We log every claim or potential claim as well, so they're aware of it. And it really depends on whether they can claim against the injury is under the fees and law, whether we're aware of the problem. They've tripped over, if we are, then yes, we obviously are liable. But if it's been created by a third party and we're unaware of it, then it's a bit more of a grey area. And it goes through the process with LGIS, and they'll then make the determination if the claim's worthy or not.
I'm sorry, so what is this, like under 10 incidences like this in terms of injury, just as give me a broad number?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Cole, yeah. My understanding it would be less than 10, fewer than 10. But I can check that tomorrow just to confirm that.
Okay, thanks. That's all questions. I'm happy to, if the council wants to move to debate.
Well, through you, Mayor Cole, just to note that on page 38 of the briefing notes, we had the damaged footpath report statistics included, which was 24 repair requests received from the public since the start of this year.
Councillor Uplow, are you going to speak to the motion as the mover?
In terms of debate?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Your
I don't know if there's any other questions from anyone else.
well, we're sort of just doing standard now, so.
Okay, yep. So thanks for the responses to those questions, and sorry for people in public gallery who had to endure that. These questions were asked, albeit quite late on Friday, and I appreciate that administration has a heavy schedule in terms of the agenda on tonight's meeting as to why they weren't able to respond to those questions prior to the meeting. I guess just to talk to this motion, look, I take all these motions incredibly seriously from residents. This is the only time annually that they are able to, put something immediately in front of council. These are obviously issues that is very important to each of them. And so I think it's important to, consider each of them in turn. I do acknowledge what administration has said in its response to this, that it doesn't recommend, it's not recommending the motion purely because of the costs related to what's being proposed here. I would have liked the opportunity to depose the report, the triennial report from 2020 to give myself a better idea. But I guess at this point, based on the responses received, there seems like there's a reasonable process in place to, monitor the footpaths, their condition. I think it's a very important part of the service that the City of Vincent provides. It's probably one of the it's not a sexy area, but it's important in terms of your serviceability to community. So at this stage, I probably tend to agree with administration on this one for the time being, but I will, for the benefit of the resident that proposed the motion, invest some time in looking at the report and getting a further idea as to whether there could be some improvements in this area to address some of the issues in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Apollo. Seconded by Councillor Gonchevsky.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, just for information, in relation to the budget, I mean, the city does have a program of proactive inspection of footpaths, and we're undertaking more inspections in 2023 to set that program. We are increasing our budget in this area over the course of the current corporate business plan. It was 446K in 21-22, 594K next financial year, up to 604 in 23-24. I think it's recognised that this is important work. We have an accessible city strategy that prioritises pedestrians over single vehicle transport, and I think it's really reasonable that we increase our spending in this area to improve the pedestrian experience. However, I guess like Councillor Opolo, I think that we can, that is a plan that's already in place, and we need to perhaps look at what the next assessment says in relation to the scope of works required. We also do need to have a discussion in relation to the level of service of our assets. This is a task that has come out of our asset management and sustainability strategy. We're starting with buildings, but we do also need to look at our other significant asset base. In terms of parking, we do have a system where rangers do proactively patrol to identify vehicles that are parked contrary to local laws. And this financial year, the city did engage additional rangers on a trial basis to provide a higher level of service, specifically in response to resident and business complaints. And I understand that there was some issues in recruiting towards those positions, but my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected at any point, is that that recruitment has been completed. So we should be receiving some more information in relation to the relationship between increased staffing levels and the ability to proactively respond to resident-generated parking concerns. I'm also going to have to go back to my notes on this, but I do recall that I'm pretty sure it was in response to an amendment that I moved to what, I'm not sure, that we were going to be looking at developing a transparent and consistent process in relation to when residents raised concerns about traffic and speed and parking. So that's certainly something we can touch base with administration on. I do just want to say, in terms of trees and greening protruding onto footpaths and creating a safety issue, I think there's a tension here because greening serves a number of other purposes that aligns with our strategic direction. So we do have a proactive program of tree pruning, and individual reports can be provided where trees or greening inhibit footpaths and may pose an individual safety risk. But I am not supportive of this element of the motion in relation to swinging the pendulum away from greening. I don't think it's warranted in terms of the overall risk posed, as long as we've got a process that can identify and action individual risks. So I'm supportive of the recommendation in relation to this motion, but this is an area that the city on a number of fronts has given consideration to and is taking action on over the life of our coming corporate business plan. Thank you.
Councillors, any further debate on motion 1? Councillor Warner.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw attention to one thing that the resident did mention in this, is the that he suggested that the the council basically embraces technology to create a service for people to be able to report things. And the admin response has been that there is the snap, send, solve feature. I have to say I'd never come across this in the past, so I'm wondering if I'm completely unaware of it, if that's also the case for a number of other people, and if that's maybe something that we can highlight and make more accessible to people, so that if it is a quite a simple case of snap, send, solve, then maybe that can alleviate some of the issues for people.
I'm just wondering if there could be a response to Councillor Warner. Perhaps this is something that needs to be dealt with through the communications team.
Through you, Mayor Cole, yeah, we are reviewing the use of the website and how we can better highlight some of the reporting tools available to residents for exactly this purpose, including the snap, send, solve function.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any further debate on motion 1? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to motion 2. The same set of words, but we apply that to motion 2. So could I have a mover and seconder for motion 2, please? Moved by Councillor Hallett, seconded by Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very supportive of the intent behind this motion. I think these are some issues that have been bubbling away in the city for the time that I've been on council. I and a bunch of other councillors have asked clarification on a few occasions around when street trees are replaced with non-natives and the circumstances in which that decision is made. I think in general, all of these items are well aligned to our sustainable environment strategy and our greening plan. And I would like to, and so I don't support the recommendation as is, and I'd like to flag an amendment that I'll propose to move bullet point 10 and 11 into the supported or out of the not supported.
Thank you, Councillor Hallett. I'll just go to the seconder first. Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I think that I'm largely supportive of the intent behind the motion that's been put by the ratepayer. I do think that we need to do better in terms of our delivery of native species in city-owned land in particular. It's something that we encourage, as was pointed out in the public gallery, that we encourage through a lot of our other activities. And I think that we need to make sure that our systems that are in place don't actively discourage or reduce the amount of native species that are being planted. My observation of the application of the street tree tool is that it's been quite limited given the hurdles that need to be overcome before it's even consulted. And I'm not sure that I fully agree with the approach to give priority to existing street tree themes, because on that basis we may never move to a situation of more native species on our verges. So I'm interested to hear the amendment that's going to be put forward, and supportive in general of what Councillor Hallett's outlined, and I would definitely be supportive of a more balanced consideration of this residents' motion to ensure we're working towards a goal of a higher number of native species in the city.
Councillors. Councillor Gondaszewski.
I just want to say that, whilst the point 1 of this motion, I don't think that we currently have a target for native versus exotic planting, so I don't think we can measure our success yet. So, but I would like to know, I'm not personally into themes at the expense of other objectives, so I don't really accept that having something look neat and tidy and consistent is okay if it doesn't meet the bar in terms of shade or habitat. Visual amenity can be quite subjective, but the circumstances that improve pedestrian amenity are more universally understood. So I'm inclined to think that including a target is a reasonable idea, and that this would be considered in the next street tree policy and greening plan review. From the briefing notes, I understand that the street tree policy is due for review in 2023, which is the time that the greening plan expires. So I think that this is certainly something that can be given some attention in the coming round of policy setting on this matter.
Councillors. Councillor Apollo.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to, I guess, table that there were some questions that I asked behind the scenes, just so that the relevant person who proposed this motion, that I have asked administration for information about the nature of the species within each street of City of Vincent, and I was pleased to receive quite a comprehensive spreadsheet that outlined that. I also asked for the tree selection tool, which I haven't gone right through yet, but I wanted to try and test myself as to that whether that was biased in terms of exotic species over other, what do you call it, natural species, native. Thank you. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I have tried to ask some questions behind the scenes, which is important for the public to know. Probably the only observation I'd make from all that is that it's all basically managed in a series of Excel spreadsheets. And I think that, if anything could come out of this, I'd hope that administration would look at perhaps using some type of CRM database to, collating and holding that information, because I think there's always a chance with the way in which it's currently managed that you might not get consistency in the decision making through use of, I guess, somewhat disjointed Excel spreadsheets. But point being, from what I did receive, it looks quite comprehensive, and yes, there's improvements to be made, but I'm sure that will come in time.
Councillors, Councillor Hallett.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I propose an amendment?
Yes.
I'll just split them. I'd like to propose to move bullet point 10 out of not supported into supported, which is the one related to the tree selection tool.
Thank you, Councillor Hallett. I think you have a seconder. Is that correct, Councillor Castle? Yes, you have a seconder. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is just in relation to making the tree selection tool public. I think as a general principle, all tools and instruments that guide decision-making by the city should, wherever possible, be made transparent to the community so that assumptions can be clarified and to support continuous improvement. The tree selection tool was generated through a process of community engagement, and there's significant community interest in the levers that contribute to increased canopy and greening. And I think the people in the community would appreciate seeing how this might be guiding what we're choosing to put in plants.
Thank you, Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm supportive of this amendment, largely for the reasons outlined by Councillor Hallett. I remember being at the consultation when the street tree selection tool was developed, and there was a lot of community interest and input into that. And I think that it is appropriate that the outcome of that and the matrix that is used to determine which street trees are selected is appropriate to be shared with the community.
Thank you. Any further comments on the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. Yes, you do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm thankful for the amendment proposed by fellow councillor. I think that and I'm glad that the administration has no objection to that amendment, even though in the original report, I think that it seemed like there was some, they weren't supporting something similar in relation to the street tree selection tool. But I'm glad that given the rationale proposed by Councillor Hallett has been put forward, that everyone seems to be in agreement. And I think this is a good amendment. It really talks to the heart of what the residents' concern is in their motion, and that is they just want more understanding and transparency about some of the decisions the City of Vincent is making on this subject. And I think that having the tree selection tool accessible to the public kind of addresses a big part of what really talks to the heart and soul of what the motion is trying to get at.
Any further comments on the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. We're back to the substantive. Councillor Hallett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to propose another amendment to move number 11 into supported, which is in relation to having a target of 75% of street trees planted from this year onwards to be Australian native tree species.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Castle. Go ahead, Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. I think that the rationale for this is pretty clearly articulated within the entire motion that Mr. Main put forward. So I can't add to that. I think that there's a lot of biodiversity benefit and aesthetic benefit from native trees, and I think we should be prioritising this. I think that a 75% is probably a bare minimum, and I look forward to us reviewing the policy more broadly and perhaps going beyond that.
Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, also supportive. I think that it's important that if we have a priority for greening and for sustainability, that which includes the planting of native trees and plants, that it's appropriate that we actually have a target to meet this. Otherwise, there are not the same incentives to ensure that that happens. So I'm supportive of this.
Councillors, Councillor Gontaszewski.
Oh, I don't want to nitpick, but can I ask if anyone in administration is aware if we set this target through this process, if it is in contravention with an existing approved council policy in relation to street trees? Anyway, that's my question.
Yeah, through my call, I think the outcome of changing 11 to supported, which we've got no objection to, by the way. I know the Parks have no objection to that, is that we would need to change the policy, I think. Policy guides us in what we would select using the street tree selection tool. This changes the goalpost somewhat, so we would need to bring that policy review forward and change those the way in which we select trees. I think things like street tree themes, etc. We have to really look at them. So we need that direction from council in terms of a policy to achieve the target. I think is a simple answer. I think Sarah, the Parks Manager, is nodding. I think she wanted to add anything, Sarah. No, she's frozen. She's not nodding. She's frozen. So, I think she was nodding before she froze up.
Critical moment for our acting Parks Manager, Sarah Hill. Does anyone want to call Sarah, perhaps, Director, to have?
Well, through your call, we've already discussed it, and you know this likelihood, and she's of the same opinion that we are currently guided in our choice of trees by the policy. So introducing a target of 75% natives, which we have no objection to, requires a change in the policy. Otherwise, to achieve that target, we may have to ignore the policy to get there, if that makes sense. So we do need to review the policy quicker than 2023. If, let's just say we apply this from the 1st of July, then we will need to look at the policy sooner, I think. Sarah's back.
Manager, we were just talking about the potential flow-on effects of agreeing that the city will have a goal of at least 75% of street trees planted from this year onwards to be Australian native tree species, and how that would work with existing policy requirements. Do you wish to comment on that?
Yes, through you, Mayor Cole. Apologies, my internet just dropped out. But yeah, I believe if we wish to have a 75% native tree planting goal, we would need to review the policy, predominantly because the policy currently states that we will plant trees in line with the current tree themes. Obviously, a lot of those might be exotics, so we would need to review specifically that policy statement, I think, if we'd want to meet the goal of 75%.
And then the implication of that, Sarah, that would then be advertised for community comment if it's a policy of council?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You have a question?
Thank you, Mayor.
More questions coming, so don't freeze.
So just the question is, do we have before we vote on this amendment from Councillor Hallett, what do we have an idea about what the percentage is currently?
From a review we did recently, it was about a 50% split between exotics and natives in residential and streetscapes, but there was a 95% native planting percentage in parks.
So overall, would we have a an indicative percentage? The reason I'm asking is, you know, as the way that this amendment is drafted, I'd have some concern if you bring 11 as recommended as it's currently worded. It says from this year onwards. And clearly, I think we would need to be talking about FY23 because this year is, you know, this, I don't know what this year means, whether it's the current year or this next year. So that needs some clarification. But also, I guess the root of my question to administration is there a lead time? If there is a change in policy, do we purchase trees in advance a certain number of months? What's the lead time for a change of this? Because that would guide councillors to when you might want to implement a particular, you know, quantitative percentage.
I think we realistically would not be able to meet that target this financial year, given that most of our projects have already been planned and a lot of the trees have been purchased. But I think we could aim for that target next financial year. We're still developing our specific greening plan projects, so could work towards that. And the policy review, or the street tree policy review, is due for 2023 as well. But I'm sorry, not familiar with the whole process, but I'm sure we could bring that forward if there was appetite from council.
And Sarah, when you talk about the policy, are you talking about the street tree policy or are you talking about the greening plan?
Sorry, yeah, I'm talking about the street tree policy. That's the one I believe that would affect our ability to deliver on the 75% target of natives, purely because it states that we will maintain current street tree themes. So I think that might make it difficult. So if we were to change that specific clause, then I think it would probably make it easier for us to achieve that.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Gontaszewski.
Thank you. Look, I'm just looking at the street tree policy and the current guidelines. I did a search for the word theme and it didn't come up within the document, but it does talk about using the street tree selection tool, a new tree species. If I could be, I have my attention drawn to the document I'm looking at, maybe not the, it's definitely giving me no theme. It's saying that, you know, the character of the locality. I guess I'm keen to support this motion in that.
Have you spoken to this amendment already?
No, I haven't spoken. I asked a question. This is my statement.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm keen to support this motion, but I obviously don't want to create any issues for the implementation. I have some concerns, share some concerns raised by Councillor Apollo. That said, if there's nothing in the street tree policy and I can't see it, so if I could have my attention drawn to a clause, that would be great. I'm inclined to support, but I did note in my statement on the substantive that I do feel as though this is something that could also be handled within the formal policy review process and of the policy and of the greening plan next year.
Yeah, sorry, it's probably not themes in terms of the policy. I've just pulled it up and I'm looking at it myself. And under guidelines, it's 2IIE. So to ensure consistency of street tree species in the applicable street, subject to community consultation where an entire street is to be planted.
And in a similar section, it's so I'm scanning through it as well, but 1 part 3, selection of new tree species will be undertaken using the street tree selection tool and to suit the character of the particular locality. So
I'm just through to
can I just make a suggestion, because this is really about sort of policy making on the run. Perhaps we need to consider a different amendment that could require council receive a further report on amending the street tree policy to have at least 75% of trees, etc. And that also then would mean that it would be advertised and the community could also have their say on that change. That's probably my deliberations on this item. I don't feel comfortable supporting the amendment as posed, because I do believe it's better that we do this in a considered way. We'll actually look at the policy clauses not on the run at a council meeting, but do that carefully and look at whether that also has any other implications in the greening plan. And it would be better to receive a report from administration on this to amend the relevant policy and then advertise that to the community. I support the intent and I think we should go in this direction, but it will create significant debate in the community. There's a lot of views around the love of the jacaranda and the many exotic species. So it is something that we really do need to advertise to the community and engage with them on, because this would be seen by some as a reasonably big change, particularly if we're moving away from street themes or however they're referred to in the policy, because I think there is an expectation, and this is, 8 years on local government, people are very passionate and particular about street trees. So I think this needs some airing in the community and discussion. And the best way to do that is to go through the process of amending the policy, advertising it, seeking feedback, making a considered decision. So in effect, I'm not supporting the amendment, but I would have support something that would come forward that would look at the review of the policy. Any further comments? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Or one in favour? Sorry, Councillor Castle in favour. All those against? The remaining council members against. Is there a further amendment? Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Castle, for leaving you on your own. Can I propose an amendment along the lines of what Mayor Cole has described?
I'll have another crack if that helps, Wendy. That council receive a further report on the review of the street tree and other relevant greening policies. That I've lost it now. That to have a goal of at least 75% of street trees planted to be Australian native, to have a goal or an aim of 75% of street trees to be Australian native tree species. Does that sound okay, Councillor Hallett, roughly? Okay.
Yes.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Castle. Any debate? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. So we're back to the substantive. Any further comments or amendments? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. So moving on then to motion 3. This motion concerns surveys and community feedback. Same wording as before, but insert motion 3. Can I please have a mover and seconder for this item?
Do we want to run through these motions with a priority based on public questions? Because I know that no one spoke to this one. And
yeah, that's a very good idea. Yeah. Thank you for raising that. So we'll go to motion 4, Colvin Lane, because that was raised. And this motion is that council install signage on Colvin Lane at the Strathcona Street end and another halfway up the lane, asking people to observe the 8-kilometre speed limit. Can I please have a mover and seconder to adopt motion 4 as recommended? Moved by Councillor Gondaszewski, seconded by Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Look, I think I appreciate that there may be some amendments coming forward for this, and I'm happy to consider those. I think I do certainly appreciate the concerns of the residents that have to enter onto Colvin Lane. We know that for the most part, our right-of-ways may be used by, in many occasions, they're just used by a handful of people a day. accessing their homes. This right of way is busy. And I think that the houses that do exit onto it were there long before it became busy. So we do have a design issue here. And I do appreciate that is causing concern within those residents. I think I've asked this before, but if we do have the manager of engineering, Craig's still on the line, have we considered, like, is the lane too narrow to put in like a curved mirror or something so that the residents that are coming out would be able to actually see people coming up the lane? Is there any physical intervention that could improve visibility, given that appears to be the design issue that is in play here, notwithstanding the concerns around speed?
Through you, Mayor Cole, the problem with mirrors is they're a vandal target. Now, these days they're not typically glass, so they don't shatter. You know, they're perspex, but yeah, they're always a target for graffiti and scratching. But I mean, it's doable. Yes, we could put something like that in there. It's just that we'd have to be on the basis that we'd be probably replacing it annually.
Okay, all right. And it wouldn't, I guess it's something that would need to be assessed in terms of impeding the right of way in terms of mounting it.
That's true as well, yeah. We wouldn't want to cause any further obstruction, because rightly or wrongly, with the Department of Training at the back there, they do have delivery trucks come through there, and any large vehicle is potentially going to hit the mirror depending on the placement of it.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I feel that this is something that the city has some limited ability to affect meaningful change. I think that a mirror could potentially do that, but I'd be concerned about that. I think that, however, the motion that was proposed from the resident, I can't support that, because I don't believe that it is a precedent that I think we need to set. I also appreciate that the wording is such that speed signs or signs for traffic need to be really short, sharp and quick, so that someone can get the message quickly. And so that's also part of the reason why I can't support this, despite it being a relatively minor intervention, but happy to consider amendments as they may come forward.
Councillors, Councillor Operator, did you second?
Oh, could I just ask a question?
I'll just have to go to the seconder first, and then I'll come back to questions. Seconded by Councillor
Nothing to add. Thanks, Michael.
Nothing to add. Sorry, Councillor Opera, are you happy if I go to Councillor Alexander for your question? Go ahead.
I might be missing the point here, but is there any reason why speed humps don't go in and slow the traffic down in a lane?
Through you, Mayor Cole, there's actually some speed humps there, Councillor Alexander. They're not sufficient height to make cars do 8 kilometres an hour, but then if we were to make them of that height, then I think it's going to create their own issues. One of them being potentially damaging the houses with the vibration every time potentially a delivery truck or a larger vehicle goes over them.
Yeah, that's good. I just seemed like the obvious solution. Obviously, it's not. Well, not so obviously.
Thank you, Councillor Opera.
Thanks. I just had two questions, which I think, from my understanding, remained unanswered. It's mentioned in the report that the legal enforceable speed limit is not 8 kilometres per hour. I just want to know, what is the legal enforceable speed limit?
Through you, Mayor Cole. Interestingly, in that area, it's probably in my answer somewhere, but anyway, just briefly, it's 40 kilometres an hour. The irony is that Strathcona is now 30 because it's on the safe active streets. And that's because, and the reason it's not 50, because it falls in the last remaining local area traffic zone in the metropolitan area of Perth. Because when the speed limit went to 50 Ks in 2001, Main Roads pulled them all out, and it was only through opposition of the people in that West Perth precinct or the Cleaver precinct that the 40 K remains there. So to answer your question, it's 40 kilometres an hour.
Have we done anything to try and change that? Because it sounds like it's clearly is inappropriate. Does administration have any powers to influence that decision? And have we done it?
Through you, Mayor Cole. Main roads will not consider a speed zone change. It's on a case-by-case basis. We'd have to then put a case for this one individually, and then do we set a precedence for all other rights of way within the city, and we have 260 odd of them. That because they won't do it a blanket change either, because that implies it's a legislative change. They'll consider a case-by-case basis, and we then have to, and that would based on criteria such as pedestrian activity, number of vehicles, rationale behind it. It's not to say they wouldn't, it's just that it's going to be resource intensive if we go down this path.
Has administration made any attempts to actually record the average speed limit through this lane?
Through you, Mayor Cole, yeah, we have. The data's out there in one of those pages somewhere. From recollection, the 85th percentile speed, which is the maximum speed 85% of the drivers are travelling at, is 20 kilometres an hour. And the average speed, and this is off the top of my head, is 16.2. So obviously they're going faster than the sign posted 8 kilometres, but 16.2 as an average speed is, in my view, is not excessive.
So that was my next question. So you're saying that administration's view is that that speed doesn't represent a safety risk. Is that what you're saying?
In a general sense, no, I don't think it's safe, because we, as previous answer, we do have existing speed humps there. And there's obviously, if someone's coming out or into their garage, the drivers are going to be more aware, and hopefully the same for the person exiting the garage.
Okay, my last question. Sorry, I asked more than two because it was coming off your responses. But the second question I had was, what other options has administration considered, if any, to address the alleged safety issues within Culver Lane that specifically may have been raised by residents in the past?
Through you, Mayor Cole, obviously the lane is narrow, so there's no ability to block the lane at one end and then still have it. So the residents can be able to get in and out, and all it does then is pushes them around onto the other leg of the laneway, which is equally narrow and potentially has similar issues. So we don't want to make it a significant change to one that then burdens the other.
My parting comment is it's perplexing that we can't do, like, if a resident's very concerned about something like this, I'm looking for other councillors to try and shed their opinion on this through the debate. But I'd hope that we can address this for long-standing residents who really feel that this is a safety issue.
Councillors. Councillor Warner.
Thank you. Councillor Iopolo, yeah, I agree. We need to be able to look into this. I'm wondering if it's easy enough for us to redo the painting that is on the ground with the speed limits that are the 8 kilometres an hour is painted, but it's quite faded. How simple that is just to try to fix that as our first response. And thank you to Ms. Smythe for her offer to contribute.
Through you, Mayor Cole, yeah, look, it is relatively simple to repaint it, and we're doing it on an annual basis almost, refreshing the 8 kilometre speed limit, but I'm certainly, well, I can list it to get refreshed, and same with painting the white on top of the speed humps, not because it makes them any harder to traverse, it just makes them more obvious and the drivers hopefully more cautious.
Councillors, Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I agree with Councillor Iopolo. I think it's quite important that we do look for solutions in this situation. We've heard the resident has been in council in the chamber on a number of occasions with concerns about the safety in this area. And I appreciate the comments that an 8 kilometre sign is unenforceable and sets a precedent that can't be sustained. But I think we should be exploring options that we can do. I would be supportive of repainting and perhaps adding more to that that design or to what is being painted if it was felt that that would increase awareness of this of the low speeds that are required in that area. So I'm not supportive of the motion as proposed by the resident, but I am supportive of us taking some action to try and increase the safety in this laneway. I'm not sure if there will be amendments coming forward, and I'll be interested to hear them debated if that's the case.
Councillors, we will need amendments. Can I just ask a couple of questions though? If we're going to look at things like a mirror, adding signage and repainting the 8 kilometres per hour on the road, I just wondered what the signage options would be, manager. Like, I know we have a variety that aren't regulation main road signage. Would there be, I mean, I think on my laneway I have no trucks, which is not followed, etc. But can we just maybe tell us about what some of the signage options could be?
Through you, Mayor Cole, I think what was suggested was a rather large and very wordy sign that was going to obstruct the verge of the people adjacent the right of way on the southern side, number 14, I think the house is. So I'm trying to think of a sign that would be relevant, that would be enforceable or would actually be meaningful, that doesn't take up too much room, because currently there is a whole raft of signs down there that weren't installed by the city, but we've chosen not to remove them. And I think that lies part of the problem, that people drive through there and think the signs are, to put it bluntly, quaint, but they don't actually have any meaning or enforceable. So I'm a little bit reluctant to suggest what sign, a regulatory sign, we could put up. I mean, as you said, with your right of way, no trucks, but once again, given that we've got the Department of Training at the back there, and it's also equally unenforceable if someone's getting their, Woolies delivery or whatever, they're going to use the laneway. So off the top of my head, I don't know of any sign that's going to be meaningful, but I'm happy to look into it and see if we can come up with something.
Councillors, then perhaps we need to look at seeking further investigation of additional signage, repainting of the 8 kilometre per hour on the street, and the investigation of a mirror. That would be a suggestion, but as you know, I cannot move amendments. Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to move an amendment along those lines, although I'd be grateful to receive some wording. I suppose that the amendment would be to delete. Can I ask a question? Would we be amending the motion as proposed or amending the recommendation?
The motion reads that we accept the recommendations. Let me just bring it up. It's not about the motions, it's about accepting the response to the motions.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be the council notes and endorses the responses provided by administration to general business motion number 4 at the AGME, blah, 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 with the addition of or with the exception of, etc. With the with the addition of administration undertaking further investigation into additional signage, repainting of the carriageway, and the addition of a safety mirror.
Did you get that, Wendy? Because that sounds good.
Okay, that's your amendment, Councillor Castle. Okay,
Yeah,
is there a seconder?
thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Warner. Any debate? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think, given it's a safety issue, I think I'd like to put a time frame around the response so that we can, council has a time frame for which that report is received, so that we can move on it, and rather just being left to an open date.
Councillor Castle, do you wish to add a time frame to your amendment?
I'm happy to put a time frame to it. Would 1 month be enough time for administration?
Through you, Mayor Cole, it'd be nice to have 2 months. There's a lot at the moment with the budget process, etc. So it'd be nice to have a little bit longer, if I'm honest.
Okay.
Reports have to be prepared quite far in advance.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I think then the wording would be to add to the end of that amendment to be reported to council no later than, what month are we now? April, June 2022.
Is the seconder supportive of the amendment? Yes. Okay, thank you. Any further debate on the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? It's adopted unanimously. So we're back to the substantive. Any further comments or amendments? Councillor Wallace.
Thanks, Michael. Look, I was quite interested by the comments from the manager about how easy it was to affect change around speed limit in the laneway. I definitely agree that 40 k's an hour is wholly inappropriate for that laneway, and I think that's reflected in the average and 85th percentile speeds that were measured there. Look, if the only thing holding back the city for applying for a reduced speed in that laneway is setting a precedent, I'm not particularly afraid of that. Like, this is a very unique laneway. It has, large commercial facilities coming off it with heaps of parking. That's a situation that's not repeated throughout the city. So in this instance, I would feel comfortable with us applying for an enforceable speed limit that's lower than the current 40 in that laneway. So I guess before proposing an amendment to that effect, I'd just put it back to the manager if there was any further objections to such an amendment.
Through you, Mayor Cole, I'm only hesitating because it really depends on our discussions with Main Roads, and they may have some other reason as to why they won't support it or won't consider it. So we'd have to have that discussion with them.
Through you, Mayor Cole, if I can add to that, usually the way it works is that we have to demonstrate to Main Roads that we can get the speeds down to that level. So let's just say we pick 10 kilometres an hour. Usually for them to consider a speed limit drop to 10 kilometres an hour, we would have to demonstrate through infrastructure changes that we could bring the speed down to that level for them to consider it. So that's traditionally what happens. I mean, we've got exceptions like our 40k zone where it's just signage, but normally they won't install a speed limit if they think it's not achievable or, the residents won't follow it. So we always struggle with that. So they would look for us to show how we would bring that speed down. I think what the manager said, the speeds, I forget exactly what they were. They're already quite low. So we could demonstrate the speeds that they currently are, and that's probably where they consider setting the speed limit if they would do it at all, would be my feedback.
Okay, thank you. If it's okay, Mayor Cole, I'd like to put forward a further amendment with a similar time frame to the one that just got passed, just requesting that the city does have that conversation with Main Roads about the suitability of a reduced speed limit within that laneway.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Apollo. Wendy, do you have a form of words there? That's okay, is it, Wendy? Oh, Wendy's showing us a form of words.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. That's the amendment before you. Any further comments? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We're back to the substantive. Are there any further comments or amendments on this motion? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? Declare the motion carried. Okay, so we'll go to, we've still got Beatty Park people here, yes. We'll go to motion 6, Beatty Park Reserve Wall. I'm just giving these short titles. So this is motion 6. So I will call for a mover and seconder on this item. Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. But this is an issue of long-standing. The city's undertaken works at Beatty Park over years and have assessed these as appropriate to mitigate the risk to adjacent properties of water ingress through rain events, and that risk has been assessed by the city as being at an acceptable level in the context of other risks the city currently face in this matter. The residents have advised it's their intervention in addition to the city works that has successfully mitigated the risk since the 2010 rain event. And this isn't something that I find it easy to get to the bottom of, but I do absolutely accept that the residents are there and that they don't want to be up in the middle of the night sweeping drains or feeling hypervigilant in the face of an approaching storm. And I understand that the residents have made these requests in some ways to allow them to stand down. What can be agreed on, I think, from all parties is that things have changed on the ground at Beatty Park Reserve since the last engineering review of the site. And to that effect, the city has undertaken an updated feature survey in recognition of this. It's clear and understandable that the 2010 rain event was incredibly traumatising for the residents of Far Avenue and very impactful. And I will be honest, I'm not necessarily sure that any intervention that the city takes will enable residents to sleep peacefully through the night when the sky's open. However, I do think it's reasonable to get an updated opinion prior to the instigation of future works in relation to the changed risk profile that would be on the ground after things like the removal of the pavilion. So in that regard, I would be supportive of considering an amendment that I believe has been prepared along those lines that would see the process commence this financial year. I'll allow the seconder to speak.
Councillor Alexander. You need to second the motion first. Do you wish to speak to it as a seconder, or do you wish to go? You can. Yeah, you can do that and then move your amendment.
Look, this has been going on since March 2010, so 12 years now. And some proposals of investigations and that would take another 10 years and we'd end up with something like 22. And the flooding issue has been recognised and traumatised the residents for many years, and the solutions have been recommended through the Emerge report. And, you know, some of us have got the Emerge report here, and I'm sure, you know, existing councillors have read it, and it's got a solution there. And also I understand that the design was actually done on the solution. And it's well documented that 150,000 was in the budget and then removed for some reason, and we're not sure why. The city states that any water runoff from residents, homes and blocks should be contained on that block. Yet the city's property at Beatty Park Reserve doesn't contain the runoff. And we've all probably seen that video of basically a river coming off Beatty Park, which has certainly surprised me. And it certainly shouldn't be inundating local residents' properties. And so this has been a project that's been delayed. And, you know, look, I think it's now time for some action. And Ashley Wallace and I went down there on Saturday afternoon and spent about an hour and a half talking to residents, listening to residents, and them explaining to us what was happening and also how they feel. And I must say I've got some empathy for how they feel, because in one of my homes we had a box gutter, and my wife would, as soon as it started raining, be lying awake because the box gutter would overflow and come down in our hall. And, you know, this trauma has just been going on for too long. And I think the City of Vincent has had opportunities, has made genuine efforts to do some things, but in the Emerge report, it's quite clear what they say. So it is clear. And then they talk about a once in a 100-year occurrence that this is. Well, you know, in this modern day of climate change, and I went to the effort to get out the recent years in rainfall in Western Australia. And no, certainly not necessarily once in 100 years, because in February 10, 2017, there was 74.7 millimetres. In January 16, 18, 90.2 millimetres. June 23rd, 2019, 43.7. August 10, 2020, 46. May 5, 2021, 55.9 millimetres. And I've got a copy of the recent Voice here with residents spending $750 to sandbag their own property, and which I suspect would have been inundated if they hadn't done that. And so what can also happen, and when I was chatting with the residents and Ashley, they talk about once in 100 years. Well, what happens if it rains one day and then it inundates the Beatty Park Reserve, and then it rains heavily the next day? And the answer to that is there's runoff. So that just does happen. Beatty Park's waterlogged, rains the next day, and it happens. The toilet block and the garden is gone, which soaked up water and blocked some rain. So along comes the merger report, $25,000 to the council, and 150K goes into the budget. So then there was design done, and then it was removed without any explanation. So I still haven't got to the bottom of who was responsible and why that came out, and why there was no explanations to the residents. So no reasons given. So with the merger report, you know, I definitely think that there should be some action, and I think it needs to happen straight away, because this has gone on since March 2010. We have residents who are traumatised and stressed, and it continues month after month, year after year. And we have a professional report which is a proper hydraulic analysis, and it's a comprehensive report. And on page 11, it recommends that option 5 is the one that will sort the problem, and that's when the City of Vincent decide to go ahead. I note, and the 4-year capital program that the City of Vincent has, and then I look at the budget, and nearly every year City of Vincent carries over $6 million of capital from one financial year to the other. I note that on one occasion in a recent council meeting, we had an issue with the lights at Britannia Reserve, and there was $320,000 found in savings, $100,000 from Leadable Oval and that sort of thing. We spent $25,000 on this report, and now we're recommending we spend another $7,500 on doing another report. So that becomes a total of $32,500. If the city had spent $40,000, another $7,500, the issue would be solved. So I don't think we can, as reasonable councils trying to look after our residents, start recommending more delays and more investigations, because it's getting a bit like a Monty Python play. So,
Councillor Alexander, do you actually want to move your amendment, because you
that's a good idea, Mayor Cole, because I was just about to do that. So thank you for your encouragement. So what I would like to recommend is note page 11 of the Emerge report, the summary, and recommend option 5. And I request that we look at agreeing to complete option 5 as recommended on page 11, which is an increased barrier within Beatty Park and connection to the downstream of the leisure centre drainage line. And B, fund this option 5 and all works required from any recent identified savings. And as I mentioned, we're carrying over $6 million. 2, develop a policy that clearly defines the city's responsibility in this space and identifies when it does become a force majeure, because I think there's another issue in this of being knowing where we are and where the council stands. But also, I think, just as a matter of courtesy and as a professional organisation, we need to please advise why the monies were taken out of the 2017-18 budget and who was responsible. I think that's I've been surprised that it's hard to get to the bottom of that. So that's what I would certainly like to see. And I think, just to wrap up.
Just before you do that, because I'll just go for a seconder. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Warner.
How am I supposed to, or how are we supposed to vote on an amendment when I've got questions about the substantive, that it would affect my vote on the amendment.
I didn't realise that you had questions, and you can ask them. You can ask the questions on the amendment
During the amendment debate?
Yes, you
Okay.
can. Yes, there's
Okay.
no prohibition on asking questions during amendments. So that was seconded by Councillor Warner. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Warner? Oh, sorry, I'll just go back to the mover. Had you finished speaking to your amendment?
Yes, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Warner.
Thank you. Look, my reasons are quite simple. The current situation at the Betty Park Reserve has been festering for over a decade, with promises made, undertakings given, some work progressing and nothing yet really resolved. And it's quite clear via the witness reports, photographs and videos, the properties at the rear of Emerson Street have experienced flooding issues and risks still remain. These issues have been brought to the council's attention many times and resulted in some work being completed, including a small retaining wall, the Claysbrook main drain upgrade, updated soak wells and the strapping of the drain pit lids. The Commission report in 2017 made suggestions of what could be done to what could be implemented to mitigate the risks, specifically the extension of the retaining wall. These measures were not fulfilled, and since then additional changes at the reserve have created even more potential risk factors. Right now, it appears that the onus is on the residents to mitigate the risks by keeping the drains clear, acting immediately, being basically on call in the for any rain event, and creating their own barriers. I accept that the residents are not the only ones within the precinct of Vincent who are susceptible to flooding, and as was demonstrated in July of last year in other parts of Vincent. But I also believe that the residents are also, I also believe they're partially responsible for their own flood mitigation, but I think you will find that they radically accept this responsibility, and it's probably the only reason why further major events have been avoided. We have the option to commission further reports, make further studies and assess the hierarchy of which flood-prone area to address, or we can actually move forward to spend more funds on another report after already spending $25,000. Doing this seems to me to be a bit of a waste of time and money. Our own sustainable environment strategy acknowledges that we live in a time of global climate emergency with increasing damaging storm events. The past couple of months have shown horrific scenes on the East Coast, which have made a mockery of the once in 100 years categorising of weather events. And only days ago, the impact of the iconic Bondi Beach by climate change was making headlines. Resources and funds have been spent on this reserve, but not enough to resolve the problems. And I believe we have a duty of care to our residents, to our environment, and to our open spaces to do the best we can to mitigate these issues. And it appears these were pending before some sort of cancellation in October of 2021. I don't believe it would be an overinvestment to address these issues, and I don't want to risk the wrath of the Game of Thrones fans, but winter is coming and I feel like we need to act now, or this situation will simply continue, these discussions will continue and the risks will remain. We need to sort this out and move on to our next list. We've got a hell of a list of things to do. We've stated to achieve the targets in the City of Vincent's Sustainable Environment Strategy 2019 to 2024 that we intend to work collaboratively with the community and other key stakeholders and to lead by example in our operations. So I really think it's time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warner. Further comments? Councillor Gonchevsky and then Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. I just have some questions in relation to the amendment. Does the city understand point 3 in relation to the amendment to be where it refers to this space? Is this space being taken to mean Beatty Park, or this space taken to mean flood mitigation and rain events, drainage, etc.?
Might just go to the mover of the motion. Councillor Alexander, in clause 3 of your amendment, it talks about defines the city's responsibilities in this space. Are you speaking of issues like climate mitigation responses, or are you talking about the physical space being Beatty Park Reserve?
Oh, Councillor Alexander, you're on. No, mic's not on, so I can't hear you.
Sorry, Councillor Konachevsky.
Just if we could define responsibilities in this space, whether it's the location of Beatty Park or whether it's more about taking measures to talk about more about climate mitigation, climate adaptation measures.
Well, we're talking about two?
Part three.
Three.
Develop policy that clearly defines the city's responsibilities in this space.
Sorry, I've got that as two in what I've got here. So develop a price that clearly defines the city's responsibilities. So at what stage in this world you can get some catastrophic things that do happen, and sometimes the council is not responsible for that. So, we need, I think we need to move urgently and sort out the issue at Beatty Park. But I think in conjunction with this, we really need to look at what and when and why in the future events will the city and the residents be responsible for.
Okay, so it's about responsibility for example, damage caused through force majeure events.
Yes,
okay,
correct.
Thank you. Councillor Gondaszewski.
Okay, thank you. Look, I just, before I speak on the amendment, I'd just like to get some commentary from administration on the blue item in Docs on Tap. It says that it'll be provided verbally at the meeting.
Yes, through my call. Yeah, I think that was, I'm not sure when we received this amendment, so there was no opportunity to fill in. So we're happy to answer questions. I think the key thing, if I can speak, is that the merge report talks about option 5 being a viable option and reducing the risk, and I think we all agree with that. But it's not just a case of building the wall; it does require a design. So the $7,500 that is quoted in various bits of paperwork, that is to essentially move to the next stage and properly design the wall that will work and test that. So we can't just build a wall. So if you read it more clearly, and it's all consultant speak, but it will require, we've done an updated survey. So we have a survey of reserve, the levels, etc. So we've got that, but there will be a need, another stage to actually properly design the wall to ensure that it does work. So, we can't just jump to building a wall. We can do we can do that piece of work quite quickly as long as the merge can. But we couldn't just build a wall tomorrow, I think is the simple comment I would give based on what I've seen and heard the discussion.
Thank you. So I guess from what you've just said, and my reading of the wording of the motion is that the wording of the motion ultimately would not preclude a design being undertaken. It just it gives permission for that design and construct work to occur. Look, really interestingly, I'm doing some training at the moment on clinical practice improvement, and Councillor Alexander's debate just then has made me go to my notes, and this thing that I underlined as a proud proponent of evidence-based practice, it was one of the key failures of evidence-based practice is the failure to implement what we know while we explore what we don't know. And I'm moved by the debate so far, and I'm satisfied to support the amendment without putting any additional hurdles in place to between, for example, a report and then being commissioned and then needing to come back to council and additional funds. I find myself moved by the debate from Councillor Alexander and Councillor Warner, and happy to support this amendment.
Councillors, perhaps if I just ask a question, if this was adopted as is, would you don't need council's authority to, if you say that you need to do the addendum report to inform the design of the wall, there's nothing prohibiting administration from doing that under delegated authority. Yep.
Yeah, that's correct, Michael. We have sufficient budget this financial year to be able to do that, and we've already had this discussion with the merge, so that will be difficult. we can do
And
that.
in terms of the $40,000, would that be something that's achievable this financial year?
I think, sorry, Michael, would that be to actually construct a wall?
Yes.
We do a report and then we move to the, I think that would depend on the budget situation at the time, and there isn't budget allocated to this project. So I think we would need a council decision to allocate the 40,000. So the 7,500 for the consultancy work we can do, we have budget and we can move quickly, but the actual construction of a wall, whatever that cost would be, we need to come back to council and get a decision, I believe, because there isn't a project budget set aside to construct the wall.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Who was next? Councillor Wallace?
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. I had a bit of a spiel as well, but I find myself also moved by the debate. I just had a question about the proposed amendment. It seems to recommend implementing option 5 in full. My understanding of option 5 is it consists of an extension to the wall, both in length and height, but also it includes the creation of a new below ground connection from the south side of the wall into the Claysbrook main drain. And my understanding was the original amount that was on budget was a full $160,000. So I guess wanted clarity potentially from the mover that it was the intent to bring all of option 5 at a total cost of 160, if admin has comment on that, whether that figure is still valid into this item.
Yeah, so through you, Michael, you're right. I think the construction of the wall we've estimated at around 30,000, but we would need to do that design to get that. I must admit, I'm hoping the manager of engineering still there. His memory's longer than mine. I'm not sure what the estimate to connect to the main drain is or was, historically.
Through you, Mayor Cole, yeah, it has been a while. I think the design criteria is a bit of an issue with that. Main extension is going to be very shallow to get it back into the grade there. I don't have a recollection of the cost of that, but we can certainly, and obviously it hasn't been updated either since that original report, but we could look into that to find out. That was also part of a grander scheme at one point to create a wetland on the inside of the wall, and then it would drain from that wetland to the Claysbrook main drain. And that was quite a significant deviation from the original report at the time. But in answer to your question, we can have a look at the costs that were proposed at the time and then update them to reflect current costs.
Yeah, through Michael, we can do that work and we can come back with a full cost estimate to just do the wall or do the wall. I mean, I probably need to say that it's not my recollection that $150,000 in my time with the city was ever allocated to building the wall. $150,000 was, as the manager engineering described, which is essentially a large sump in the middle of the reserve with a bridge across it and native plants in forming a wetland. So it was something quite different. I have no idea the history of it. It was before my time, but that's what $50,000 was budgeted for. It was not budgeted for the wall and the connection, to the best of my knowledge.
Through you, Mayor Cole, from a finance perspective, we are running a minor surplus at the moment. So if their works would be considered in the range of $50,000, I think the city can accommodate that within the current financial year. And we could certainly come back with a recommendation as to how that would be done.
I think it is a really good question, Councillor Wallace, because the motion seeks for the wall to be built, but this amendment talks about the connection to the downstream leisure-centred drainage line. So we do need to be very clear about what level of expenditure we're talking about here. Councillor Alexander, was it your intention to go beyond the wall because the connection is the expensive $100,000 part of the option 5?
Well, if I or we go to page 11 and the summary and closing by the hydrologist, what it reads as, and I think you were quoting from it just a little bit earlier, a number of potential upgrade scenarios have been tested, and the only option which is effective at almost eliminating inundation in the downstream properties is option 5, which simulated a barrier along the northern boundary of Beatty Park, And we had a look at that on the weekend, and a pipe connection to the downstream of Leisure Centre drainage line. So that's what's been recommended. And
Okay.
as I understand it, that's what the money in the budget was for.
Yeah,
And-
but okay, so that, just to be clear then, if we can go back to the director, would the estimated cost of works then be around the $140,000 to $160,000?
So you may call, that's the bit that I was hoping the manager engineer could recollect, because as I said, the 150,000 we had in the budget 4 years ago was not allocated for that project. It was allocated for something different, the sump with the bridge, etc. So we need to check that. But we're fairly sort of quietly confident as a high level estimate the wall would be about 40,000 and the connection would be on top of that. And it would be expensive. I think to clarify option 5, I mean, if we look at effectiveness, the wall in itself is effective in stopping water leaving the reserve and entering the car park and reducing the risk of flooding. So the wall in itself, if we design that properly and it's constructed correctly, will prevent that water leaving and reduce the risk. The result will be sometimes there will be water pooled onto Beattie Park Reserve. So the way to remove that's an amenity issue, is to pipe it away. So that's the second part. But in terms of effectiveness for reducing the flooding, the wall in itself will be enough. So if that makes sense.
You're a little bit fuzzy, so if I can just maybe repeat back to you what I think you said, and if you could say, what you seem to be saying is that the wall, if designed correctly, would have the most impact for the residents. The drainage, additional drainage connection would have the most impact for the reserve itself.
Through my call, that's correct, yeah.
Okay. So okay. Councillor Wallace, you were asking some questions, but had you finished your debate?
Sorry, yeah, I have on the amendment. I haven't spoken on the substantive, so I might do that after.
Councillor Warner, you've spoken, so do you wish to ask a question?
I guess if we were to pursue option 5, but only part of it with the extension of the wall, is that something that we could get done fairly quickly, turn it around sort of with the thought that winter is coming, that we could get this in place fairly quickly?
Through you, McCall, yes, we could. I mean, I'm reluctant to give you dates because it relies on contractors, etc. But yeah, it's a relatively simple construction, so we could turn that around pretty quickly.
Councillor Gonchevsky.
Sorry, I just want to clarify.
Councillor Castle.
Yeah, I'm just asking a quick question just in relation to the next step. So from what the Executive Director has told me, I am understanding that on the basis of this recommendation, administration will go to emerge not for the purpose of undertaking a broad review or advice, etc., but with the specific view around designing the wall and looking at the drains. If there is, if these items are unable to be funded through readily identifiable cost savings, then a further report would have to come back to council. Is that correct? If they're, for example, part of the works or whatever was able to be undertaken through existing cost savings that were readily identifiable, then they could proceed on that basis.
Through my call is a slight nuance, I think, unless somebody corrects me from governance. The design can be done, operational budgets, we can do that straight away. I think irrespective of savings and where we might find the money to build a wall, which would be a capital project, we would have to have council decision to create the project, if that makes sense.
In that, whilst we might have an estimate of, say, $40,000 for a wall, that our procedures would require that the city is given a capital allocation. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. I suppose there's another way to look at it through your MECO, which is you could make that decision tonight. You could actually make the decision to create the project in the capital works program with a budget from identified savings based on what my colleague director said, that there was a surplus. So that would be another way, I guess, of making it quicker. But again, I probably need governance advice to make sure what I'm saying is 100% correct.
Councillor Castle, I'll go to you.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'm generally supportive of taking some action. I think it's necessary. And I think a lot of the discussion that we've had over some time that has become clear. I'm just a little bit concerned about the wording of the amendment and to ensure that we're not locking into a path that might not be the best outcome or feasible. I have a question around whether administration is still comfortable that the option 5 in a merge report is the appropriate action to take, given that there's been some change in the park since that report was undertaken. And I'm actually referring to wording that was on the table for an alternative amendment, which hasn't been tabled, but that referred to assessing the impact of, for example, the removal of the pavilion and other works that had been taken. I suppose my question is, are you confident that the recommendation from the Emerge report is still valid, or do you feel that a further assessment needs to happen before we can actually proceed on a particular course of action?
Through you, Nicole, I think it is still valid. I mean, that is part of the design process. As I said, we've done a survey to check the levels, so that would take into account the building wasn't there. So in the new design, we would want them to take into account the fact that the building wasn't there. So I think it is still the correct. Yeah, we can still deliver that action, but it's still the correct approach.
So would that $7,500 that's been proposed for that next design phase incorporate a bit of a review of the flood modelling or the mitigation?
So Nicole, I'll just check with, Craig is nodding, the manager of engineering, because it's a bit closer to the
So through you, Mayor Cole, yes, that included some additional modelling, and would be one of the critical aspects of this is that they then set the design parameter of the wall. Because the last thing we're going to do is build a wall, extend it, and it's ineffectual. So that's why we're relying on Emerge to give us that criteria.
Okay, and would part of that also be an assessment of how that wall would operate with or without the drainage line, so that we have all that information before us before proceeding with the wall?
Yeah, that is correct, yes.
Okay. Look, I mean, I'm certainly supportive of the intent. If administration is happy that they're clear with the intent, with the what is being proposed here, and that the intention of the motion is clear to them, then I'm okay with that. I just want to be sure that there's no confusion as to what is being proposed.
Well, I think we are clear that we will follow the Emerge report, and the first stage would be the design, and then the second stage would be to come back to council with that information for you to confirm that you wanted to move ahead with the design based on the updated information.
Can I just highlight, though, Director, that the wording is agree to complete option 5 as recommended on page 11, option 5, increase barrier within Beatty Park and connection to the downstream of leisure centre drainage line. So it is for that broader piece of work.
I'm happy to take advice, but my understanding of the process in achieving that would be to do the report, the review, bring that back to council so that you can make a decision to create the project and put the budget in. So that will be my understanding of the process.
Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. Just a question then, I guess. So at that point, we could decide to go ahead with the barrier and not the drainage line, or alternatively, if the mover of the amendment was willing and may not agree, could just remove that part from number 2.
Thank you, Councillor Hallett. I don't know, we've sort of progressed quite far before we're getting to removing parts from the amendment. Councillor Wallace, yes.
Can I ask another question? The $7,500 figure that's getting thrown around, I understand that was the budget for Emerge to review and revise their model. Is that still what that $7,500 is being proposed to be utilised for, or is that now going into some other aspect of design?
Through you, Mayor Cole, the intention is that, yeah, they will remodel and then give us the design criteria for the wall.
Fantastic. Okay, can I request then, if this does get up, that remodelling includes recalibration of their model to include the flooding event that happened in July 2021 and a reassessment of risk on that basis?
Through you, Mayor Cole, yes, we can include that.
I would be very happy to support this amendment, but I would prefer, and I guess where I'm uncomfortable is the wording and connection to the downstream of leisure centre drainage line. The motion from the electors meeting seeks for us to deal with the wall. The wall is the part that prevents the debris and pools the water in the reserve. And I think this issue of the drainage channel is really about our park and whether our park can withstand having a pool of water drain away over time. That was something I spoke to manager of engineering and was of the view that that wouldn't do any significant damage or have any major impacts on turf, etc. So I'm just concerned that this amendment, while I support the intent and the majority of it, goes beyond what has been sought, is more about how that impacts our park as the City of Vincent, and that would potentially cost another $100,000, and that's the most substantial cost. So whilst I would like to support this amendment, and I had prepared one myself, which talked about going through the process of the remodelling, asking Emerge to remodel, to actually take into consideration some of the changes that had happened at the park. Happy to let that go, but just don't feel that I'm completely comfortable with agreeing to completing all of option 5. So if this was slightly tweaked, that would be different. But I'm keen to have administration move forward with the report, the remodelling, the design of the wall and get that right. But I don't believe that we need to extend and agree to having the connection to the downstream of leisure centre drainage line, and that is not something that the residents have sought. So on that basis, as written, I can't support it as is, whilst I would like to with a couple of tweaks.
Thanks, Mayor Cole. That sounds pretty sensible. Could I just discuss though, because we're obviously wanting to have the residents sleep comfortably at night. Should there be, let's get this work done, as soon as possible. And then a secondary consideration is to then consider whether the work needs to be done, to look after Beatty Park, and that can then be considered in a further budget.
Well, that could, but not under the wording that you've provided. So it would really remain, and I'll just go to the Executive Manager of Governance, because have we progressed too far to tweak the wording with the endorsement of the mover and seconder? Should we seek deal with the motion, the amendment as is, and then come back to potentially, depending on that vote and people's sentiment in the room, a slightly reworded version?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a sense that usually it's a slight tweak around the edges when you look for consent of this mover and the second seeker. I think we have progressed a little bit beyond that point now.
You think we've gone too far? Okay, well, okay, so we're going to have to put it as is, but there is an option to put forward a second amendment with ever so slightly tweaked language. This is really up to council members to determine. Okay, so Councillor Apollo. Apologies. Yep, I'll ask you questions. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So I had 7 questions that I had tabled on Friday, which I think is, it's good that the conversation seems to be that most people here are in support of an amendment, but that doesn't really necessarily automatically translate to the fact that the people are going to actually vote the substantive. And so I guess I don't want to risk that, because I think this is a really important issue. And to the extent that this might inform some people about how they might vote on this issue, the amendment and the substantive, I feel like we need to go through these questions in detail. Again, apologise to everybody. I did raise these questions on Friday and I didn't get a response. I think the first one may have been answered. So my first question to administration was, what was the estimated cost of extending the reconstituted limestone wall that residents are requesting? I know that we've moved from that, but I've heard of $30,000. I've heard of $50,000. Can I just have a range, please?
Through my call, our high-level estimate based on work we've done in the past is $30,000 for the wall and a fence on top. So that doesn't include connection to the drainage channel.
Okay, so $30,000 just for the wall.
Yeah, and then slightly on $7,500 for the work that we've described to get to the wall design.
For the design. If we go down that path. Second question, since the March 2010 hailstorm, please confirm administration's opinion as to likely events having an adverse impact on the drainage issues at Beatty Park Reserve, excluding global warming, the 2013 Beatty Park extension, including the gym and parking lot, and the 2020 removal of the Beatty Reserve Pavilion.
Yes, Michael, if I understand the question correctly, the answer is in the Emerge report. The Emerge report reviews all the work that's currently been done. The cost of around $260,000. And it says it's substantially, I'm paraphrasing, but substantially reduces the risk of flooding to local residents.
Sorry, I'll just repeat the question. Can I have confirm administration's opinion as to the likely events that would have an adverse impact on the drainage issues at Beatty Park Reserve, excluding global warming, the 2013 Beatty Park extension, and the 2020 removal of the Beatty Reserve Pavilion? Is there any other factor or event in administration's opinion that's happened since 2010 that would have an adverse effect on the drainage?
Through my call, not to my knowledge, no.
Do we have is it possible to receive, I'd asked for a breakdown in the year of occurrence, the $260,000 worth of mitigation measures. Can you give me an indication of the rough cost of each of these mitigation measures talked about in your administration's response and the year that they were incurred?
It's through my call. I mean, that is well recorded. I've not got it in front of me, but I can certainly provide it. But we've recorded that in the past for some previous answers and previous discussions, so that's not difficult. So I can do that. Just can't do it right now.
Can we adjourn this until that? Maybe we can call an emergency meeting the day after you provide that information, and we could then, because I think that's really critical to the recommendation that administration's saying. I'm not sure how I can make an informed decision, and perhaps that might extend to other councillors if that's a critical question in terms of an information that is needed to be able to verify the, I guess, recommendation that administration is making in not supporting this recommendation.
Yeah, through my call. So I mean, I can see Craig's come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, are you able, if we adjourned, we could look that information up?
Well, through you, Mayor Cole, I mean, the initial works we did after the 2010 storm was the car park at the rear of the residents' properties was just a series of soak wells. It had no way of discharging the water out of the system. So obviously when the storm hit, that whole car park filled up like a bowl and then rushed through the residents' properties, specifically through to Emerson Street. So the vast majority of the bulk of the money we spent, in the order of $180,000, was to actually run a pipe down Far Avenue around the corner into Emerson Street to be a direct link into the Claysbrook main drain. And then we linked all the soak wells up. So then they operated in series. So rather than just fill up and the water sit there, as the water cascaded across the park, it would fill up the first one, it would roll into the second one and make it. So essentially, we created a whole new pipe network at that point based on what was the 1% or 1 in 100-year storm calibration at the time.
So what year was that?
That followed the 2010 storm. So I can't remember the actual construction period, but I'm guessing we can look it up. It'd be 2011, 2012.
Okay, and so that's 180,000 of the 260. What was the other major mitigation measure implemented?
Okay, then we did the small retaining wall. From memory, that was in the order of $18,000 with the fence on top. We did a slight basin in the reserve. It's been hard to see. We also then spent, off the top of my head, $25,000 on improving the drainage within the Beatty Park Leisure Centre car park, including that small section of barrier wall or limestone wall. We're at the low point, and we then put in extra soak wells. We actually put a bund across the car park entrance at Vincent Street, because one of the things that was identified after the 2010 storm was the water came down Vincent Street through the Beatty Park car park, over the curb and across the reserve, and that contributed to it as well. So then we took measures to try and eliminate that. And also the plateau at Far Avenue. So as you come down Far Ave and you turn left to heading towards Emerson Street, we put the plateau across there to try and divert some water away as well.
So is it fair to say then, I mean, you spoke about a lot of things, the redirection of the water flow back into the main drain, 180K, the small retaining wall, 18K, the 25K basin in reserve to improve the car parks, the bund. It sounds like majority of those works were done, would I be correct in saying, between 2010 following that major storm and 2013 when we extended the car park and did the extension to Beatty Park?
Through you, Mayor Cole. No, we continued to do some projects after 2013, so I can't remember the order, and it is recorded, obviously. I haven't got access to the document. But the upgrade of the connection to the Claysbrook main drain, for example, from the Beatty Park Leisure Centre drain that runs diagonally across the park, that was done in 2018 because we took the opportunity while Water Corp were working in the area, because they'd already opened the ground up to do a sewer works, unrelated, but nevertheless we took the opportunity and we increased, and that was one of the recommendations in the Emerge report, was to increase that connection from 300 diameter. So going back a step, it's a 450 pipe. It was choked down to 300 before it dropped into the Claysbrook main drain. So we took the opportunity to upgrade that to a 600 connection to try and eliminate a further blockage in the system. And that occurred in 2018.
Okay, so the majority of the works happened between 2010 and 2013, but some works happened after the Emerge report. So there was one thing about extending the diameter of the connection of the pipe that happened in 2018.
The small extension of the wall was also done after 2013. I think from memory that was 2017.
Okay, all right. Why this is really important, the timing of this and the amount, is that the recommendation by administration is saying that, all this work was done and it's not supporting the residents' motion effectively. And I think what's really important in this is try to understand when that $260,000 of mitigation measures were incurred, because there's certain events that have occurred over time that could make those works redundant. And so if we're talking about extending the wall, which I think it sounds like most people are supportive, I'd also don't want to take the eye off the bigger issues here as about what is likely to happen as well to resolve this problem indefinitely. And if we keep doing things to Beatty Park Reserve that is potentially worsening the drainage issues, like, for example, pulling down a pavilion, then every time we do something here, we really have to think about what the effect and consequence of the works that we're doing in terms of the drainage. Otherwise, like Councillor Alexander is saying, we're going to be, we could be here in 10 years' time and still talking about the issues for these residents. That was question 3. Question 4 was asking about the Emerge report. So thanks to Councillor, what's his name? Thank you, Councillor Wallace, sorry, mental blank. He provided that report to me over the weekend, so I appreciate that. I did have a question specifically about that report. In relation to the 2017 Emerge report recommendation, can you indicate the works that were undertaken subsequent to that report. And I think what you're saying is it was just only the extension of the diameter of that pipe from 450 mil to 600 mil. Just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, through Michael, that's correct. So that was a big upgrade of the connection into the Claysburg main train and BD Park Reserve, yeah. And, so that was, yeah, and that's in the merge report.
Okay, and my last question that I had tabled on Friday, subsequent to the removal of the BD Park Pavilion, which occurred after the 2017 emerge report, has administration undertaken any subsequent engineering assessments that would indicate any adverse consequences to drainage caused by the removal of the pavilion?
Through Michael, not specifically. So as I said, we've updated, done a new survey of the reserve to take that into account with the new levels. But obviously the next piece of work with the merge will take that into account as well.
Okay, I guess the point on that question was really about trying to drive home the significance if we do something major in BD Park Reserve that could impact the drainage, that I'd hope that that administration would consider the flow-on effects, pardon the pun, on that type of work, just in terms of drainage.
Yeah, through Michael, we definitely would. I'm not sure how significant it is. I don't think it's that significant, the removal of the pavilion, but it'll be taken into account in the next design work, definitely.
Okay, thank you. That were all the questions that I had tabled. And I guess in terms of debate and contribution to debate, I kind of concur with a lot of the sentiment that Councillor Alexander has already said, but I also want to address the public comment about a councillor advising, other councillors. And I guess that maybe that I'm presuming that comment was more tongue in cheek from frustration, but I do want to say it's probably important that I don't feel that any councillor individually has tried to influence the council or councillors individually or collectively. I think what's important that we table here is that we all come from different backgrounds with different levels of expertise, and some of us are engineers and some of us aren't. And so, to the extent that people have experience in an area that they can contribute to debate in a useful fashion is something that, is obviously supportive, that we all support, because it helps us come to an informed decision. But I think, I think we should just raise that, it's not a question about giving advice and having professional indemnity insurance and all that. We're all held accountable to, the decisions we make collectively, and decisions are made collectively. And to the extent that someone does have expertise, it's important to flag that that's not advice given in a professional capacity. And I think it's just important we table that because, ultimately we contribute collectively to debate and we make decisions collectively. And I think that's just a really important point to table.
Thank you, Councillor Apollo. So we are ready to vote on this. We've discussed whether a second amendment would come forward after this. So I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment before you? All of the, Councillor Apollo? Yes. Yes, all those in favour? Are you voting? Well, I wasn't sure you were sort of going like that. You're as written?
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
You're talking about as is.
I'm talking about.
I also have an amendment.
Yeah, so we can't amend an amendment. It has to come forward as a new amendment.
Okay, so I will vote against my first amendment.
Yeah, I've done it before.
Okay,
there's no shame in that.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that lost. Councillor Alexander, you have an amendment?
Yes, I would like to keep as is, except for in point 2, agree to complete option 5 as recommended on page 11. Option 5, increase barrier with BD Park, and put a full stop there, and then a line through in connection to the downstream of Leisure Centre drainage line. and then the rest remains the same, as in B, fund this option 5 and all works required from any recent identified savings.
Councillor, could I make one suggestion that it might say fund part of this option, part of option 5?
Yep.
Happy to accept that?
Yes. Yep, fund part of and suggest a budget provision of $50,000.
Do we need to suggest that?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Cole,
Yeah.
I would prefer to see that there is a explicit decision from council that a capital budget provision of $50,000 is made that will allow actions to be taken without any pauses, and that'll obviously be subject to the normal procurement process and quotes and that sort of thing. I think it adds a little bit of contingency there above the numbers that have been discussed so far. So that would be my recommendation. I think within the finances we can manage that.
Thank you, Director. Okay, is everyone clear on what's been put forward?
Well, through you, Mayor, as Councillor Warner said, what was the Game of Thrones line? Winter is coming. So
I think the decision is about allocating this financial year, and we're in April, so it is very close to end of financial year. I can't really do it much more quickly.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Cole, it would be this financial year, so it would need to be done by the 30th of June.
Okay, is everyone clear on the amendment? It's been moved by Councillor Alexander. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Warner. We have been talking for a long time. You're welcome to keep debating this, but it is 20 to 10 and, we're still on the first item here. So is there any further debate? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. We're back to the substantive. Are there any further comments or amendments?
Thank you, Mayor. Given that the motion is providing for a budget to be included to do the works, which is not already in the budget, it probably will need an absolute majority.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. I just would like to turn your mind to this mauve piece of paper, which did have a second part 4. I just wanted to sort of introduce the fact that I think we really need to look at our drainage system and network in the context of climate adaptation and mitigation. And thanks to Ray for sending through that information from Nedlands, because I think we do need to look at our broader drainage network, and we do need to consider how that's going to operate with increasing storm events and climate change. I think understand the Nedlands body of work cost around the $200,000, so it's not a cheap exercise, and it might not be something that we can afford to do immediately, but I do think that drainage being critical infrastructure being linked to increasing rain events and flooding, we are largely have a series of wetlands and high water tables in certain areas around our wetlands, and we did have significant flooding linked through Mount Hawthorn, linked to Lake Munga. We have significant flooding near the Leederville Tennis Club. This is something that we do really need to consider and get on top of. So I think that we do need to consider a broader, more comprehensive body of work about how our drainage network works and how that is actually going to function in the future with increasing extreme weather patterns. I do understand the fear of getting those alerts that your insurance company loves to send you when extreme weather events are happening. Was also flooded in 2010. I've recently been Googling something that I thought was worth investigation, which is quick dam water activated flood bags, where you don't have to fill up flood bags with sand, but you get something that comes with crystals. And looking at what technologies people are using in America, where they've had significant flooding, to sort of purchase and have in the shed. So, I do understand these issues on a personal level, but also as a member of the State Emergency Management Committee, where we do talk about critical infrastructure and how that's going to be absolutely stress tested through climate change. So bringing that responsibility back home to Vincent's really important. And I do think that we do need to investigate this at a whole of city level, where we really look at our risk assessment and we prioritise, and we're able to say to our community, your drainage in your area, that might be, medium risk, and we're over here in this area, we're having issues with drainage, and that's a, high priority because of the risk assessment that this has been gone through. So it does really bring larger and more considered planning for the City of Vincent in this particular area of asset. And this is something I had discussed with our Manager of Engineering, who was supportive of the need for this. Councillor Gontaszewski.
I agree, and I'm happy to move that as a subsequent amendment. It would be taking on the purple the items from item 4 and adding them to the end of the current motion recommendation response.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Warner.
Now that we've decided we'll go with what we know, I think we should investigate what we don't know. And I think from my assessment, this seems like a reasonable time frame for those sort of events to occur. Report back in December 2022 and consideration of works over the 10-year forward plan. So I don't think this is necessarily putting the city into a challenging position, but is a good strategic project.
Councillor Warner.
Thank you. Not much to add, but basically, yes, I think the more information we can get, the more we can find out, the better. So yeah, happy to proceed.
Councillors, any further comments? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? That's carried. We're back to the substantive. Are there any further comments or amendments? Okay, thanks everyone. I'll put the substantive motion. All those in favour? Declare that carried by absolute majority. Thank you, Executive Manager. Okay, next item, motion 9, Beatty Park Reserve reclassification. Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that, sorry, just let me get to my notes. Look, there was an error in the initial open space strategy when it came to the consideration of Beatty Park Reserve. Ultimately, I think that the error was that the full size of the reserve was considered when performing the classification into the open space hierarchy. So it's been, the full size of the reserve is more than 5 hectares, and that would shift it up from a neighbourhood to a district open space. I believe that in the future, we should have a classification that considers the swimming pool part of the reserve, or the leisure centre part of the reserve separately, perhaps as a special purpose, reflecting that the Beatty Park Leisure Centre is a unique offering in the city, but that the green space be classified as a neighbourhood open space in accordance with the size. I had hoped to put forward an amendment in alignment with this to just amend a table in the open space strategy. But on discussion with administration and also in reviewing the existing open space strategy document, it's clear that we're splitting the reserve in the table would then mean that the table at the end of the document is in direct conflict with the audit maps in the earlier part of the strategy. I also note that we didn't correctly consider Beatty Park in relation to dogs either, as far as I'm aware. So there is an amendment on the table to make a small change to the existing open space strategy. This is amendment 2 for councillors that have amendments. Oh, I'm the speaker. I need to let the seconder speak. So there is an amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go to the seconder first. Councillor Wallace.
Thanks, Mayor Cole. Through you. I just had a quick question first, which was just around the definitions of neighbourhood and district open space. Apologies, I should have asked this last week. Is there anything in the definition of a neighbourhood open space that precludes the use of it for organised sport? Like reading the table in the POS strategy, that didn't seem to be the case.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Cole. A neighbourhood space is defined in the strategy as serving the recreational and social focus of a community. Residents are attracted by the variety of features and facilities and opportunities to socialise. So I think that is the neighbourhood description on the fact that there are many different things to do. And I suppose both ways to interact with a social and a recreational focus.
Thank you, Manager. So I guess the question then is that seeing as it is, from my reading, permitted to a certain extent under a neighbourhood public open space, that I guess at the root of the issue is just the intensity of the use of that space for organised sports, and where that line is for a neighbourhood public open space. Look, I understand the frustrations of the residents who live immediately opposite the park. The pavilion, while it was old, provided important facilities that supported the use of that park as a sports and recreational facility, including change rooms and toilets. I think the city at the time was and still is faced with a budget crunch, and the decision to undertake demolition of that was informed by that largely. Regardless, though, I have the strong personal belief that public toilets and the like are a primary service of local government, and agree that in this instance, their removal has created some real problems at the reserve. I think, having said that, though, I'm a regular at Beatty Park, and on my way out of there in the evenings, there's often organised sport occurring, and I'm yet to observe any of the instances that were described in the AG during the Electors AGM and by email and regular correspondence. I acknowledge that public changing and urination are probably occurring, but I'm not particularly sure that it's a regular thing. I am pretty certain that a flat and featureless piece of grass like the Beatty Park Reserve that's located next to a sports and rec facility the size of Beatty Park is an appropriate place for organised sport to occur. I understand the comments around shared use, but I'd also note that for people seeking a less active use of a park, there's Smiths Lake Reserve and the gardens of the Royal Park Reserve, which are basically adjoining this reserve, that are more pleasant locations for such activities. So the lack of the public toilets and change facilities, I think, do create a cap on the level of intensity of sporting activities that the city should permit at the reserve. I think in the response to the briefing from the questions last week, admin noted that the extent of organised sport at the reserve is totaled 7.5 hours per week for March and April this year. I don't think, lack of change room facilities notwithstanding, I don't think that's beyond the capacity for use of the reserve or its facilities. So as noted within the item, the city is currently developing a sports and rec plan, which will assess all active sporting reserves, their facilities and schedule, and the intensity of their use. And I'm satisfied that this process will adequately address the concerns raised within the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate the information that was provided in the briefing notes as a result of the questions from last week, and that certainly clarified where this reserve sits in our hierarchy and in the intensity of use. I can see Councillor Gontaszewski's point that there probably has been a misclassification of this given the inclusion of Beatty Park Leisure Centre. And happy to consider an amendment should it come forward around that tweaking of the table, or at least the size of the reserve. I had a question around the definition of organised sport and whether that draws a distinction between training and games, or whether that encompasses all types of sports uses.
Through you, Mayor Cole, that would include both the training of that organised sport and the sport itself, the games themselves.
Right, so there's no distinction in our hierarchy or in the intention of use between grounds that are used for games versus grounds that are used only for training.
Through you, Mayor Cole, the only way that that would be differentiated would be through that special purpose, which talks about a sports ground for waffle, NPL, and specific sports such as that, and the scale, I suppose, that they bring.
Okay. Some information that really jumped out at me and that is quite informing is the tables of the hours of use for not only Beatty Park Reserve, but also some other reserves around the city. And in particular, I noticed the comparison between Menzies Park in Mount Hawthorn. It's almost identical size to Beatty Park Reserve, including the split between recreation and sport. By comparison, that is used 21 hours per week and is a shared use park with dog walkers, a playground, and other recreational users. The main difference between Menzies and Beatty Park is the toilet and the change rooms. And I acknowledge that is really the root of the issues here. I do think that there are ways to mitigate this by looking at the intensity of use and the types of users that are using the park. We might see perhaps less of this type of behaviour if we have a predominantly junior or female sports being training at the park, whether that is something for administration to manage through the booking system. I also acknowledge that through that information provided in the briefing notes that there is a high demand for sports areas and for training facilities in the city, and it's certainly entirely appropriate that we look for ways to accommodate all different types of users in all our reserves. And I don't think it's reasonable for a park of this size to be dedicated only to recreation without any sports use available. So I think it is important for us to consider the toilet facility and what options we should be looking at installing, but I'm certainly not supportive of the second part of the motion to cease sport in the park. I don't have a strong opinion around the reclassification. I think that if it should be, if there's an amendment on the table around that, then I'll certainly consider it, because I think the crux of the motion is around the use of for sporting training, and whether it's neighbourhood or district, I would still support it being used for training.
Councillor Gontaszewski.
I'll just move item 2 in relation to the changing the motion to support it in part and the reclassification, or amending the table in the open space strategy.
So the pink?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the blue's not coming forward?
No,
okay.
Not from me.
Seconded by Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. Look, I just want to be really clear that this was an error that was identified, and I think it's appropriate that we correct them when they are raised with us. And I think we can do that without really any significant impact on the rest of the document here. I do accept administration's advice in relation to undertaking more significant amendments to the strategy and the impacts that would occur to things like the mapping. So that's why I'm not putting forward an amendment to change it up completely. So appreciate that may not really be what the residents would like to hear. But I guess from my perspective, I think that is something that we will need to consider when we review the open space strategy next time around, to make sure that we have those settings correctly. And I don't see a circumstance under which we're seeing Beatty Park Green Space and Beatty Park Leisure Centre as really being treated as one facility. So I think it is reasonable to assess it as like a special purpose or neighbourhood, a neighbourhood open space going forward. But that's not something that I can really bring, we can do at this stage. I'll just speak now in terms of the overall impact of this amendment on the usage on the ground. At this stage, that's not something that I think is going to have an impact. And I do accept what Councillor Castle has said in relation to the usage of the reserve and other reserves of a similar classification in the hierarchy. I will note that I feel that these issues should be addressed through the city's policy in relation to reserve hire. and seasonal allocations. And my understanding is that that is coming to a workshop this month. It's been a piece of work that I think is we really need to do, and will allow us to have a transparent communication with our community and set some of those settings around intensity of use, etc., and provide direction to administration as to how they can then use some of those markers or settings in making decisions around where to put people when they're playing sports, such as number of players, facilities on site, etc. So I'm looking forward to having the opportunity of discussing that one down the track too.
Councillor Hallett.
Nothing further to add.
Councillors. Councillor Warner.
Thank you. Yeah, I look, training spaces, sport training spaces in the City of Vincent are at a premium, and we need to ensure, though, that the way each is managed is relevant to what it actually does possess and how it relates to its surroundings. We need to address this error. Basically, a district open space is defined as a 5 to 20 hectare space with minimal amenities such as built shades, sports ground, infrastructure and public toilets. These are all missing at this site. So whilst we don't have formal sporting activities happening, we acknowledge that it lacks those amenities. Clearly, what's on paper, what it's supposed to possess differs greatly to what it has in reality. And the focus needs to be reviewed to evaluate if it does fit better as a neighbourhood open space, which I think it does, with its primary purpose of being active recreation. If it was to be retained as a district open space, then we really need to start considering what additional resources we need to put into there. I believe a lot of the issues happening at the moment at the reserve are coming from one major team, and I'm hoping that situation will be resolved this week. And so a lot of the problems that are coming from the training will actually sort themselves out. My fingers are crossed on that one. I did witness a lot of the stuff. I did spend some time there on several occasions, so I did witness. I know it was happening. So I don't believe that the banning sporting training from the reserve is the answer, but I think finding working compromise that allows for both training and passive recreation is crucial. And it's vital that all users of the space abide by the basic rules of hire and decency, and that really shouldn't be a big ask for anybody. We're currently looking at 7.5 hours per week of formal bookings, with the junior soccer team having no other venue really to utilise, and other spaces being out of bounds because of the turf recovery. So I really think this is a great compromise.
Thank you. Just pointing out that we have got past 10 o'clock and we will need to move a motion to continue once we've dealt with this item. Can I put the amendment for the sake of moving forward? I'm putting the amendment. All those in favour? Back to the substantive. Any further comments? I'll put the substantive motion. All those in favour? Declare that carried. I now need to move a procedural motion that we continue to meet beyond 10 p.m. at night. Something in our meeting procedures local law that we need to do. Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Castle. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? That's a good question. I'll go to the manager.
Councillor, could we just make sure everyone's putting their mics on in the chamber, please?
Right. Do you want me to repeat it?
There was a question about what would happen to the remaining business if we voted against it.
The meeting would be adjourned and the business would be either dealt with at a special council called for the purpose of dealing with that business, or the business would then go to the next agenda and have to be dealt with prior to any new business is dealt with.
We do have development applications subject to statutory timeframes on this agenda, so we do have to consider that, but I would ask council members to please seek to move through the remaining agenda efficiently. It's quite tiring after 10 o'clock for everyone, staff included. And for those hanging around, you've really chosen an epic meeting to come to. So sorry if you're still waiting. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor Opolo voting against. We continue on. The next motion, AGME promotion. Councillor Opolo, you raised this. It was number 10. Just noting there were updates provided in the council report on this item between briefing and the council meeting. Who would like to second the item? Councillor Wallace.
Okay, I'm just going to flag an amendment, but I'll let people talk about the substantive.
Councillor Wallace. Councillors, back to you, Councillor Opolo.
I've got quite a lengthy amendment, and apologies for not putting it forward. I think I'll talk to it first, or shall I propose it?
You can't talk to it until you have a seconder.
Oh,
so you'll
sorry.
need to propose it.
Okay. Okay. So
do you have it electronically for Wendy?
No, I can talk it through.
Councillor Gontaszewski, can you please chair for a little bit?
Certainly. Off you go, Councillor Opolo.
Okay. So the amendment is to part 4, where it reads, requests that the council consider the failure to adequately promote the AGM when undertaking the next CEO performance review. I just want to broaden that because I think it's an important, no, I can't talk to it. So the wording I need is request that the council consider the failure to adequately promote the AGM when undertaking the next performance review to read, request that the council recognise the importance of community consultation, including the role the AGM contributes to that end.
Sorry, Councillor Opolo, can you please advise, are you seeking to modify the motion that was moved at the AGM or the city's response? Because I think we're considering the city's responses to the motion moved. It appears that you're attempting to alter the words that were put forward by the elector at the AGM.
Thanks for that, Councillor Gontaszewski. So under recommendation, under part 4, not supported, the recommendation would read parts 1 to 3 noted as per how it's stated, but part 4 not supported be amended to say that part 4 reads as follows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good pickup. Requests that the council recognise the importance of community consultation, including the role the AGM contributes to that end. So just waiting to if Wendy's got that so far.
Yeah.
And that council commits to ensuring that the corporate business plan reflects the significance of community consultation. Sorry, it's the significance of effective community consultation as a material KPI of the CEO. And that the CEO Performance Committee considers this a priority in assessing the CEO's performance.
Wendy, when you're through that, if you would be able to share that on the screen, that would be much appreciated. Councillor Alpolo, are you seeking to have part 4 changed from not supported to supported in part, or is it just the wording that you've got there?
It's a good question because it's changed. So I'll need administration guidance on that because I'm requesting aspects of this to be, I'm broadening what the recommendation is to not be specific to the AGM, but more broadly about community consultation, including consideration of the failure to promote the AGM.
Okay, well, do we have a seconder for the motion as written?
I've got an objection to the wording because some of the things is how I said it. So,
okay, that's fine. Perhaps we could share the screen and then you could get the wording right.
Just through you, Mayor Cole, could I just mention what the current CEO KPIs say in the corporate business plan?
Perhaps we would do that at the time if this motion got a seconder, CEO. At this point in time, we're just trying to find a form of words for a seconder to consider.
I'm happy with that wording, thanks. It's been changed from what as to how I mentioned it.
Okay, before I throw back to Mayor Cole, do we have a seconder for this motion as it's written there?
Can I just ask, I'm not sure that is technically possible because KPIs have to be by agreement with the CEO, and this is highly irregular to propose it as an amendment to a motion. Can I just get some advice on that before we go to a seconder?
Through Mayor Cole, could I just mention the current KPIs in the corporate business plan agreed by council in KPI number 7 under organisational capability and performance. Number 7 is finalisation and implementation of the community engagement framework and communications plan to increase capability and alignment across the organisation.
That's fine, and thank you for that, CEO. But my question is, and well, I know the answer, that, you know, how is it possible to adopt an amendment at a council member on to have a KPI for the CEO with that occurring outside of the normal CEO performance review and agreement on KPIs with the CEO?
Through you, Mayor Cole, I think that'll be for consideration in next financial year's KPIs.
Well, that needs to be clearly stated. I don't think it can be moved as is. Executive Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that it would need to be in reference to future performance rather than reflective of current performance.
Through Mayor Cole, I'd also add that the corporate business plan currently exists, so it would need to refer to next year's corporate business plan as well.
We'll have some concerns that it says a material KPI of the CEO. Like it could be referred to the CEO performance review for consideration of discussion for draft KPIs. The KPIs are adopted by council as part of the CEO performance review process. So this would ultimately end back here for council to form a view and to agree on that, but it can't preempt what the KPIs will be without going through that process and having the discussion and doing that in consultation and agreement with the CEO. It's outside of the process.
No, in administration's response to this motion, it referred to annual performance it referred to the corporate business plan. So maybe I need a clarification as to what the relevance of the corporate business plan is to its KPIs then, because I was reading that as being it's set through that process.
I think you could just you could say the council commits to ensuring the corporate business plan reflects the significance of effective community consultation, ensures the review, the next iteration or whatever wording of the corporate business plan reflects the significance of effective community consultation, and that the CEO Performance Review Committee considers this as a priority in negotiating KPIs with the CEO. I don't think you can, that process is not something that falls outside of the CEO review and KPI setting process. So I'm just trying to make sure that what's put is procedurally acceptable.
So is it the thrust of your concern that the CEO has to agree to all his KPIs and therefore...
The way in which KPIs are developed is through the CEO Performance Review Committee, of which you're a member. It's basically part of the review process. KPIs are then drafted in consultation with the CEO and agreed for recommendation back to council for adoption. It is highly irregular to add a KPI to a motion without doing it in that holistic way.
Okay, well, I need some guidance from administration because I'm trying to pick up on the members' motion and intent, which was very specific to the AGM and his KPIs.
Well, my suggestion was council commits to ensuring the revised, reviewed next iteration of the corporate business plan reflects the significance of effective community consultation, and that the CEO Performance Review Committee considers this as a potential KPI for discussion during the next, CEO performance review. Even that's probably taking it a bit far still. And that the CEO Performance Review Committee considers, discusses in consultation with, can you help me out here, Director, Executive Manager? I'm tired.
Whilst we're doing that, Mayor, just to make a comment that the reference to corporate business included of the corporate business plan each year, it just mentions that the corporate business plan includes publishing the CEO's performance KPIs in that document. It's the performance KPIs are done outside of that and may be reflected potentially in some of the corporate business plan actions.
So then we perhaps just say, and the committee considers this in reviewing the KPIs for next financial year in consultation with the CEO. And all of this will come back to council. The corporate business plan will be reported up to council. It is the CEO's document. And then the KPIs will go through discussion at the committee and then be recommended back to council. So I'm sorry, Councillor Apollo, but this is now procedurally, this can work, but previously that was stepping outside of that process.
Mm-hmm.
Are you happy with the wording?
Is corporate business plan redundant then? If it's just disclosing the KPIs, do we strike that out? Because I was misled by the way I read the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the success of the corporate business plan and how its actions are achieved are ultimately a KPI for the CEO for consideration. So I think if that importance is reflected in the corporate business plan, then it would then suggest that its importance should be reflected in the CEO's KPIs.
And Wendy, I did say as part of setting the KPIs for the CEO's KPIs for 2022-23 in consultation with the CEO. I'm very worried about what time we're going to be here until tonight. We really do need to get some pace happening. Councillor Uplow. Is there a seconder for the amendment? There's no seconder for the amendment. The amendment lapses. Oh, well, the question is that all of these things are going to come to council. You're on the CEO Performance Review Committee because we haven't started the process. We're in the process of getting a list of HR consultants so that we can appoint that person and then have meetings. Those KPIs will be reported back to council. We can't solve all of the world's issues by amending electors' motions on processes that ultimately come through council for approval. So at this point, people, I'd suggest we choose what is of ultimate importance that is not going to come back to council through another process.
I've got a question about the substantive then, when you're ready. Okay. So the way this motion was raised by the elector, just the point 4, which is the issue here, requests that the council consider the failure to adequately promote the AGM when undertaking the next CEO performance review. Can I have some guidance from administration whether that's possible under the framework of the CEO's KPI setting process?
Through the chair, I assume you need to consider whether you agree with that the advertising of the annual meeting of electors was a failure. In the response, it articulates that the number of ways that the promotion was, the annual meeting of electors was promoted, that the numbers were the same as previous year, albeit significantly up from those 3 years prior to that. So I guess that would be my response.
So the answer
can I
yes.
just also add, we had the acting CEO in place at the time that this was being promoted. So this is actually was not, David McLennan, CEO, was on leave at the time that this promotion was taking place. And the report, as I mentioned at the beginning of this item, has been updated since the council briefing to provide a full list of promotion initiatives that were undertaken. And that included things like sending the invite to our key city stakeholders, including all community groups, the community engagement panel. It doesn't state here, but it was the list that we use for the volunteer Christmas sundowner, and that has multicultural groups, all of our community groups, all of our advisory group members, all of our sporting clubs, all of our P&Cs, our school board representatives. Is extensive.
Can I just talk to it then as part of debate? So I guess the context, from my understanding of this thing, is that this was a question that was raised in the previous AGM about the importance of the advertising the AGM and the importance of communicating and educating residents that this is an opportunity for them to raise motions. And I think at the time of response to that, I think from what I'm told is that the CEO agreed to that. And then fast forward a year later, this resident's obviously got the same concerns because it felt that even though there was some accountability to this last time, it didn't happen in the way in which it was promised to be looked at. And so I guess that's where, that's where the nature of this motion is coming from. And so I think it's important, but what we've seen over the recent months is that community consultation is very important. That if you look at the 15 motions, a lot of them about community consultation, and that's why I pin some importance about this. So if point 4 can operate within the bounds of the process for setting the KPIs for the CEO, I'm happy as is without amendment.
Is there any further debate on this item? So it's to accept. So basically, this is unamended. So it'll just simply be the same motion we've been dealing with the insertion of motion 10. So can I have so we've already moved and second that.
Can Councillor Arbolo please turn on his microphone?
Sorry. So I do want to make an amendment.
Okay.
Which is that part 4 not supported be part 4 supported.
Okay, is there a seconder for the amendment? There's no seconder, so it lapses. Councillor Arbolo, really, we need to move on.
This is really important. This is why I wanted it deferred.
2 amendments that have lapsed. Like we've said, there's a pathway for this through CEO performance review. This is not the end of the story. This is not your one opportunity. We're here every month dealing with these things. It is 26 minutes past 10.
I take your point, and I'm okay to continue, but I don't want to be. I feel that this is why I wanted a postponement, because I didn't want to be rushed through the rest of the agenda. But fine for this one. But I hope that us not adjourning doesn't mean we're forced to rush and make decisions that might not be informed.
Well, I'm informed.
Okay.
I've just described the CEO performance review process.
I just don't want to rush
you.
it, that's all.
Well, I don't feel rushed. I feel that we're going incredibly slowly. Okay, so I'm going to put the substantive motion, all those in favour? All those against? Councillor Alexander, do you know which way you're voting?
I forgot what the original one was, sorry.
This is just to accept the administration's response to motion 10 on the annual general meeting of electors. So are you voting in favour or against? In favour. Okay, so Councillor Arbolo voting against. That has been carried. We're moving on now to motion 11, another motion, Councillor Arbolo, that you wish to bring forward. This is on council member response times. Councillor Arbolo, do you wish to move this? Seconded by Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. Question for administration in the recommendation. In making the recommendation, it's saying not supported, but the justification for the not support is that administration is saying that there is guidance between council members and administration of a requirement to respond to a certain amount of time. But this motion is really about council members and the community, not council members to administration. So I want some clarification from administration as to the relevance of its recommendation and whether that changes things.
Through you, Mayor Cole, I could comment on that. I think the motion was referring to inquiries from residents to council members. A large portion of those inquiries that would be raised by residents or ratepayers to council members might involve seeking information from administration on what that issue may be, and council has a policy in place on the response times for that.
That being that a CMR has to be answered within, is it 10 business days?
Yes, that's the maximum. We obviously aim to turn these things around very, very quickly, and my observation is that councillors get back to residents and ratepayers as soon as possible, and normally on that same day, depending on what else may be going on. So it also wasn't our view that the code of conduct was the appropriate document to put in place some, say, customer service request time for councillors themselves, who nearly always are very responsive to requests and issues when they're raised by residents or ratepayers.
Councillor Appley.
Doesn't answer my question really, does it? But I'll try and put some questions. So what is the requirement currently for response times between councillors and the community, not between councillors and administration?
Through Mayor Cole, there's no set time frame other than an expectation that council members are responsive to members of the community and their concerns.
Can administration give me some indication, since it was prior to my time as councillor, what were the rationale for changing what the previous city's code of conduct was to what it is now, meaning nothing, no requirement?
Through you, Mayor Cole, I'm not sure anyone in the room was here during the drafting of the prior code of conduct, only the one that council's adopted now, which we've based on the model code of conduct that was provided by WALGA.
Council, the Executive Manager has some advice.
Thank you, Mayor. The current code of conduct for council members, committee members and candidates is based on a statutory or mandatory minimum code of conduct required by state legislation. In adopting that, the regulations in respect to that say that council cannot change the substantive mandatory parts of the code of conduct. They can add to that code of conduct only if it's aligns with the intent of the code of conduct. It can't actually go against what's within the code of conduct. That code of conduct is made up basically of three key divisions. One is the guiding principles in respect to council member, candidate and committee member behaviour. Division 3 is behaviours, and that's behaviour requirements of council members that would be any complaints of which would be dealt with within council through a recently adopted complaints management process for those complaints. And Division 4 are rules of conduct. Rules of conduct complaints are dealt with by the Local Government Standards Panel. The current code does not include such prescriptive requirements as suggested in the motion 11.
Councillor Appley, can you please speak to it, or?
I'll flag an amendment, so I'll let people talk about to the substantive.
Okay, thank you. Seconder? Who was the seconder? Councillor Alexander, wish to speak to this motion? Okay, Council. Look, I'll speak to it because I've been here the longest, and I would hesitate to guess that this is from the sort of dark ages when I'm surprised it doesn't say facsimile, because this concept of putting timeframes on council members, we are responsible adults, and I think we all, I'm here full time. I have a massive volume of emails. I try to get back to all of it as quickly as I can. Other council members work full time. We are not customer service. We're working in different settings with different working commitments. And it's really incumbent on all of us to do the right thing. And if we don't, ultimately the community says, well, you didn't really meet my standards, so I'm not going to elect you. We have a code of conduct with high standards, but this for me is just a sort of, it's a bit of a sort of tick and flick exercise. It's really about what's the quality of the response you're giving. Are you generally invested in the issue? Are you going out to meet people where there's a concern? Are you problem solving? They're the things that really should matter. What outcomes are we getting for the community? And I feel that, we're sort of, we're entering into local government reform where we're starting to, for the first time, talk about vexatious complainants. And my concern is that there might be one person who sends you 10 emails in a week, and then they point to the code of conduct and say, you didn't respond to my 10 emails within 5 days, or you didn't respond to my phone message that you left me within 48 hours. And it's like the 10th phone call I've left to you. So, we've got to be responsible, and we've also got to be not caught up on metrics like this, but what are we actually achieving? So I don't support it. It's old fashioned. Anyone else want to have a say? Councillor Apollo, do you want to close debate?
Yeah, I'll close debate. I'm happy with your response.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Motion 12, factions and mayor not participating in elections. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Wallace, seconded by Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. So I'll try and speak quite briefly about this. So I was elected to council 2 and a bit years ago. And in the time since, I'm comfortably categorically saying that the allegations of factionalism and cliques on council are entirely without merit. My contact with the mayor and other councillors pre-election was limited to a single very brief chat at a Leaderville Connect event, and I don't have any other political affiliations. And I'm pleased to say that the mayor and councillors were particularly kind and welcoming at that time. I think just because the council is not outwardly antagonistic to each other, this shouldn't be interpreted that there's a faction in control or that there's no healthy debate within council. I'm pleased to say that we have a council full of people who bring a broad and deep range of professional and life experience to the role, and I think are strongly representative of the community that they were elected by. And I think part of being a professional within this role is that we're afforded the opportunity to respectfully put forwards our views and debate the views of others when we don't agree. Even when we have differing viewpoints, we support and respect each other's right to put these forwards. It's honestly been a privilege to be part of such a work environment. It's something that's really not that easy to create and is unfortunately something that's quite easy to destroy. I think the steady stream of criticism along this line from 1 or 2 vocal community members in that regard is particularly unproductive and at a more basic level misinformed and untrue. Regarding the use of city's resources to promote particular candidates, I think everybody's already on the same page here that this should not occur, and it's my sincere belief that it has not occurred. Elected members and candidates are of course free to endorse whoever they please, just as electors, either individually or as a group, are free to endorse whichever candidates they choose. That's the system we have, it works well, and I strongly believe that nobody here stepped outside of that. So no, I don't support the motion and would be more than happy to meet with the residents that put it forward to discuss my views on the working environment of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Alexander? Not yet. You're seconding at the moment. So if you'd like to speak to the substantive motion. Just to speak to the substantive motion.
That's the one I've got here.
Not the amendment, just your seconding. Would you like to speak to the motion generally, or would you just like to speak to amendment when that time comes?
Thanks, Mayor Cole. I just want to speak to the amendment.
Okay, well, not quite there yet. I will go to others on the substantive before we go to amendments. Any comments? Councillor Warner?
Can I just say ditto to Ashley Wallace? I think you really summed it up beautifully. I have also been asked by people what the process is. Am I given basically a directive as to which way to vote before a meeting? And I've got to say, no. There are no factions. There is nothing like that. And I really respect the fact that we come from so many different places, basically, and we all bring our own different opinions and different experiences. So the person who did ask me if I get a directive to vote, my response to them was, I frankly found that quite insulting, because I'm sorry, no one's telling me what to do. I will do what I think is the right thing to do and what my head and my heart guide me to do. And frankly, if there are factions, I'm not included. So I'm sitting on the bench somewhere. So if they are going ahead, they're completely unknown to me, because I'm not part of those. I've been invited into a clique in any way.
Councillors, Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, yes, I agree. I want to thank Councillor Wallace for putting that so eloquently, especially at 10:40 at night. You did a very good job, and really outlined a lot of what I was going to say. I think what's important here is that in my time on council, which is 4.5 years, I have almost without exception seen a group of people who are focused on delivering for their community. They don't spend a lot of time getting bogged down in the weeds of who votes with who and who might be in which faction, because it just doesn't exist. And I agree with Councillor Warner. I think it's incredibly insulting and disrespectful to suggest that anyone in this room is voting on the behest of someone else, and that they don't have the ability and the knowledge and the preparedness to vote on their own research, their own information and their own opinion. So I completely reject that idea that there are factions on council. And I think that the point Councillor Wallace made is really important, is that you cannot conflate what is a very functional and respectful council with a faction, simply because we reach consensus through what is often healthy debate, and through, I have to say, also our briefing procedures. That is probably why we do have seen quite a number of unanimous decisions made, is because we have been through that process of the briefing meeting, having questions answered, and having amendments tabled. So I really don't think you can draw that line between councillors voting a certain way and any kind of faction. On the second point, 1.2, I think it is entirely inappropriate to single out the mayor in that respect, and also in relation to 1.2 and 2. The mayor, like every other member of council and like every other ratepayer, is entitled to their opinion on prospective candidates and to endorse them using their own personal services, which I believe the mayor has done. I think we all are aware of what the Local Government Act says around the use of city resources, and I don't believe that's happened at all in any of the elections that I've seen in my time and before. So I wholeheartedly reject this motion. And I agree that I think, as Councillor Wallace says, there are members of the community who seem hell-bent on pushing this particular point of view. I'm not really sure where that's coming from, and I am concerned that the more that is pushed by members of the community, the more they will force it to become a reality.
Councillor Opolo.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think people are focusing on the wrong thing here. This thing about factions is not part of what we're voting on. It's just all that reference is in this motion is saying that the community believes that that's important, not to have factions, right? It's not making any accusation. I think what goes to the heart of this is a request to change the code of conduct so that as it's worded, that the mayor holds a special place, and that his or her, whoever is in the role of mayor, has particular influence on the community, and particularly on how that might be communicated to the community in terms of an endorsement. And I know some of the people in this room were endorsed, and maybe that's influenced their opinion. Of course, it shouldn't, because we're voting on it. But, you know, I'm one of the people who weren't endorsed. So, of course, I might have a differing view on it. I think that what's important, I'll get to the point, is that what the community can see with this is a perception that a mayor who holds that privileged position should really be seen to be impartial. And yes, everyone's entitled to their own personal opinion, but I think it's actually really important what this motion is saying, that whether it is the mayor or councillors, that I think in the public realm and communication of message, that endorsements is something that we would want to avoid for the sake of governance and to preserve the perception of acting with impartiality and without preference. And so I am in support of this, and I would, you know, depending on what the amendment that Councillor Alexander is proposing, I would also flag an amendment if I'm not happy with his. Thank you.
Councillor Gontaszewski.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Look, ultimately, I think the mayor does have special responsibilities as set out in the Act. I think that I'm not really interested in a motion that is going to seek to deny someone to behave in a manner that that I am given, that other councillors are given. I'm not sure that it is. I don't believe it's required, but I'm also thinking that ultimately is seeking to constrain something, and it ultimately, if that was considered to be so appropriate, it should be set out and apply to all mayors. It should be set out in the standards around the Local Government Act. I don't think that this is an appropriate vehicle for this sort of change.
I'll speak to it because currently I'm the mayor and it affects me, and it could also affect future mayors. Look, I'd like to acknowledge first of all that it's really important to talk about and understand how decision-making impacts our community and the inherent powers that we all hold in making those decisions on behalf of our community. So look, happy to have this conversation. It's a valuable discussion, and it does have at the heart of it concerns over factions or block voting. It's clearly there in the motion. The decisions of council are made in public meetings. We're here tonight, they're live streamed, they're recorded, we have minutes, we have community come in and ask questions and issues, sometimes, you know, multiple times. And that is how we roll in the City of Vincent. It's something we should all uphold as good practice, because transparency in decision-making is a good thing, and it's critical to building trust with our community in how we make our decisions. Councils are made up of diverse people. We all bring our knowledge, our skills, our expertise, our experiences, and our values and our passions to the table. That brings diversity to the decisions that we make, and it also can impact the decisions that we make. So that thought, values, and experiences, it's really important in local government. Some representatives in local government believe we should just be about roads, rates, and rubbish, but others believe that local government should be more than this. And I'd say probably over the last decade in Vincent, we did see change. We saw a shift in council broadly being more progressive, taking on important social issues. One of the things that was so meaningful to me was the Vincent Loves Love campaign, where we campaigned during the marriage plebiscite for equality for LGBTIQ+ people. That was probably one of the things I'll walk away from in my time in local government and just remember with the greatest passion, because, you know, we do have issues that not all agree on. And, you know, we've had a reforming position on local government accessibility and transparency. Those measures are now, you know, part of the local government reform. We've had a strong stance on environmental issues. We've declared a climate emergency. We've got really strong targets for 2030, overstepping and outpacing federal and state government in these areas. We have alignment on issues of importance to the Vincent community, and they happen to be broadly underpinned by the priorities in the strategic community plan. And it's really good at this time to be able to go around and talk to people, not just the people that come here regularly, but people at the native plant sale, residents who we don't have a great deal of interaction with on a monthly or regular basis, who can communicate to me what they think about those priorities and what they think that their values are. And to be able to have those conversations in the context of this happening is very refreshing. So I would say the term factionalism is a highly emotional term. It can emerge from genuine concerns that bias may be impacting decisions, but it can also create fear and division and doubt in our decision-making processes. And I think it's really important to recognise that it's okay to have different ideas or opinions, and it's okay to present a progressive view when you've been elected by the community on the values that you represent and that you put forward to the community during the election. But to claim factionalism if you don't like the decisions of council, that's just really not dealing with the issue at hand. It's derogatory language and it's targeting the person rather than the issue. We often have to make difficult decisions as council members, and we each have a personal and professional responsibility to reflect on and bring discipline to this process. Sometimes we'll agree, sometimes we won't, and legislation and policies help guide good process. Informed debate should help us become more aware of our own biases, assumptions, and perceptions. We all hold that responsibility. To speak directly of the concerns raised in the motion, I would ask those community members who have concerns, and I would say, I don't believe this is widely felt. I'm talking to a lot of people at the moment and engaging with a lot of people through my work. But all you need to do is go and look at the minutes and listen to the debate that we have. The minutes of our past two meetings, March 8th, February 8th, there's no patterns here. We've had council members voting irregularly in different groups of council members on different things. We've had a range of unanimous decisions. It's just not factual. You can actually research and look at the evidence yourself. So just because council's decisions are not always popular or they don't deliver the desired outcome for all members of the community, that doesn't mean it should be diminished as factional. That's to ignore the weight of considered debate and open and transparent decision-making that we uphold at the City of Vincent. So again, we all have responsibility to address our biases and reflect on the role we play in decision-making. And it is something that I did want to mention, that this motion has emerged at a time when we're seeing vocal engagement from a particular group with very strong views on what council should look like in the future. There's a group formed at the moment called Vincent Vision, and they have a stated aim, publicly stated in many Facebook community pages, promoted at a community meeting where council members were there in good faith to listen to residents and to answer questions. And their aim is to promote and support City of Vincent elected council members and emerging candidates who undertake to provide true community representation. So it is also really important that we look at this issue of obligation to minority groups rather than the Vincent community as a whole. This can create community division, risks embedding positions rather than creating opportunity for shared problem solving and professional and positive local government. That is something I have been most proud of at the City of Vincent, that we are actually seen as a leader in this space in the local government sector. Talk to Welga, hear what they have to say. They'll invite David and I to presentations to new councillors to talk about the way we do business in Vincent, and the response is extremely warm and welcoming. So I have no doubt that we're all here to understand that we must make the best decisions collectively for the community and the long-term sustainability of the City of Vincent. That is our role. We're not to be divisive, to get hung up on what's happening from a small group, and the words that they put into our mouths can be highly problematic, and I just absolutely refute it. I do also need to address the role of the Mayor in elections. This is an issue that's been put to me in public meetings on 3 occasions, on a public Facebook page, as well as during the election, with commentary going towards my integrity. Nevertheless, it is a great opportunity to clarify some of the core principles and underlying points. So most would know there are clear protocols within our democracy in Australia at all levels of government that do not preclude the leader of the elected government from participating in elections at state, federal and local levels. Broadly, these are caretaker conventions. The city has a caretaker policy and a code of conduct that deals with issues such as use of city resources during an election. And in addition, we're all guided by the Electoral Act and regulations during elections. I also welcome that the local government reform process proposes a caretaker sector-wide policy to create clear guidance and a level playing field on participation for all local governments during elections. A mayor, by virtue of being democratically elected, represents a set of values and priorities. Certainly it's true for us as elected members, we each bring a set of values and priorities, and sometimes they align and sometimes they don't. This mix informs and shapes what we do as a collective. But it has to be clearly stated, the mayor is not an administrative figurehead. That is the role of the CEO, to be impartial as a politician. This is outside of the democratic principles of Australia. The effect of this motion would be that the one person who could not have a voice in the City of Vincent election is a democratically elected mayor. Preferential voting, another reform through local government reform, is probably welcomed because it does also shed some transparency around this. But to state that the mayor has a special role in that they are simply a spokesperson at all times and that they do not have the ability to engage under caretaker provisions in an election as a democratically elected person is not transparent, it's not equitable, and it's not consistent with our democratic principles that govern all 3 tiers of our government in Australia. So I really think that people need to look at this more deeply and really acknowledge the fact that this is really not appropriate. So don't support the motion if that wasn't clear. Any further speakers on the substantive before we go to amendments? Councillor Alexander, you wish to move an amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Cole. And I note the passion from many people. So it's good, I suggest, to be discussing the code of conduct. And there is a code of conduct. And, I see it as, an underlying issue that the community has confidence in the decision-making process. And there's some ifs in there. If they think they see voting blocks, they can assume decisions are perhaps made for the wrong reasons. But when people start to doubt the quality of decision-making, it can cause. So these are just some of the things that that can happen.
Can I just be clear, are you wishing to move your amendment?
Yeah.
Yep. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Apollo, go ahead. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. Look, some of this can discourage people from standing in the council, for the council, if they see themselves constantly getting outvoted and hence they feel it's a waste of time. So the motion people have got as stands, and I'll make some comments as I read the motion out. And the idea was to add to the code of conduct, amend the code of conduct. So some of the things that you're saying and not supporting will be in a code of conduct. So as to not do some of those things. So that the code be amended to include the following clauses, and that amended document be advertised for the community's comments. Maintaining the integrity of the representative system, because there can be reputational damage to the local government if community members believe that decision making is compromised by the formation of cliques or voting blocks, which may make decisions based on group alliances rather than the merit of a particular proposal. A council member must not use local resources. Well, that's already in the code of conduct, and most people already know that. a council member must not communicate with the community in a way that may reasonably be seen as being an official communication. Does anyone think that's not a good idea? Or does anyone think it's okay to be seen as being an official communication of the local government?
I'll take that as a rhetorical question. Keep moving on.
Well, it is a question. And then subclauses at the bottom. If it's a private nature, that's fine. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Apollo.
Yeah, I think this is a good amendment. You know, the irony of it is that if I was to vote on a council decision and I was in the minority, that I can't publicly speak about my views on that because I need to support council. But something about endorsing candidates from a mayor to me is far more dangerous than what the restrictions I have to my freedom of speech about talking about my personal opinion on a council matter that's been discussed, debated and decided upon within chamber. I mean, so, you know, the whole argument about freedom of speech and everything is kind of like a bit of a furphy, in my view. I think this is a good amendment. Like I said, this is not, to me, I don't read this as factional issues or whatever. It's just about the important role a mayor plays, the fact that, you know, mayors have Facebook pages and other communication criteria where they do talk about the city of Vincent business, and people can, you know, join that as a public page, and therefore, you know, this is kind of where I think the nature of the residents' concern came from in proposing the substantive motion. So I'm in favour of this. I think it's an important issue and it shouldn't be glossed over under the guise of, you know, allowing this conceptual idea about factions. I don't think this is about this. This is about endorsement of candidates during an election process by mayor.
Councillors, Councillor Gondaszewski, then Councillor Hallett, then Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I don't support this amendment because I think that Part A is not necessary. There is clear provisions in relation to council member use of local government resources. And Part B, there's also clear provisions in relation to council members and the way they communicate with the community. It is not permitted for a council member to act as a spokesperson for the city, full stop, whether it's in relation to a candidate or not. So that's already there. And I wouldn't think that Part C was appropriate because those rules that already exist whether we are in public or private or anywhere, they just exist. There are provisions around the use of local government resources and there are restrictions on who can act as a spokesperson for the city. So I'm not supportive of the amendment.
Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. I agree. I think it's unnecessary. I don't support the amendment. I also echo many of the comments previously. I find this whole debate really offensive about our integrity and the mayor's integrity. I ran against a candidate who was endorsed by the last 3 mayors and was elected and welcomed into the council and have never experienced issues with agreement or having very positive disagreement with the mayor or any other councillors. So I don't support this, and I think community members should think about where this is coming from and where were they criticising that kind of thing 5 years ago and why it's happening right now.
Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, echoing the same comments, both clause A and B are clearly covered in the Act, and I don't think it's either necessary or appropriate for us to be introducing another interpretation on that for the purposes of our code of conduct. sanctions that are available in the Act, should these clauses be breached, are sufficient, should be sufficient deterrent from them happening. And I think it's quite clear that the mayor is the spokesperson. And there's a reason why we have what you might call cabinet solidarity on council decisions. It's part of the good governance structure of decisions of council. If we make a decision as a group, as a collaborative decision, as we're bound to do by the Act, then once that decision is made, then it is our obligation to abide by that. And any councillors seeking to undermine that decision after it's been made do not, in my view, work in the best interests of the city. Sure, we're all going to be disappointed at times because our view was not the one that was the prevailing view, and something we might feel very strongly about was not voted for, but that's part of the job. We do not act as individuals, we act as a council, and we have to accept that the will of the council is what we go forward with. So I don't support this amendment. I don't think it's necessary, and I think it would send the wrong message that that we feel any need to reinterpret the Act.
Councillors, any further comments on the amendment? I feel I have said all I need to say, so I won't be repeating anything. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost, with Councillor Opolo and Councillor Alexander voting in favour. We're back to the substantive. For those who haven't already spoken, are there any final comments? Does the mover wish to close debate? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? Sorry, not of the motion, of the response to the motion rather. Okay, Councillors Alexander and Opolo voting against. So in news of where we're at, we still have motion 3, 5 and 13, and we still have items 10.4, 9.2, 9.1 and 10.3. So we'll go to motion 3. Which concerns surveys and community feedback. I have a mover and seconder for this item, please. Moved by Councillor Hallett, seconded by Councillor Opolo.
No comment from me.
Councillor Opolo.
Yep, I have some questions, which I've also emailed to administration on Friday. If you can just bear with me, I just need to pull it up. It wasn't answered. Sorry?
Councillor Opolo,
yep.
Your questions are taking up a considerable amount of time this evening.
To that point, I might make a point. I mean, I did ask some questions during the briefing session, and I wasn't permitted to continue on those questions, and then probably felt uncomfortable to ask questions subsequent to that. And then that's why I raised a lot of questions outside of that forum, and they weren't answered. So I'm sorry. I did want to adjourn the meeting at 10 o'clock, but that was defeated. So I had 2 questions that weren't answered.
It's very difficult to find time to have a council meeting. Like we need to kind of try to deal with it on the night. So
well, yeah, that's a good point, Mayor Cole. But I did try to ask questions during the briefing session as well, and I was under procedural rule prevented from continuing to ask those questions so that I could make an informed decision.
I did not prevent you under procedural rule. I offered for you to talk to the officer offline about fundamentals of planning.
Yeah, but then I was trying to clarify a point which I felt wasn't answered. Do we want to go this, or should I just move on to my questions?
Just move on, please.
Thank you. On the basis that administration agrees with points 1 through 4, this is really talking to policy objective in the motion, but does not support point 5, which is the validation substantiating compliance and effectiveness of points 1 through 4. Can you please advise, 1, what internal processes exist within administration to verify that the manner and outcome of its community consultation and the recommendations made to council is consistent with the objectives in points 1 through 4, and that does not warrant an independent assessment by a suitably qualified expert?
Through you, Mayor Cole, the Executive Director did provide a response in writing to Councillor Apollo at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. I could read that response out if Councillor Apollo would like.
Thank you.
So the response was, the city continues to improve the quality of community consultation processes, and there is no one single process that determines the quality or effectiveness of every single engagement process. Rather, it is an aggregate multiple processes scaled to reflect the nature and complexity of community consultation required. The internal processes used to provide oversight and transparency of the manner and outcome of community consultation include the following. First of all, the city's approach to community consultation is developed in reference to the IAP2 methodology. Employees are trained in IAP2 methodology. Community engagement champions are being trained in each business unit that conducts community consultation to assist their team in applying IAP2 methodology within their context. The community consultation approach is consistent with the strategy and policy as approved by council, and then developed to reflect community engagement objectives for each individual project. The community engagement approach balances delivery of the engagement process with the availability of staff resources, cost to deliver engagement activities, scheduling of community engagement activities considering the time of year, and the potential saturation of community engagement. The community engagement approach is recommended to be approved by the business unit manager. Community members are advised when the community engagement outcome will be available for the public to review. The community engagement outcomes are published in an agenda paper to council and the public. The report will describe the manner and outcome of the community consultation. Community members are welcome to comment on the interpretation and reporting on community consultation. This can be done through community feedback channels, including email, Facebook, approaching councillors directly, or raising questions or making deputations at council briefings, council meetings, and the annual general meeting of electors. On receiving the agenda paper, elected members may review the outcomes of the consultation, accept the community feedback, or request that the manner and outcome of community consultation be reviewed. Administration monitors community engagement processes dynamically during the process and may make changes to the community engagement process based on live feedback received, such as whether concerns raised by the public or elected members, or if we perceive engagement levels are low compared to our expectations. Administration reviews community engagement processes on completion of the engagement process and makes adjustments to future community engagement processes as a result. Administration will undertake formal reviews of the community engagement strategy in the future in consultation with council.
Thanks for that. I'm sorry I didn't see that response. It was quite a lot to take in. I guess it's not a question, but I guess I'm moving to debate. But I guess my point with this is that, 13 out of the 15 motions proposed by residents, administration's response was in the negative, not recommending them in unconditionally. And I guess the part 5 not supported here is kind of like, it's in another example of administration acknowledging all the things where it's just a noting or acknowledging, but when it comes to something where there is a action related to trying to enhance, particularly the consultation process, with, I guess, administration's falling back to the status quo. But there's the dilemma with this, because residents are saying loudly and clearly in the 15 motions that consultation is something that they hold dear and that they would like more accountability for those things. So I guess I have a little bit of concern with the recommendation in motion 3 as it's currently drafted. I might consider or flag an amendment, but I'd like to hear what other people's views are on that before, proposing something potentially.
Councillors. Sorry, who was the seconder? Councillor Gonchevsky? Nothing? Councillors?
I don't think I was the seconder, but I'm happy to speak.
No, Ron, sorry.
I was the original mover.
Oh, apologies, yes.
Sorry, Councillor Hallett. Look, just for Councillor Opolo, I support administration's response. I don't think this is just going to the status quo. We've done a lot of work in our community engagement space that has led to the launch of our community engagement strategy, and we have to go through the process of operationalising that. I don't believe that the Office of the Auditor General is the agency that would be equipped to provide that feedback. I think the Office of the Auditor General is more likely to be able to provide feedback on how frequently the city is adhering to its policies, not whether those policies are appropriate. It is council's role to determine and endorse what our policies are, and that's what we've done. We've done that through, community consultation and engagement, through looking at best practice, through looking at the work of other local governments, through engaging with the IAP2 framework. So I don't believe that we need to send this off for endorsement. I'm satisfied with the level of rigour that was around the decision, but I do acknowledge that this is a space that we have work to do, and I believe we'll always have work to do. Community engagement is something that we should never sit on our hands and say we've gotten 100% right. We're always going to have an iterative process in relation to improvement in that regard.
Councillors, I agree, Councillor Gonchevsky, we couldn't send this to the Office of the Auditor General or the Ombudsman. That's not the role. I guess like I'm considering at the moment, we're going through Imagine Vincent, the sequel. We're having a lot of community engagement at the moment. We have a qualified consultant. We've got AHA Consulting on board who works in community engagement and participation. That's their consultancy and the work that they do. We're engaging with people all the time. With the body of work that council sort of had to push and scream for to get to the community engagement framework. That was something that we sought to capture when we did Imagine Vincent the first time, and it just took a long time to get there, and many KPIs, etc. Sorry, administration, I don't wish to be disrespectful, but it did take a lot of effort to get that body of work completed. I definitely think that this was acknowledged when we have talked about surveys and survey design and how that's really important. And we've raised at the briefing last week that we really would like the CEO to provide training for staff specifically in survey design, because I think that is something that is not just an innate thing that you can do, it's a skill that you actually have to learn. So there has been a significant lot of work in this space, and I agree, it's something, there's always innovations and new ways. And even as we go through Imagine Vincent, we had 4 people come to a workshop. We were like, well, we can't then move to have another workshop. We have to respond to the fact that this isn't working right now, and probably for quite obvious reasons with COVID, or perhaps the community doesn't really wish to come, maybe the attraction of coming to a 2-hour workshop, we have to look at what is actually attractive to people in terms of how we engage with them and what's working. And every time we do an exercise, we have to take that feedback and respond accordingly. So they're my comments. Any further comments? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor Opolo, you haven't voted. Councillor Alexander, did you vote? In favour or against? In favour. Councillor Opolo, you do have to vote, otherwise you have to take a toilet break or something. Well, I've put it now, so can you please vote? On administration's response to the motion, are you in favour or are you against? Okay, thank you. Motion 5. Motion 5, that council trim the trees in Carr Street so that they are not close to power lines and branches, roots and foliage do not pose a hazard to pedestrians. The response from administration was that this would happen. Can I please have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved by Councillor Warner, seconded by Councillor Hallett. No comment. Councillor Hallett, no comment. Councillors, any comments?
I asked a question on Friday and it wasn't responded to. Just got to pull it up, sorry. Yes, it was really simple actually, it was only one. It was with regard to clarifying administration's recommendation about supported in part. I wasn't sure what we're voting on because it seemed vague. So my question is, what is being recommended and what is not being recommended? And can you amend the recommendation, or am I required to propose a motion to make that clearer for residents?
Through you, Mayor Cole, I did send an email to Councillor Iapolu on Friday afternoon at 5:18 in response to that question about what it meant being supported in part. I noted that it's supported in part because some minor trimming is required to be undertaken, but not supported completely because we only try to prune the trees to what is required by Western Power for safety, so we can maximise the tree canopy throughout the city.
Can we just then, at the appropriate time, make a motion to put that clarification in the recommendation?
This is the appropriate time, so if you wish to move an amendment, can you please do that?
Okay, so what would be the wording? So I presume, how about something along the lines of strike out supported in part, and then say recommendation is that administration agree with minor trimming is required. And that probably would be good to, from the residents' perspective, to put a time frame around that. I don't know, just a question. Can I get a response from administration when they would be comfortable with the timing for that particular pruning to occur?
Through my call, if you were to allow us the month of April, it will definitely get done. That won't be a problem.
You repeat that? It was a bit muffled at my end.
Yeah, apologies. So through my call, if we were to have the month of April, then we would definitely get that trimming done. I can make sure that that happened.
So minor trimming is required and to take place in April 2022. I'll leave it at that.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Hallett. Does anyone wish to discuss the amendment? Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? It's carried. We're back to the substantive. Any further comments? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? I declare it carried. That leaves motion 13, Councillor Alexander. This is the motion on Hyde Park where you do have a declared proximity interest. So we'll have to ask if you're happy to leave for this motion. It's all right. Okay, so this is motion 13 on Hyde Park, that the Hyde Park kiosk agreement be set aside and a proper survey independent, proper independent survey be conducted. So the motion is whether we that we adopt the response of administration. Can I have a mover and seconder for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Castle.
I don't really have anything to add on this. I am not seeking to make any amendments, and just going to go right through to the end just to make sure that I'm satisfied with the wording. Yes, I'm satisfied with the wording. I have spoken previously in relation to the being aware of the limitations in relation to the consultation that was undertaken, or the constraints, etc. And I don't feel as though an additional consultation is warranted in this regard.
Councillor Castle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive of the officer recommendation. Don't have any reason to waver from my decision in December.
Councillors. Councillor Apollo.
Look, without treading on old ground, I think when this came up in the past for council consideration, I think there was a general consensus that there was the consultation that was done was not ideal. I think even though it could have been done better, you know, I'm not sure if there's anything to be gained from starting this process and again, and whether you know, that would change councils or councillors' opinions on the subject. So I just wanted to table that, but I have no other comment. But I think it's just important to talk to it.
Councillors. I'll just add that there has been so much commentary on the public record in relation to this item, and effectively this would seek us to set aside the decision that was made in December. You know, I have made many public statements on this in the meeting, on Facebook, in the media. So I feel that it's covered very clearly. And I think we've also been clear that that there was never any misunderstanding about the difference between who supported permanent food kiosks and food vans, who supported permanent kiosks without food vans, who did not support, etc., etc. It's all there in the table, and that table was presented to council at the time that we made the meeting, and so that was in full knowledge. Again, that was dealt with at the time. So we've talked about consultation and survey design and all of those things, and we've, you know, that's been a separate discussion, but all of these things apply to all of the consultation we do. So yeah, nothing further to add. Any further comments on this item? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? That's Councillor Alexander's absent, but it's a unanimous decision. So we'll go to the other item, which Councillor Alexander has a proximity interest, so that we can deal with that. And that is item 10.3, tender IE 179 of 2022, Hyde Park West toilet refurbishment and cafe kiosk. Can I have a mover for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Gontaszewski, seconded by Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. I just have some questions in relation to the design of the toilet block. Just a question around who in administration has seen or reviewed that design specifically. Has it been to the strategy and development team, or has the contact with the designer just occurred through the infrastructure and environment team or the governance team?
Through my call, the simple answer is the design came to exec team, so that covered all parts of the council.
So I guess, was it referred to strategy and development for their input, or did that just occur through the exec process?
To my knowledge, that just occurred through the exec process. I couldn't confirm what happened at sort of officer level, whether there were conversations, but from my knowledge, that occurred at the executive level only.
And I'm looking at the participant list and wondering if there's anyone online that can confirm.
Can I just interject here? Might be helpful. My understanding is that manager of policy in place assessed this against the SEPTED design principles. Is the manager still available, a CEO, or otherwise can you walk us through that assessment against the SEPTED design principles that was undertaken by a policy in place?
Yes, through you, Mayor Cole. It was also done by the statutory planning area. I think the manager is still just hanging in there for his DA items still to come. So the most recent draft update to the state government's crime prevention through environmental design guidelines have the 4 principles around surveillance, territorial definition, access control, and space management. And one of our senior planners has gone through the proposals, and in the interests of time to summarise, there are no downsides from a SEPTED perspective from the proposal. All the proposed changes, and this is really just an internal refurbishment of the buildings, no expansion of the building footprint. All the proposals are neutral or positive from a SEPTED perspective. But most importantly, the proposal is to increase the activation of that building, which will increase passive surveillance, and that will benefit the security environment.
So just to point out to council members that if you might notice it does go to it on the back of the admin's response to Councillor Wallace's potential amendment. Councillor Gonchescu, did you have any further questions, or did you wish to debate?
I'll speak to it. I'm maintaining strong concerns in relation to the compliance of this design with the clause 3.1.2.3 of the draft Safer Places by Design document that says to maintain unimpeded sight lines along footpaths and access ways to building entrances and exits, and to potential crime target areas such as ATMs and public toilets, avoiding areas of concealment. And also, the current guidelines also talk to ensuring approaches and entrances to all toilets in all locations are highly visible so that people cannot loiter or enter without being seen. I do appreciate that the choice to have individual entrances does appear to have some compliance with that. But I have real concerns in relation to the placement of 3 toilet cubicles on the Throssell Street side of the park with a sort of dead end exit, dead end point that's created by the UAT. And I just feel as though that warrants some further review. I'll ask some questions about that in relation to a potential amendment down the track, but I guess I can see that the manager's online now, so if my specific concerns in relation to that element of the design could be addressed, I'd really appreciate some guidance there.
Did you capture that, manager? Are you still awake? It's very...
Yes, true, Mayor Cole. David did give a brief summary in terms of our assessment. Ultimately, there's a number of principles that you've talked through. You've highlighted some concerns with one in particular. Ultimately, it's the extent that it achieves that outcome. So I can understand why you're of the view that it isn't safe in that way. From the officer's review of the concept, it does provide those different entry points. It is still well lit, and I guess in terms of the entirety of the proposal, it is either neutral or positive, as David outlined. Are there opportunities to improve it? Perhaps, but maybe that could be worked through further.
Thank you. I guess the other element that has been raised is regarding the creation of verandas, and that combined with the sort of dead end around the back as being a potential place for, I guess, people, street present people to sleep or take up residence, just in relation, if there's any comments in relation to that in terms of the where we've got verandas in the city and in public places as to if they create any issues in terms of public perceptions of safety.
Again, to my knowledge, we don't have problems in this location with people sleeping. I mean, we do in a number of locations, regular locations, but we don't. I'll also say that the area will be very well lit, so to sleep there will be quite uncomfortable. It'll be locked every evening by rangers, so they will be there to monitor. So, so if anyone was hanging around there, it'd be after the toilets were closed, before they were used. But yeah, the building's pretty well lit up now. It's very bright, and we would continue that brightness, I suppose, which would make it uncomfortable to sleep.
Through you, Mayor Collar, I could just outline what the senior planner's assessment was of the verandas, in which included around sight lines. The provision of the veranda will open up the facade around the toilet block. The verandas contribute towards a sense of surveillance, noting that the director said that there will continue to be 24-hour lighting. And in terms of territorial definition, which is principle 2, the veranda element and new concrete path help to clearly define the space and its current location at the end of an existing path, which assists with wayfinding. And the veranda also creates different points of access to the toilet facilities, which is in line with principle number 3 on access control.
Thank you, CEO.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Just a question, is there any more information as to how a veranda, no, actually, don't worry, I don't have any more questions on that. I don't believe that there's, I'm presuming there's no more detailed information that we can get over and above what you've just said.
No, unless we did had a briefing around the site to walk through it in a bit more detail, but it's a relatively modest small building, and the brief was not to change any major elements of the building footprint in order to make sure we kept within heritage guidelines and ensure we had heritage approval.
Just another quick question following on from that, if I may. Just it is quite a significant change to the presentation of the building and to the existing layout. Could you please talk to why it was considered that such a significant change, the creation of verandas, the reorienting of the toilets, etc., why it was considered that that was necessary over and above just a simple refurbishment of the existing design?
I guess the simple answer is you can't, to meet the accessibility strategies, you can't just rip out the existing toilets and replace them. So it's all about accessibility. And the design improvements like the veranda were just seen as improving the look of the building. It's not a great looking building. And of course, Heritage have approved those changes as well. So yeah, but it's all about accessibility, individual cubicles, which is, what we strive for now. So that was the thinking behind it.
Okay, thank you.
Who was the second? Councillor Wallace, yes.
Thank you, Nicole. Yeah, look, I just had some questions about the chosen designer here, Design Right. I think the last time some of their work was put forward was for Lighter Stadium. I apologise if I'm putting words into other councillors' mouths here, but I thought that concept that they put forward was not particularly well received by council at the time. So yeah, I'm just curious about the procurement process to appoint the designer in this instance. Thank you.
So McCall, I'd have to check how it was procured. I don't even know off the top of my head what the value of the design work was. So that would define the procurement, etc. We were working to a budget as well. So, and it was a renewal really, not you know, a complete change to the building. So, I mean, but I'd have to check what the procurement was. I couldn't tell off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. Look, I have a bit of a spiel here. I'm going to try and
Can do the condensed
condense
version.
it.
I don't think
and
I've ever met this late before. This is really getting bad.
it's definitely unprecedented in my time. Okay. Look, I appreciate that the upgrades were brought forward initially as an opportunity identified within the regular maintenance schedule, and that was what was anticipated to otherwise be a somewhat like-for-like refurbishment of the toilet block. I think this was flawed from the start. First of all, like-for-like is not appropriate as there are significant flaws in the design of the existing structure, and we've learned much about the design, since it was built. A full reconsideration of the block would have been more appropriate. Second, the introduction of a permanent commercial enterprise within Hyde Park is a very significant change to park operations, and this should have also been a trigger for a larger rethink of the design of the block. I think the design that's been put forward has some very real flaws that have been discussed in detail around safety and design. But I think aside from the technical flaws, my main feeling is that this is not a proposal that the community would support and falls far below their expectations for Hyde Park. I think the results from the community consultation around installing a kiosk were contentious at best, and firmly believe that if this design was included within the consultation materials, there would have been even less support for the kiosk proposal. I think Hyde Park's generally regarded by the community as the most special park in Vincent and loved by many people outside as well. And I think the community reasonably expect a far higher level of amenity in any newly constructed or refurbished buildings within it. I think the food trucks that we voted to remove had a large level of support, and I think it's a real risk to the city if what we replace those valued businesses with falls short of expectations. I understand the arguments are likely going to come forth around process and that how we are now at a very late stage of implementation. My view is that this process has been flawed from the beginning and it should have led with the design. It's absolutely unacceptable that the first time that the community or council has had the opportunity to review plans for what is being proposed to be built in Hyde Park is in the days or in fact hours before being asked to approve a tender for its construction. I personally requested concept sketches and plans from the first time this proposal was raised in a workshop over a year ago. I was told that that would be forthcoming prior to issuance of the RFI for the lease. I was then told it would be available following consultation with the leaseholder. It was then kicked along to prior to tender, and now it's finally arrived in my inbox at 11:30 p.m. last night, less than 24 hours. Well, it is 24 hours before I'm being asked to vote on the tender for its construction. I think if we want to talk about process, use that as a justification for why we should support this motion as written. That's been a terrible process. Criticisms of the process aside, I believe that the decision is significant enough that we should take the time to get it right, even if that means pushing construction out another year or forgoing fees already paid to design right. The sunk costs of time and money are insignificant compared to the impact of the proposal this will have on the park. Acknowledging they're a different scale, I think you could look to Matilda Bay Cafe in Nedlands and Freshwater Cafe in Peppermint Grove as great examples of private enterprise on public land built out of formerly public infrastructure. Both of these ventures add to rather than detract from the amenity of their surrounds. Some good reference points for toilet blocks I think can be found in Kings Park, including the newish block just south of the giant Boab. This is the level of service that our community expects, and this is the level of service they would have presumed they were going to receive when they responded in the affirmative for this kiosk. I can't support the motion as it stands, and I have an alternate motion, which is now an amendment that I will put forward following any other debate or comments, which would include not awarding this tender and appointing a registered architect to review and amend the design, and a budget increase.
Councillors. Oh, I'll speak to it then. Look, I understand your points that you raise, Councillor Wallace, and you know, the fact that you've requested this and you got it last night, that's not okay. I guess I go back to what it was that councillor was asked to decide, and the idea is that we were refurbishing the toilet, so renewal over new, our favourite mantra, and that we were going to use the storage shed. Like, it was pretty clear, we were using a storage shed and we were renewing the existing toilet. So we didn't ever have grand plans. We don't have a lot of budget, as we all know. So I guess that, you know, we've asked administration to go out and tender for the renewal of the toilets and for the very minimalist fit out, which is causing problems, that terminology, for the shed. And, you know, like the shed part's now $15,000 if we adopt it as part of the whole works. So I sort of feel like that's the direction that council requested administration to go in. That's the decision point that we made at that time. And when I look at the refurbishment of the toilet block, you know, I think having looked at what's happened over at the west, at the toilets on the east, where you do have the toilet doors open directly out to the park, you instantly can see that this is so much better than having to walk into doors with, you know, various hidey holes or cubicle upon cubicle. But we didn't task administration with really doing anything more than this. The design should have been provided to us in advance so that we could have had a bit more of a discussion about, you know, the doors and the septed design and all the rest of it. And I think that the team's done pretty well to pull that information together in response to some pretty good questions from council, because this is the stuff that we're really interested in. But I just keep coming back to, what was the decision that we made? What did we ask administration to do? And really, like, you know, I was on council in 2013, 14, when we actually put out a kiosk proposal and we got a grand plan, and we had Dome say they wanted to build a whole new structure and they were going to pay for it. And the community said, we do not want a huge structure in Hyde Park, because we're trying to walk that line of having a small footprint, respecting the Aboriginal heritage, respecting that any major change we make has to go through a whole approval process. And, you know, we also just don't have the money. So if we were going to say, look, this toilet shed and kiosk, it's there, we're upgrading it. Perhaps it's not the forever solution, but we certainly don't have the money to demolish it and build something fantastic, which would then also lead on to the playground, where we've had requests to replace the playground. Like, that's major. And I think there will come a time when we have to do that. But within the constraints that we have, with the direction that we set, and the decision that we made in December, I think we just have to follow that through. I'm quite satisfied with the responses on the septed design. I was incredibly insistent that that went to the stat planning team for review. I think that works, as I say, over on the east side. So I just want to get on and do it. Maybe that's telling us that this is actually ridiculous and that we're meeting at 12 minutes to 12. Like, seriously, this is unbelievable. So does anyone else wish to speak to this motion? Councillor Gontaszewski asking a question.
Yes, and then I have an amendment with apologies. My question just relates to the cafe portion of the design, just to check whether this was surfaced through lease negotiations, or is in alignment with the parameters of the lease that's been signed. I'm just thinking that in particular the northern facade in some previous sort of sketches, I think, appeared to be opened up somewhat, and this still retains, I think, the highlight windows with security screens. So I just wanted to check on that.
So I'm not directly dealing with the leaseholder, some other people in the council are, but the brief for us was to prepare it for their fit out. So there's a bit of terminology here. We will, you know, tile and box the building out, and then the internal fit out, where they decide put their counter, where they put PowerPoints is for them to do. So that's an ongoing discussion. I know what you refer to, that open area that looked more like Paris than Perth, and I think we were upfront in saying that's not in the scope of the brief, or that's not costed for. So they've been informed that that's now part of what the city will do. So they understand what we're doing, which is a basic boxing out of the building in preparation for their occupation. And like I say, that we're getting close to finalising the internal layout right now, so that we're working together ready for the 1st of July.
Right. Okay. Look, I just would like to just to satisfy myself if there's the mood in the room, to put forward an amendment to item 2 that essentially so that we are accepting the tender submission for separable portion 2 only for the cafe fit out, and then to add a new item 3 to defer consideration of the toilet, which is the toilet refurbishment separable portion, pending a further review of the sight lines and safety elements of the design.
Before you proceed though, I just need to highlight that my understanding is that that is at a financial cost to separate the 2 portions. Has that point been made?
I understand that there is a reasonably minimal financial cost. I can get some advice on it, I guess, if I get a seconder. But I still would like to have the opportunity to seek a separate seconder on the basis of the motion that I've just proposed.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hallett.
Look, I guess, yes, I'm aware that there is a small cost to do this. And I think that from my perspective that the scope of the works in relation to the cafe component was clear. I personally wasn't clear that the extent of the change in relation to the toilet refurbishment. I'm pleased that it's been reviewed, but generally what would happen in terms of a change like this would be that there would be some discussion with council on such a design change. I'm thinking of like the Braithwaite Park toilets. These are things where there's been an opportunity for a little bit more consideration of the design. As a parent who has used Hyde Park with my kids, I think that there is certainly merit in changing the design to improve it from a safety perspective, but I still remain unconvinced in relation to having the general toilet component of the block facing away from the playground and facing away from the lakes with the doors, so that it diminishes the visible sight lines to those spaces. So given the timing, I just don't feel I can put my hand in the air. I'm not supportive of the other amendment that may come forward. And I do think that there is a need to move forward with the cafe component, because there will be further works required by the vendor or the lessee prior to their occupation. And as the CEO has said, we are not seeking to change the overall footprint, so I don't see why we couldn't consider these 2 things separately. And perhaps that was why it was quoted separately in the first place.
Councillor Hallett.
Yeah, can I just seek clarification from admin about what the cost implication of that is?
From memory, I was trying to look at the sheet. I think the cost of doing the kiosk as part of the toilets is approximately 15,000, but it rises to 31, I think, from memory, if we do them separately. I think those are the figures. It's because the cost of mobilisation is done once, and there's some lumping of things together. I'm looking at David, because I know you've been involved, David, about that's your understanding too. So there's a reasonable difference.
Sorry, I thought it was a $5,000 bonus for putting the 2 together.
$16,000.
I mean, yeah, through my call, it's just that if they go in once, they do it all at once, they mobilise once, it's just much more efficient. If they just do the kiosk on its own, it's, not a very large job, they have to mobilise, and yeah, so there's a different cost profile for that.
Councillor Hallett.
A bit unsure. I'm not sure that I support it. I'm sorry.
The other thing that I did put in the amendment was that we could look at some improvements in the construction phase. So I know the corners came up as an issue. It says it wouldn't be a total redesign.
Yeah,
we look
about rounding the corners. Yeah.
Yeah, making them a bit smaller, because at the end of the day, they just add it all up to the roof. So we could look at how that could be changed in the construction phase.
Look, I don't support the amendment. It costs $16,000 more to do it this way. The team has clearly outlined how it is assessed against the SEPTED design principles. There is a discussion about rounding the corners to create clearer sight lines. If we don't adopt this model of the external doors facing outwards, which I support, we'd be going back to the multi-cubicle model of the toilets to, for the footprint to work. So don't support it, and don't support separating the work and costing the city an additional $16,000, particularly where the expenditure on the fit out of the kiosk has been something that's been discussed much. Councillors, any further comments on the amendment? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Declare it lost. We're back to the substantive. Are there any further comments on the substantive motion?
I had prepared an amendment. I'll take it as read. I'm not going to move it, reading the mood in the room, unless there was support from another councillor who wanted to move it.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you for reading the room at this late hour. Okay, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Yes, this is a substantive. All those in favour of the substantive motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? Councillor Uplow and Councillor Wallace voting against. I just really need to check in with you all here, because I'm looking at the CEO who's got cold and flu symptoms, who's looking quite ghostly on the screen. It's midnight. I don't think I've ever had us in this room till midnight ever before. We still have 3 items on the agenda. We've got North Perth traffic calming, which residents have been waiting for a very long time, and we've got 2 development applications. Is everyone okay to press on and get this done? And can we just keep our comments as succinct and effective as possible? Is that okay with everyone? You all look like you're about to fall off your perches, and I don't blame you. Okay, so
through you, Mayor Cole, I think I've sent you a message. The manager of engineering who's been looking after this report, this is his final council meeting.
Oh no, I know, I've written it down. You're stealing my thunder.
Well, I'm saying that in particular around the traffic calming report. So
Is Craig still here?
I don't know if he's still awake, but he does look like he hasn't logged off the Zoom yet.
Manager of engineering, it was extremely remiss of me to not mention this during the statements, and I'm really very sorry, because Craig, our city engineer, manager of engineering, has been with us since 1998, 23 plus years. This is his last council meeting, and oh, what a memorable one it's been. Are you having any regrets about retiring, Craig, after tonight?
No, you just laid them to rest.
Well, Craig, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. You've just been someone that knows our streets and drains and parks and everything like the back of your hand, and someone you can always get good advice, always approachable, always willing to help. And you have really been working in the area of greatest demand in terms of traffic management and all the issues that we receive so many requests from residents. And I just want to say an enormous thank you to you, Craig. It's been such a pleasure to work with you, and I still can't believe you're actually leaving. So thank you, Craig, and apologies I didn't do that at the very beginning of the meeting when I should have done.
That's all right. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, Craig. All right, so 10.4, it's your final moment to shine. Proposed amendment. Oh no, that's not an amendment. What's that there? That's not it. That's an amendment. Okay, so it is North Perth traffic calming public consultation results. Can I have a mover and seconder? Come on, people. Come on. Moved by Councillor Castle, seconded by Councillor Gonchevsky. We can do this. Come on, team. Councillor Gonchevsky, come on. No, Councillor Castle, it's you. Quick, come on.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard to get to my mute button. I'm supportive, don't have much to add. We've been talking about this for a long time, and I'm glad to see we've got to a point that is acceptable and is a great way forward. Thank you, Craig, for everything, not just for this report.
Councillor Gonchevsky.
I have a question in relation to the slow point on Alfonso Street, which is a known rat run from Charles Street to avoid the lights. We had previously approved a slow point, and that is not part of this design. Is this something that could come back in August when we consider?
Sorry, Councillor Kondraszewski, through you, Mayor Cole. It was deleted because we were now focusing on raised plateaus, specifically in intersections, but there's nothing to say we can't consult or can't come back rather in August on a one-way slow or single lane slow point or blister in mid-block in Alfonso Street.
Do I need a form of words as an amendment to make that happen?
I can take that as, we'll offer to add that to the consultation, that particular slow point, if you're happy with that.
Thank you. I will be watching.
Craig's unable to promise, but I can.
No, I can. I can promise anything.
Oh, what a feeling. Okay, any further comments on this motion, Councillor Hallett?
Thanks. Can I please move an amendment that was prepared on your behalf to reduce the speed limit to 40 k's on these areas?
Yes, is there a seconder? It's on the white, seconded by Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. Consistent with policy and intent. So happy to support that.
Councillor Wallace.
Great amendment. Yep, happy to support.
Thank you. Councillors. Craig, before you go, can I ask you what happened over in the mini roundabout section? Take it offline. I just want to make sure that we are doing 40 k's over there as well. I'll ask you at your leaving drinks.
I'll send you an email tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay. All right. If there's no further comments, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Back to the substantive. Any further comments? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Declare that carried. So we have, thank you for that. Thank you very much, Craig. I think you're allowed to go to bed now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, and good night.
Signing off of your last meeting.
That's it.
Okay, that leaves our two development applications to deal with. Item 9.1 and item 9.2. Is anyone still here for an item that's one of those? No. Thanks, Geraldine. That was epic. Item 9.1, number 128A, Harold Street, Mount Lawley. Proposed alterations and additions to a group dwelling. Could I have a mover and seconder to this for this item, please? Moved by Councillor Gonchevsky, seconded by Councillor Wallace.
Look, I think ultimately, so I'm just going to get my notes. I think that having visited the site today, I can see that this will be impactful to the neighbours. However, I think that we're faced with two conflicting issues here. One is related to the neighbours' concerns around visual privacy, and one is related to the bulk and scale of the wall. I do accept that setting back the screen to the first floor of the existing dwelling and then having a step down in terms of height does go some way towards changing the way that the bulk is perceived, and using a perforated privacy screen with a different sort of materiality I think will go some way towards reducing the appearance of building bulk. I also note that this proposal is compliant in relation to solar access and visual privacy and outdoor space. So I think that there is some, if this is an approvable change, and whilst it is it is significant for the neighbours, I also do accept that it does make positive use of otherwise a dead space as an active outdoor area in relation to the existing dwelling, but I guess it is going to have some impact, but I think it is ultimately an approvable development. I'd be interested to, this I think is particularly in consideration of the engineering feats that would be required to change the orientation of what's proposed, or without, I guess, a deferral to consider a redesign to potentially look at how the screening wall could be set back further, but that's not something I'm contemplating at this instance, but happy to listen to the debate.
Councillor Wallace, nothing to add, councillors? Look, I do think it was illustrative to hear from the architect today, because I found it very useful to go to the neighbour's home and to stand in the backyard and to see it from that perspective and understand how the houses interact on ground is always extremely useful. We did have a discussion about whether the pool could be reorientated instead of it being southwest being northeast. The architect has explained that given the weight of the pool and the load bearing of the garage below, that would be, yes, as Councillor Gontaszewski said, an engineering feat, and that would require pillars and beams and affect the functionality of the carport. I do value that this has been put through the extensive review of the design review panel that has been through iterations of changes, and it was also interesting to hear that in some ways it's an attempt to move the living space more to the back of the home rather than having it in that tiny courtyard area where that does have that really significant interface with the sort of more private rooms of the neighbour's house. So, so all things considered, I don't see any grounds to refuse this, you know, I think we've talked about the way in which we're moving more towards terraces, and we probably do need to just kind of have a look at that in our built form policy when we look at that next review. Any further comments on this item, Councillor Wallace?
Sorry, I know I said no earlier. Look, I just had some questions around the constructability of this pool. Like we heard tonight that the orientation of it can't be rotated because of additional reinforcement required. I'm just wondering, like, what engineering work has been done to provide that this is actually constructible as designed. You know, like my back of the envelope calculation puts the total mass of the water at about 20 tonne, which, you know, in my opinion is not something that the existing structure would be rated to hold. And, you know, in its current configuration, they'd be seeking to overcome that by doing modifications that I can't see why those modifications that would necessarily be done to support it in this current format wouldn't also be necessarily done to support it in its lengthways format. So I guess my question to the manager is, how certain are we that this can actually be constructed? Like, or what's the engineering basis for this?
Through you, Mayor Cole, in short, we don't have that supporting documentation from an engineering perspective. Ultimately, it's the designer's responsibility to inherit that risk if they haven't considered the load bearing and structural adequacy of that garage. After the plan, I guess the purpose of the planning process is to consider it in terms of how it would fit into that neighbourhood and that area, and whether it is a reasonable, like, built form outcome in terms of aesthetic and function. After the planning approval process, assuming that they get that, then they would need to progress to the building permit stage, in which case they would need to demonstrate all of the structural considerations that you're referring to, Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Manager. Yeah, I guess, sorry, am I allowed to speak to it now, Michael, having previously? Okay. Look, I guess with respect to the planning items that we're being asked to consider here, which are the boundary wall length on the northwestern boundary, the boundary wall height on the northwestern boundary, I don't have any particular concerns in that. With those two items, noting that, you know, there's a mirrored structure on the other side. With respect to the lot boundary setback on the southeastern boundary, this is a really significant step outside what is deemed to comply. You know, 2.6 meters is the standard. We're being asked to approve 1.1 here. I take the comments about, you know, that a screen is less impactful than a wall. I don't give that argument too much weight. I don't believe that these supposed engineering arguments for the current configuration of the pool have much merit. And yeah, I guess I would seek to defer this item so that the applicant could further consider how they could manage that setback to the lot to the left.
Councillors, any further views? Councillor Wallace, do you wish to move a procedural motion?
Yes, I'd like to move.
Can I just ask a question before you do that? Manager, in terms of deferral, do you have a view on that in terms of, I assume this is well beyond its statutory timeframe, given it's been going through various iterations?
Yes, Mayor Cole, this is well beyond the statutory timeframe. So there's not an impact from that perspective. I would just suggest that you heard from the applicant tonight in terms of contemplating what has already been suggested, and which is what you would be directing them to reconsider again. So I feel like their comments tonight were pretty clear. So you would be suggesting a deferral, but it's also available to you to make a decision based on what the applicant is seeking your approval for. So that could be also a refusal.
So would you like to proceed?
Yeah, I mean, in that instance, I'd like to put forward a motion for deferral so that the applicant could consider the design with respect to the lot boundary setback of the first floor terrace to the southeastern boundary.
Okay, it's a procedural motion, so there's no discussion. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour of a deferral? All right, seems fair. It's deferred unanimously. Sorry, Councillor Upwell, did you support the deferral? Yep, deferred unanimously. Thank you. We'll move then to the last item, 9.2, Lot 4, Ethel Street, North Perth, proposed 2 group dwellings. Mover and seconder, please. Last item, we can do it. Just need a mover and seconder. Councillor Wallace moving, Councillor Hallett seconding.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. I don't have any comments to add to this outside of what's been already provided in the officer's report and recommendation, and happy to support the motion as it stands.
Councillor Hallett.
Thank you. I've just got a question to the manager. And just wondering, in terms of the bulk and the impact that that has on the overshadowing to the south, are you able to comment on the two of the discretionary items, one which is about the street setback, and then the other one about the outdoor living area, which is currently located in the setback, but if it was deemed to comply, it would be out of the setback area. What would be the implication on the overall structure of the building and the bulk of it if those were required to be compliant?
Through you, Mayor Cole, there's a secondary outdoor living area located on the ground floor for that front unit. That's down the side of the property, just outside of bed 4. Now, for that to be deemed to comply, so I'm going to assume that is what you're also seeking, Councillor Hallett, for there to be a compliant with the deemed to comply standards outdoor living area. Then that secondary outdoor living area would need to be expanded and needs to be enlarged to a minimum of 20 square metres. That would mean that you would need to reconfigure, perhaps push the building mass further to the south in order to accommodate that outdoor living area behind the front setback area. So there could be some, if you're speaking specifically around what would that mean for overshadowing as well as building bulk impacts, the short of it is it would likely increase the amount of overshadowing to the properties to the south, as well as building walls and potentially more boundary walls to that southern property as well.
Councillor Gonchevsky.
Thank you, Mayor. Just have a question in relation to the screening on the glass that that was raised that between the briefing and now that there was going to be some additional screening added to the glass so that it was not transparent, and whether that had been communicated to submitters and their thoughts on this.
Yes, through you, Mayor Cole. That was one of a couple of changes made post-briefing to make that glass balustrading up to a height of 1.6 metres from floor level, and that would be opaque, so it would be non-transparent. We communicated that with the resident that you'll recall from council briefing last week that did the deputation. We explained that to them, and this afternoon they advised that it was, and I'm quoting some of this here, it was good to see that the applicant had finally acknowledged some of their concerns and added some of those mitigation measures. And they also noted that those principles applied around those mitigation measures were consistent with other openings to the laneway. And on that basis, they were seeking to confirm that they would withdraw their objection, which relates to privacy. So that's sort of closing the loop on some of their concerns that were raised last week and where they are now.
Just to add, they also had the 2 additional hibiscus trees added.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I have some concerns at the street setback in relation to this development. The ground floor setback is 4.5 metres, which is roughly in alignment with the neighbouring property, but the balcony sits at 3.8 metres. And so it's pushing forward instead of pushing back, which would be in compliance with the deemed to comply. And so I just can't form the view that this, given that it pushes forward the beyond what the neighbouring properties are, and we don't really have a five-a-side assessment in this street. I don't believe that this is contributing to or is consistent with the established streetscape. So I'd probably seek to defer to seek a review of the street setback to Ethel Street to deliver a design that was more consistent with what's there currently.
I'm just looking at page, it's a site plan that shows the overshadowing, and can I just get some commentary from the manager, because it looks like the setback is in line with the adjoining 2 homes on that overshadowing diagram.
The ground floor setback is roughly in alignment. The upper floor setback pushes forward about 0.7 metres beyond the ground floor setback, so it would be closer to the street. But it is also that the upper floor is not set back or in alignment with the ground floor. So it is a within the context of a largely single story streetscape. I think that it would be quite a dominant addition to the street, and so I think it would warrant some review.
Okay, thank you. Councillors? Councillor Apollo?
Thanks, Mayor. I think my view on this is that I can't support it in its current state, just probably for the same reasons that I mentioned during the briefing session, that for me, 6 of 18 key planning elements don't satisfy deemed to comply provisions. 50 submissions of the community that had issue with this particular planning application over the course of it, and probably for some of the reasons that have already been listed as concerns by fellow councillors, I don't think I'll be in a position to support it in its current form.
Councillors. Look, I just thought I'd comment that I think some of the issues that have been raised are very valid. I think we heard from the neighbour last week because the orientation of the way that the houses interact is, you know, you've got a front facing to a laneway overlooking a rear backyard, noting that there have been changes and that neighbour now feels that, you know, that's been addressed, and that's through, we've talked about the screening and the 2 trees. So that's been satisfied. I do take Ian Merker's point about the overshadowing to the rear, but, you know, that is really difficult when you're looking at the R code saying that, you know, you can have the percentage of overshadowing, but then when you look at it and it's, you know, in the backyard, it's really tricky, but it is compliant. That box is ticked. So, you know, not always ticking boxes is not always good outcomes when you look at how it lays out on the ground. So some of this, I think, struggles from its orientation and its interaction with the neighbours. But for example, the overshadowing, it's deemed to comply. And I do think that the measures that they've taken in terms of the interaction with the neighbours' backyard, you know, they've actually gone away and they've made further changes between the briefing and the council meeting. This has been through various iterations. It's been amended multiple times and been out for consultation multiple times. And, you know, this effectively is where we're seeing densification occurring here. So, look, I don't think it's perfect, but I don't feel that I see significant enough issues for it to be refused. And I would hesitate guess that it's been through so much that I'm not sure what a deferral might achieve, but, you know, it remains open for that, for every council member to, of course, take their view and may see more merit in that than perhaps I do. So I guess where I'm sitting is that I probably feel more comfortable to proceed with it as recommended, and I do appreciate that there have been some changes made in response to the neighbour that spoke at the meeting last week. Councillors, any further comments before I put the motion? Councillor Gontaszewski.
I'll just do it. I'll move my procedural motion to defer just to consider changes in relation to the front setback that would be make a more positive contribution to the streetscape, or less dominant contribution to become the streetscape.
Okay, thank you. We have a deferral motion moved. Is there a seconder for the deferral? Seconded by Councillor Hallett. Can I put the deferral motion? All those in favour? All those against? I have to use my casting vote. I'm afraid I have to pull out the rare casting vote to say the deferral is not supported. We're back to the substantive. So I'll put the motion this time, and the motion is to approve the development application. All those in favour? All those against? I'll use my casting vote, and the development is approved. So we have reached 12:22, and there being no further business this evening. I do think we probably need to have a chat as a group about how we, you know, administration and council, how can we get answers to questions? How can we run through things efficiently? We shouldn't be meeting until 12:30 at night. And I take Councillor Apollo's point about deferral, but finding a time to hold another council meeting in a pretty packed out Tuesday night is pretty difficult. So I think we should probably have a bit of a chat about how we move through the agenda more efficiently, because it's not really good for anyone to be having these meetings till this late hour. And even, you know, the community members that were keen to see the outcomes of their development applications are long gone, potentially snoozing while watching their iPad at home, but probably just asleep. So thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate all of your input, and I'll close the meeting at 12:23 p.m.